Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Wonderful Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Vigilante Deku Became Spider-Man. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Gentle just glared at him, a deadpan expression now appearing on his face, only to let out a long sigh. Fine. I know this is the only way to make you leave. He crossed his arms. What do you want? Simple, Mysterio exclaimed with a cackle. I propose a team up against a certain enemy I know you also faced. One that made you have to go into hiding for a bit. Gentle and Librava both raised an eyebrow at this, only for Mysterio to add, for you see, I have concocted my greatest performance yet. I call it, the death of the Spider-Man. No, Beck. Gentle repeated, his arms crossed as his partner Librava now stood beside him while imitating him. No longer afraid of the fishbowl-headed man in front of Pear. I will not help you fight that vigilante. Come now, Gentle. There is no need for hostilities, Mysterio replied while waving his hands. I only wish for us to team up to defeat a common enemy. He pointed at Gentle. I know that you had your encounter with him as well. He pointed back at himself. He humiliated me, and I will not stand for it. I too wish to become one of the greatest performers of all. A true illusionist thief just like you wish to become the modern chivalrous thief. Gentle shook his head at this. Don't be absurd. You know that I care not for fighting, and I know you do not want me. He gestured to his partner. All you want is Librava. Yeah, Librava added while stomping her feet. And I'll never help you. She put a hand over her heart. I exist only to help Gentle and his crusade to change the world. Bah, Mysterio spat, his fishbowl head glowing as he continued to speak. Your talents are wasted here. With your hacking abilities, we could leave Beck. Gentle interrupted, giving the man the fiercest glare he could do. We will not help you. I am no murderer, and I will not allow you to use Librava. He pointed at the Mysterio. You are a disgrace to all performers wanting to do violence. I will not allow myself or Librava to stoop to your lowly standards. You, Mysterio shook his fist at him, only to see Gentle glance away, Librava doing the same. Leave. Now, Mysterio let out a low growl at this, only to sigh as smoke began to appear around the man. You will regret this. He pointed at Gentle one last time. After I have destroyed Spider-Man, I will make you see that you have made a truly grave mistake. And as the smoke covered the man, a second later it vanished. Nothing remained, making Gentle sigh before turning to his partner. My apologies about that, Librava. Beck is rather difficult at times. Yeah, I can see that. Librava replied as she walked up to where Mysterio had been standing. How'd he vanish like that? It's part of his quirk. All we saw was an illusion. Gentle responded as he walked over and sat down on a chair. Come Librava, let us upload our video and have a cup of tea. Of course. Librava saluted before running off into their kitchen, quickly making the drink. Izuku had never slept this much. Granted, he had been sleeping in a lot more recently, but nothing like this. To be fair, his body had told him to sleep, as it was in so much pain. He was pretty sure a few bones were cracked after that fight with Tombstone. And his mind kept telling him one thing, don't get into that kind of fight ever again. As such, he glanced up from his pillow and reached for his phone, taking it and turning on the screen. He then went wide-eyed, now seeing he had slept for over a day essentially. He knew he had woken up a few times yesterday, but it wasn't much. Seeing that, he let out a long yawn before putting away the phone and getting up. Pain surged through his body, aches and cricks making him wince up as he walked into the bathroom. But as he walked in and stared at the bathroom mirror, he saw the bruises his body now wore from Tombstone's blows. Granted, most were hidden from the old Starburst scars from Bakugo's explosions, back when he didn't have powers and spent every day as his punching bag, but he could feel these new bruises. They hurt a lot, something that made Izuku slump over and whisper out, I lost again, didn't I? I lost to Stain that first time. I failed to save Mr. Lie ... and now I lost to Tombstone. He put a hand to his face and rubbed it down to his chin. I'm such a failure. Why did I try to fight in a rank villain when I'm not even worthy of being a F-rank hero sidekick? How could I have been so stupid? Why can't I get this right? He felt a crick of pain at this, making him flinch. Dang it ... Mom's gonna tell me to not be Spider-Man again, isn't she? Sucking up the pain and doing his morning routine. A few minutes passed before he left the room, only to see his mother standing outside with crossed arms. He opened his mouth to respond, only for her to say, you slept for over a day. You went overboard again, didn't you? Izuku muttered out, soon glancing away. Sorry. Inko let out a long sigh at this, only for Izuku to add, wait. I'm sorry, I really am. I know you are. Inko replied, uncrossing her arms. What happened? The injuries you have would have broken a normal human's ribs. Well, let's just say you were right, and I needed other heroes' help. Izuku responded, his eyes darting away from her. The woman shook her head. I'm not angry, Izuku. I just want you to be more careful, okay? Izuku glanced back at her. Okay. Sorry, Mom. It's fine. She grabbed his shoulder at this. No Spider-Man today, alright. I'll let you go out later, but none of that today. Got it. Izuku slightly flinched at her touch, only to nod, sure. Good. She responded before pointing behind herself. I've made breakfast, and then we're going to feast today. Oh, we're going shopping first. And Himiko's joining us for both, as I think it'll do her some good. Okay. Inko then leaned up to him. Don't bring your costume or web shooters or any of your other gadgets. You're just Izuku Midoriya today. Okay. Got it. Izuku replied as they both left his room, soon joining Himiko as she was drooling at the sight of the breakfast Inko had made. The sight made him chuckle before sitting beside her, the two soon chowing down. As they ate, Inko brought her own plate and began to talk to Himiko, asking what her likes and dislikes were. The girl didn't really respond at the start, both realizing she still hadn't fully opened up. But that was what today was for. They silently exchanged a glance, mother and son nodding to each other as they soon prepared themselves for the rest of the day. 2 hours or so later, slouched between two bunk beds at Feast, Shouta Aizawa believed his current mission was a wash. He had found he didn't like Feast. He understood its purpose, as charity is important, but he had found himself despising the people running the place. Granted, he wasn't one to like anybody, but he did not like the boss here. Gloria was something all underground heroes feared to see, one that can see through any disguise or motive. That alone was bad enough, but this place, unlike the second Feast location, had retired heroes, one of which that was currently glaring at him. Aizawa had been having a staring contest with him for a while, only to slouch back into a chair. The pro hero grumbled as he pulled out a gummy pack out of his pocket and ate one of them. I need some coffee, he thought as his eyes turned to the entrance of the main floor of Feast, waiting for what he had been told was younger help for Feast's soup kitchen today. I hate this, he mentally groaned as he saw Gloria walk into the kitchen. How did this happen? 1 hour ago. Aizawa slowly walked up to the front stairs of Feast, the man staring up at the building. He was in casual clothes, his usual scarf weapon not on his person due to him not needing it. At least, that was what he believed, as his last encounter with Feast's second location had made him realize he needed a different look. Despite being an underground hero, which by the very nature of the job made him almost anonymous, his capture weapon made him look like a hobo a little too much. That Feast location was convinced due to his looks along with the scarf that Aizawa was 20 years older than he actually was, and had led a life of misery that needed desperate help. It was humiliating on all levels, and Aizawa was pretty sure he would kill Nimiri or Hisashi if they ever found out. Thankfully, they hadn't, which meant he could keep his job at UA and do today's investigation. As such, he was wearing a basic yet semi-dirty shirt and jeans, his stubble and long hair being the only things that made him look a little like a hobo. He hoped that would be enough as he walked through the main doors into Feast. His eyes darted around, seeing a few people walk by. They were all what he expected, all either old or looked like they had been on hard times. As such, he closed the doors behind himself before walking into the main center, only for a voice to speak up. Hey. Aizawa turned to the noise, only to see a lady with a snake for a face walk up to him. Haven't seen you here before, she commented as she stopped right in front of him. The underground hero stared at her for a second, watching her slitted eyes glare at him before her tongue came out for a second as he responded, I'm here for a place to stay for the day. The snake lady's tongue retracted back into her mouth as she blinked at him. I see, she muttered before glancing down at his jeans, then back up at his shirt. Her fangs showed themselves for a second as she added, well, welcome to Feast. I'm Gloria, and I run the place. Who are you? Abaru. Aizawa responded as he watched Gloria glance him over again. Don't get irritated, he mentally told himself as he watched her continue to scan him. She's just doing her job. I just need to get in here and wait for Spider-Man to appear. Hopefully. But as he thought that, she stuck out her forked tongue again before saying, all right, we'll get you set up. Follow me. She walked past him into some nearby stairs, gesturing him to follow. The hero met her at half her pace, his eyes darting around as he tried to see if anyone young was here. As they reached the second floor, he stared out at the place, only to still see the same as he had walked into the place. That is, till Gloria pointed to a few people on the second floor, gesturing to them before opening a door. Come on in. Aizawa glanced back at her, now seeing she was walking into an office before looking back at the others she had gestured to. They were elderly men, one sporting a long beard while the other two had deep glares on their faces. Those stares alone made Aizawa feel a tiny bit of tension. There was strength behind those eyes, ones that were way past their prime, but still had something left in the tank. And as he entered the office, the trio followed, closing the door behind them as Aizawa saw Gloria sit behind a well-made desk. This is the true boss of Feast's office, but since I'm the current boss, I try to find uses for the place. No need for it to collect dust, Gloria commented as she gestured Aizawa to sit in front of the desk. The underground hero sat down at this, only for Gloria to lean over the desk and immediately asked, now, why don't you tell me why you're really here? The question instantly quieted the room. Aizawa had just sat down as she said it, the man just staring at her. He didn't flinch or make any sudden movements except a single blink. That alone was not enough for a tell, but he knew this wasn't going to go well. What do you mean? He instantly responded. Gloria let out a sigh at that. Seriously? She snapped her fingers, the three men behind Aizawa grabbing his shoulders as her forked tongue slithered out. I'll ask you one more time. Why are you really here? Aizawa felt the three hands gripping him. The hero still not flinching or showing any odd movement. What is this? Does she know who I am? I just walked in here, and I made sure the other feast location didn't figure out who I am. But after a few seconds of no response, Gloria spoke up again as she crossed her arms, not talking. All right, I'll ask a different question. Are you a villain or a cop? That made Aizawa almost flinch, the man now slightly glaring at her. What are you talking about? Gloria's slit eyes slightly rolled at this. Oh please, don't try to trick to me. I've told the police a dozen times now that there's nothing here. We've had them search this place over multiple times, and you're obviously one of them, or you're a villain. You think you're dressed as a hobo, which I will admit you're close, but you're still somewhat clean looking in certain places. That means you're an undercover cop since they have no idea how to disguise themselves, or you're a villain. And we don't take kindly to villains. One of the three behind him added, me and the boys here used to hunt your kind all the live long day. And even if you can take us, we'll make sure them youngster heroes get here as soon as possible. Another added, Gloria's ready to call them right now. Aizawa's eyes glanced back at them for a second, his mind telling him what was happening. Great. That's why she had these guys come in here. They're all retired heroes. He looked back at Gloria, seeing the glare on her face. This must be a reaction due to the Martin Lai situation. How annoying. And as the seconds ticked by, the man calculated his options. Dang it. What do I do here? He bit his lip at this. Should I show them my license? That might be my only way out of this. A minute passed at this, his hand slowly descending into his pants back pocket. This was seen by one of the retirees, glaring at him as he saw Aizawa put his fingers on his wallet. And as another half-minute passed, Aizawa let out a long sigh as he pulled out the wallet, all four staring at him as he put it on the desk before taking out a small card, groaning as he presented the object to the snake-headed woman. I'm a hero. The trio behind him raised eyebrows as Gloria took the card, her eyes scanning it over as she read aloud, Shota Aizawa, Pro Hero, Eraserhead. Her eyes went back up to him. Seriously? You? Aizawa growled at this, only for one of the retirees to take the card. He grunted as he looked the card over, the other two glancing over before giving it back to Aizawa. And as they did this, Gloria glanced up at them. Think it's real? One of them shrugged, not sure. He looked down at Aizawa. You spotlight or underground? Underground, Aizawa grumbled, feeling himself slightly sink into the chair. The four stared at each other, having a mental conversation before Gloria sighed as she gestured to them. They nodded to her, making her cross her arms as she glanced back at Aizawa. All right, they believe you. Aizawa just glared at her at that, making her ask, so, what do you want? A minute of silence followed this, Aizawa's eyes darting between Gloria and the others before muttering out, I'm looking for someone. I believe they may be here. Gloria's tongue slithered out at this, about to reply before Aizawa added, and before you say anything, what I'm looking for probably won't appear. I just have to make sure. This was responded with Gloria and the retired heroes all staring at him, the snake lady uncrossing her arms as she put her tongue back in. Okay. She did one small blink before saying, I'll let you stay here today, and only today. I'll make sure to tell the rest here that you're just visiting. Got it. Aizawa clicked his tongue at this, closing his eyes before sighing. Got it. The present. This is so annoying. He thought as he leaned back into a chair while rubbing his eyes. Why is every part of this Spider-Man case so annoying? Why did I agree to help Naomasa? Stop sneering. The retiree growled, making Aizawa glance up at him. What? Stop sneering. The retiree repeated before leaning down to Aizawa's level. I can tell you're disgusted by everything here. You wouldn't keep that scowl on your face if you didn't. Let me guess, this place not your scene? Prefer jumping into a bunch of fights or stalking people? You did say you were underground. TCH. Aizawa clicked his tongue as he glanced away. This is so annoying. He mentally repeated in his head, only to glance back at the rest of the main floor, only to see several people walking toward the kitchen. What's going on? The retired hero glanced away before replying. The Midoriyas are probably here. Midoriyas. The retiree nodded. Yeah. They're a family that helps out here, especially the son of the family. A son? I am looking for a teen. Better confirm their age. Aizawa bit his lip before asking, who is that? Izuku. The retiree glanced back at him. And don't you dare go near him. Aizawa faked raising an eyebrow, staring at the anger on the retired hero's face. May I ask why? 'Cause he's our future. He's a kid that wants to be a hero for the right reasons. Aizawa just kept his glare, making the retiree hiss. You see, he's not like you heroes of today that only do it for the money and fame. He wants to be a hero to help others, to put his life on the line to help and protect the weak. He leaned down in front of Aizawa's face. I'm guessing you don't know anything about that. Aizawa fought the urge to roll his eyes at this. I do. I'm underground. I actually do a hero's job. He glanced away at this. I go in and fight villains and recuse civilians. I don't have time for ego or the press. Yeah, right. And your so-called hero's job makes you investigate a homeless shelter. The retiree spat. Oh please, I know what you are. And what's that? The old hero pointed at him. You're just like me before I became a hero. I'm betting you couldn't care less about others until something bad happened to you or someone you cared about. And now you're a hero because of that bad thing that happened to you. Aizawa's head slowly looked back at the retiree, a glare in his eyes as the elder added. And now you act like a jerk with his head held up high and mighty, sneering at them as you think you're always right because you've seen the worst humanity has to offer. Am I wrong? Aizawa felt himself tense up at this, a bit of anger now rising as he glared at the old man. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, Aizawa's eyes scrunching up at this as his mind yelled at him, don't get into a fight. Remember why you're here. Yeah, that's what I figured. The retiree replied before leaning back. He stared at Aizawa for a bit, seeing the anger on the man's face, only to see it wasn't malicious, but just frustration. Listen, people like you. I get it. Aizawa interrupted. Trust me, I do. The Erasure hero looked back at him. I get that this place helps others. I'm just not one for charity. I prefer hard work as a goal. The elder shrugged at this. I get that. Still, I don't want you messing with Izuku. Why is that? Aizawa glanced back at the main floor, only to see a green-haired teen walk in with a blonde girl that looked slightly familiar to the man. That him? Yup. And that girl must be the one Gloria told us about. Who's that? The retiree shrugged again. No idea. Just that Mrs. Midoriya was bringing in another youngin to help. He glanced back at the two teens, glad to see Izuku's making friends. Poor kid needs them. He looks like the age that Spiderman could be. Around the height too. Is it him? Aizawa thought before he asked. He looks like your normal kid. He didn't have any friends before. No, the elder shook his head, though considering his circumstances, it unfortunately makes sense. What do you mean? The retiree glared at him at this, making Aizawa raise an eyebrow. What? Before I say anything, do you promise not to judge? Aizawa tilted his head slightly at this. Why are you asking that? Just agree or don't. Aizawa rolled his eyes again. Fine. I agree. He's quirkless. The two words hit Aizawa's ears, his brain taking that information before reflexively letting out a small groan. Shoot, it's not him. Spider-Man wouldn't be a quirkless after all. Maybe the rest of the younger help they mentioned earlier as his thoughts came to a stop as he saw the retiree glaring at him again. What? I heard that sigh. The elder got up from his seat at this. So, you think you can look down on him too? I wasn't. Actions speak louder than words, Yaunin. And that sigh means you look down on him just like everyone else. He reached down and grabbed Aizawa's collar, the pro-hero about to retaliate, only for another voice to speak up. What's going on over here? They both turned to see Gloria, her forked tongue sticking out a second later. Nothing good. The retiree responded. I was just telling him about Izuku and well, you can guess his reaction. I didn't mean. Shut it. The elder hissed, glaring back at Aizawa. I told you, I know exactly what you are. You think you can just look down on others because you think you've seen the worst. You're nothing but an arrogant. Aizawa grabbed the retiree's arm at this, his hair starting to levitate as his quirk was about to activate. Let go. Now. Oh yeah. And what are you gonna do, huh? The elder spat. I'm not afraid of you. I don't even need my quirk to handle a snot-nosed brat like you. The underground hero was about to respond, only for Gloria to grab the retiree's arm. His grip instantly loosened on Aizawa, both looking back at her again. She gave Aizawa a small glare before whispering, Tell me, have you found what you're looking for yet? No, I see, Gloria replied before glancing back at the elder hero, only to give him a key. Well, you're out of time. Take him out through the back door. What? Aizawa yelled, only to see the snake lady stare back at him. You're insulting my friend and making a ruckus. She pointed at him at this. I get you straight-laced heroes and cops think you can just waltz in here and run the show, but we're a family in here. We take care of our own, even when you decide to arrest one of us. I just asked a question. Aizawa barked. Why are you being so hostile over that? Because you instantly looked down on Izuku as soon as I told you the truth. The retiree instantly countered. I didn't do that. It was just a reflex. You reflexively look down on others. Gloria added, crossing her arms. Some hero you are. What? No, I didn't mean it like that. Well, it's too late to apologize. The retiree finished. You heard the lady. You're leaving. Now, he clenched Aizawa's collar again. If you want to investigate Feast, you're gonna do it outside. Wait out there so you can stalk your prey or whatever. He then began to drag the pro-hero to a door in the back of the main floor, Gloria glaring at the sight. And as this happened, Izuku walked up to Gloria and asked, What's going on? She glanced down at him. Don't worry about it. It was just an unruly newcomer. Turns out, they don't need our help. Oh, yup. She put her hand on Izuku's shoulder. Now come on, help me introduce Toga to the people here. Izuku nodded at this. Sure. Aizawa found himself shoved out of the building a minute later, the man slightly stumbling as the door was closed on him after this. Letting out a long groan, he shook his head. Stupid homeless shelters. Stupid Spider-Man. Why are my investigations in places like this? He put his hands in his pockets. Guess I'll have to find somewhere to watch this place with a keen eye. Maybe Spider-Man's civilian identity comes here later in the day. He rubbed his chin at this. Guess my luck's not good today. His other hand fiddled in his pocket, only to feel something. He pulled something out, only to go wide-eyed at the sight. Power loader's tracker. I totally forgot about it. He turned it on, pointing at the building he had just left. Only for no signal. Nothing. Figures. Still, that doesn't mean Spider-Man will come. I probably gotta wait. The man thought as he walked away, crossing the street from the building before finding a small alleyway, using some stairs on it to climb to the roof. Blasted vigilante. I can't believe I have to do this. And as he reached the roof, he stared at the feast building. And began to wait. A few minutes ago, Himiko shivered as she stared up at the building in front of her. She had just gone shopping with Inko and Izuku, the duo helping her with new clothes, and were now at the front stairs of Feast. The sight made her heart go into her stomach, fear obvious on her face as Inko turned to her and saw her expression. The woman put a hand on the girl's shoulder, making her glance up as Inko said, "Don't worry, everyone in here is super friendly." Yeah, Izuku added, "They're all about helping each other here." Himiko didn't stop shivering despite hearing that. She didn't exactly like the word help, as it usually meant things that weren't helpful if she was honest. But she knew these two were different. She still didn't fully understand how, but she knew Izuku and Inko were well, they actually meant help. That alone was something she never expected. And as she stared at the building, Inko gestured to take her hand, only for the girl to shake her head. Nodding at this, Inko went in front of the two, both following as they went up those steps. They soon reached the double doors, Izuku walking ahead to open them for the two, Inko smiling at him before they went inside. "Inko!" exclaimed a voice belonging to a certain snake-headed lady. All three turned to see Gloria, Toga's eyes widening just a little. She had been told about Gloria, but the sight was still a tiny bit unnerving just due to the look of the snake head. "Gloria," Inko giggled before the two shared a small hug. And as the embrace ended, she gestured to the girl beside her. "This is Himiko Toga, the one I was telling you about before." "I see." Gloria's mouth slightly curved upward before presenting a hand. "Nice to meet ya. I'm Gloria. I basically run this place." Hi. Toga responded as she reached out and shook the hand, noticing it was a calm, firm grip. "I have a feeling we'll get along just fine." Gloria chuckled before turning to Izuku. "Hey Squirt, about time you showed your mug around here again. We've been missing you." "Yeah, sorry about that." Izuku replied, I've been busy." "I figured." Gloria cackled before reaching over and rubbing his hair, the teen slightly flinching. The sight made Toga let out a tiny giggle, only for Gloria to turn and put a hand on her shoulder. "So, wanna see what Feast is all about?" "Don't worry, everyone here is super chill." I guess so. Don't worry." Inko chimed in, making Toga turn to her. "I'll be with you." As for Izuku, she glanced over at Gloria. "Got any work for him to do?" Izuku glared at his mother as Gloria responded, "Not yet." She turned back to Izuku. "If you don't mind, go check in with Wands. He's starting up the kitchen right now, but he might need some help." "You don't mind, do you?" "No, I don't mind," Izuku replied before walking away, Toga watching him go. Seeing this, Gloria's forked tongue slithered out of her mouth for a second before saying, "He's a good kid, isn't he?" Toga glanced back up at her. "I know. He helps bring sunshine in here all the time." "Really?" "Yup." Gloria nodded. "Now, let's introduce you to some of our residents." The snake lady then gestured Toga and Inko to follow her upstairs, as they had a few residents up there at the moment. As this happened, Izuku went to the kitchen and talked to Wands, helping him move a few boxes around. It wasn't long till he was finished, which was the exact same time Inko and Toga walked into the kitchen. But as they strode in, Gloria turned to the main floor room and saw a certain retired hero having a scuffle with the hero from this morning. "I'll be right back," Gloria told them as she left the kitchen, Inko introducing Toga to who worked in the kitchen while Izuku decided to slowly follow Gloria. He watched as she talked to one of the elders and some hobo-looking person, only to see them kick the guy out. After this, he asked her what was going on, only to be told that it was a newcomer causing problems. After this, they went back to the kitchen, Izuku now seeing his mom teaching Toga how to cook up some soup. He watched with a smile as he saw Toga be really interested in helping. The sight made Gloria giggle, only to pull out her phone before tapping Izuku's shoulder. He glanced up at her as she said, "Your Raka just texted me. We're about to get some more help." "Oh, yeah, mind helping me greet them?" I'll need you and the boys she's bringing to move some stuff outside." "Sure." Izuku nodded before they made their way to the entrance. And as they did this, Izuku thought back to his last encounter with Uraraka, which seemed like a lifetime ago now despite it just being a few days. "So much has happened and I barely talked to her after asking to be her friend." He glanced down at this. I really don't know how to be a good friend, do I? It's been such a long time since I've had one." And as that thought went through Izuku's head, his eyes went back to the kitchen, seeing his mother guide Himiko around. The sight made him smile again before looking ahead, the two going through the front of Feast. As they got outside, the duo instantly saw a group walking up to the building. At the front was Uraraka with Tsuyu and Ida beside her. Right behind them was Mina, who was talking to what looked like a floating tank top and shorts, and behind them was Kirishima talking to a black-haired boy with elbows that had big cylinder-like things on them. "Guess we're getting plenty of help today," Gloria commented. Izuku blinking at the two newcomers. "Cool quirks. One is invisible and that other. I wonder what those elbows can do. It looks like some kind of dispenser," or Izuku thought as stars shined in his eyes, only to shake his head. "No, don't nerd out. You'll look like some creepy quirk stalker like Kakin always said you were." Closing his eyes and taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes to see Uraraka run up the stairs first. "Hey Gloria, hey Midoriya." "Hey girl," Gloria replied, her snake tongue slipping out for a second as she turned to the two newcomers. "Got some new friends with you, huh?" "Yup," Uraraka responded as the rest of the group went up the stairs, the girl waving her hand at them. "We're all here to help." "Nice," Gloria chuckled before waving at the new two. "Hey there, I'm Gloria. And before you ask, just call me Gloria. I'm the boss around here. Welcome to Feast." "Hiya, I'm Toru Hagakure," the invisible girl exclaimed, her clothes wiggling around. The boy with big elbows pointed at himself. "And I'm Hantashiro." "Nice to meet ya," Gloria replied before pointing at the teen beside her. "This here is Izuku Midoriya. Despite what he looks like, he's the helpful muscle around here." Izuku giving a short wave at this, the teen seeing the Zero boy look him over, not sure if the other was also doing the same thing due to her being invisible. And as this happened, Gloria sighed and rubbed the back of her head. "Hate to say it, but you're all a bit early. But we also need to get some stuff done." "That is perfectly fine," Ida chimed in, chopping the air at the same time. "We understand that you are very busy, just like Mr. Lai." "Who's that?" Zero asked. "He's the one that created and owns Feast." Ida instantly responded. "He is a truly inspiring man. He's also not here today due to other stuff," Gloria added, the group glancing back at her. Though they didn't notice it, Izuku saw the slight twitch in her eyes. "But don't worry about that." She directed her eyes on Ochako. "Say Uraraka, you don't mind me borrowing the boys here to help us get some stuff ready, do you?" She glanced over at the three, Ida nodding as Kirishima and Zero both gave thumbs up before looking back at Gloria. "No, I don't think they mind." "Cool. The rest of you can go inside and introduce yourselves." She turned to the boys. "Ready to help us get this soup kitchen set up?" "Of course," Ida exclaimed. "Sounds manly," Kirishima added. "Let's do it." "Nice. Follow me," Gloria commented as she directed the boys to follow her, the rest going inside the building. "Great ... just great." Aizawa mentally moaned to himself as he saw a certain group of very familiar teens walk into Feast. They were led by Ochako Uraraka, which meant Nezu's warning was right on the money. He couldn't get close now, as his own students would blow his cover, especially Ito or Ashido. As such, he stared at the building as all the teens disappeared inside. The underground hero reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small device. Tapping it a few times, he found it didn't respond. No signal. "That means Spiderman's not here," Aizawa muttered as he laid back for a second, rubbing his temple as he growled. "Spiderman ... Why does everything involve him?" Emiko Toga had never felt like this before. Granted, she had noticed that had been happening a lot these past few days, but today was a totally different experience. She had been told all her life that her quirk made her a monster, that she wasn't normal and needed to be turned into normal. But now she was here, surrounded by people that just accepted her. They didn't ask if she was weird or not normal or flinched at her fangs. There was nothing like that. And she could tell that the people here in Feast were kinda like her, rejected by society or down on their luck, though they were also much older. Despite that though, she was surprised at how accepting they were. And then came in a group of girls her age. That sight made her want to shrink into a corner of the room. And before she could even attempt to do such a thing, Inko put her hand on the girl's shoulder, making her turn and see a giant warm smile on the woman's face. "Don't worry," Inko whispered, "I'm here." Emiko blinked at her before showing a tiny smile, silently saying thank you before facing the girls walking into the kitchen. Her body tensed a little at the sight, her mind going between fear and calm, only to see a big grin on a chestnut-haired girl's face as she walked up to them. "Hi Miss Midoriya." Who's this? Hello Uraraka. This is Himiko Toga. Someone me and Izuku are currently trying to help out. Inko replied with a big smile on her face while patting Toga's shoulder. She then glanced down at the girl. Don't worry, these girls are as nice as they come. They won't bite. Inko looked back at the group. Though who's the new girl? Haya, Untoru Hagakure. The invisible girl replied, her clothes doing several exaggerated motions. Himiko blinked at the sight, now staring at the girls. They all smiles, well except the invisible one, but considering how she was acting, Toga was pretty sure she was smiling too. And the smiles they were like the people she had just met. Kind smiles, ones that didn't judge or deceive. The sight made her think only one thing. Why couldn't I have met people like them back at my old school? Inko could see that was what she was thinking, only to pat her on the shoulder again. Himiko glanced up at her, seeing that usual smile. The sight made her grin back before turning to the girls. Hello, I'm Himiko Toga. The girls all smiled at this, Uraraka replying, hi there. I'm Achako Uraraka. She presented her hand to be shook. Nice to meet you. Himiko stared at the hand, feeling her whole body shake for just a second, only to take it. Well, Shiro commented as he saw Izuku lift a pile of tables and chairs and balance them with ease. I know, right? Kirishima whispered to him, and he says he's quirkless. Well, Shiro repeated as they watched Izuku put the pile down and begin to give ear to the chairs as he quickly unfolded them. As this happened, Shiro and Kirishima were moving around the small tables Feast usually had at their front steps. They had just moved the last one. The duo now staring at Izuku as he quickly set up the tables. All right, boys, that's good. Gloria chimed in as she walked up to the four. Thanks for getting this set up so quickly. No problem at all. Ada responded as he did a chopping motion. The others chuckled at this, Gloria shaking her head before saying, I'd say I also need your help bringing in the food supplies, but they haven't arrived yet. She pulled out her phone. They should be here in the next half hour, so I guess you guys can relax. That's cool. We totally understand. Kirishima replied, the other three nodding. He then pointed to the Feast building. Come on, Shiro. Let's introduce you to Feast. They're all cool here. Agreed, Ada exclaimed. Though it is a shame we cannot introduce you to Mr. Lai today. Izuku slightly flinched at that, only for Ada to ask Gloria, do you know why he is not here today? Gloria clicked her tongue at this. It's business. She did a small sigh. Sorry, it's not something I can talk about. I see. Ada nodded, the group soon walking back into the building. As they did this, Izuku thought back to that night, that fight between him and Mr. Negative. The memory then switched to Tombstone, the villain that he couldn't a thing against. It was as if he was stuck fighting walls or things he didn't want to fight. Gran Torino was right. This is some rabbit hole I went into, he thought as he entered the building, his eyes staring down at the floor. And I don't have a thing to show for it but a bunch of beatings and making things worse for Feast. And just as his thoughts came to a stop as he glanced back up, only to see Himiko Toga, the girl who was technically a villain a few days ago. Smiling, she showed nothing but happiness as he saw her talking to the girls of UA. He blinked at the sight, only to feel a smile appear on his face. Before him was something he had done. A girl had been saved, something he never thought he would ever be able to do before the spider bite. He thought he was doomed to a life of misery, all because of how he was born. Born without power, that is, till another thought entered his head. You'll never be hero. You're just a worthless pebble. Izuku felt his right hand reflexively grab his left arm, making him shiver as he closed his eyes. He shook on the spot, biting his lip as he thought, no, I'm not worthless. I'm just not there yet. He took a deep breath at this. I've got a long way to go. As he stood there, Inko watched the group interact with Gloria and Himiko, only to walk out onto the main floor of the building. But as this happened, she glanced back at her son, seeing him just stand there. The sight made her shake her head before walking up to him, grabbing his shoulder. He flinched at the touch, only to glance up at her. What's wrong? She asked. He glanced away at this. Sorry. Izuku, Inko replied, putting her other hand on his other shoulder. What's wrong? I was just thinking about Mr. Lai. She blinked at this, only for him to add, it is my fault he's not here today. It's not your fault, she instantly responded. But, it's not, she interrupted. You made a choice, and you followed through it. Don't regret that. He tried to say, only to bite his lip. He knew she was right, even though his mind kept telling him otherwise. Okay, sorry I've been like this. It's fine, she chuckled before patting him. Now come on, let's go have some fun with everyone before the kitchen needs to be set up. He nodded back, okay. Izuku's face slowly got its smile back as he rejoined the group with his mother. They found that Himiko got along with the girls very quickly, both surprised at the big grin on her face. The two had only known her for a few days, but there was this constant paranoia and nervousness on her face. But not now. She looked happy. It was a soft, small happy, but it was still there. The girls were all giggling at something. The sight making Inko turned to Izuku and whispered to him, She told him she would stay with Himiko while he goes with the boys. As such, Izuku walked over to Ida, Kirishima, and Shiro. He found the three were discussing what they thought would think their classes would be doing. Izuku wanted to ask what they were, only to find Kirishima changing the subject and asking Izuku into an arm wrestling match. He wanted to reject the idea, but then the girls overheard this and Izuku found everyone pushing him into it. This was followed by a few of the residents coming over to help, soon setting up a small table for the two. And as Izuku sat down with Kirishima on the other side, several residents began making bets, only for Inko and Gloria to make them stop. As such, Izuku stared at the UA student, his mind racing. Do I throw this? Then again, I don't know how strong Kirishima is. I mean, he's a UA student. They've probably already helped him become a super strong hero in training. H.I.S took a deep breath at this, soon resting his elbow on the table, Kirishima doing the same. Their hands soon grasped each other's, Izuku's eyes darting around as he saw that everyone was now staring at them. Sweat began to form at this, the teen's eyes slowly going back to Kirishima, only to see a giant grin on his face. Ready? He asked. Sure. Izuku slowly replied, gulping a second later. A third hand landed onto of the two, both teens turning to see Gloria. Keep it clean, you two. Ready? They both nodded back, making her stick her tongue out before lifting her hand. Then begin. Yeah, Kirishima roared as he instantly pushed against Izuku's hand. The teen quickly felt the pressure, his arm flexing backward. Izuku went wide-eyed at this, his arm tensing up as he felt Kirishima start to push his hand down. And as he felt this, Izuku's hand clenched up, his grip tightening as well. Kirishima felt this and seemed to flinch, his eyes going wide as he saw Izuku's face switch from uncertainty to showing a tiny bit of edge. And as he felt this, Kirishima grinned back before pushing down even more. But as he tried to do this, he saw he couldn't move Izuku. It was like he was suddenly pushing against a wall. There wasn't even a hint of making Izuku budge, making the UA student go wide-eyed again only to feel his hand begin to be pushed back. Everyone watched as Izuku slowly pushed against Kirishima, their hands soon going back to the starting position only for Kirishima's to start faltering back. The student grit his teeth at this, his face tensing up as he kept trying to push back. But as he did this, Izuku continued to push him, Kirishima finding himself unable to make Izuku budge even a tiny bit. Come on, Kiri. Ashido chimed in, you can do it. I'm trying, Kirishima replied with a grunt. Gah. He began to glare at Izuku. You're really strong. Those words hit Izuku's ears and made him almost flinch. Strong, me. The thought almost made him stop as he then thought, oh yeah, I still keep forgetting what I can do now. He stared down at his hand, seeing Kirishima start to push him back before looking up at the UA student. A look of fierce determination was on his face, making Izuku's change to one as well. He's trying so hard. I should try too. As this happened, Kirishima watched Izuku's expressions, seeing him show a look of confusion when he said Izuku was strong. The sight baffled the hero student. Pure shock on his face as he saw an expression that showed Izuku didn't know his own strength. But then it changed, Izuku now showing determination for the first time. And with a push, Kirishima felt the back of his hand hit the table. Bam! Whoa! Kirishima gasped as he felt his hand hit the table, only for the whole place erupt in cheers. Izuku instantly let go at this, the teen staring at his hand as Kirishima raised his own hand and flexed it. Yow ... that was rough. Oh, I'm sorry, Izuku whispered out, only to see Kirishima shine a big grin at this. Don't apologize. That was super manly. He then patted Izuku's shoulder. You win, man. That was awesome. Yeah, Shiro chimed in, that was great. The others began to congratulate Izuku, the teen just sitting there in slight shock. Multiple people caught on to this. There was Tsuyu, who saw the shock on his face, making her put her finger to her chin. She could see it in his expression, one she understood more deeply than others. This was what happened to someone bullied a lot. They didn't believe in themselves at all. That's what she gathered from this. Another was Uraraka. She saw the shock on Izuku's face and remembered her thoughts about the last time she talked to him. It was before the festival, where she saw him almost have what looked like a panic attack in just trying to ask her to be friends. The sight made her feel nothing but sadness, as she knew she should have tried a bit harder in being his friend. Instead, the festival and internships had distracted her like a whirlwind, one that showed her just how hard things were going to be in her future. I need to do better, she thought as she watched Izuku. I don't want anyone to act like that. I want to be a hero that makes sure everyone smiles. She then glanced down at her hands, only to see a small bit of what looked like pink lightning appeared on it, making her shove her hands into her pant pockets, her eyes darting around to make sure no one saw that. And then there was Inko, who just stared at her son sitting there, making her sigh. Even now, he's still like this. Himiko saw it was well before turning to Inko, soon seeing a giant frown on Inko's face as the mother thought, it's all my fault. I should have paid more attention to him. Instead, I ignored it for over a decade and now he thinks he can't do anything. Even with all that power that Spider gave him, all because of that school and that bully. I'm such a horrible mother. She shook her head at this. No, I told him I'd be there for him. I need to be stronger. For him. Himiko looked back at Izuku, watching him look stunned at all the praise. She just blinked at the sight, now remembering when Izuku revealed himself to her. He had shown her his secret, only to tell her that he was just like her, one rejected by others, even when he got something that would no longer let him be rejected. And now, he was acting just like her, shocked at how others could just accept him. The whole sight was almost humbling in a way, showing just how much others had done to them. The sight confirmed it for her. She liked Feast, and she liked being here, being around those rejected by society, and yet still trying to do good. I want that too, to be able to do good like Izuku. She thought, I wonder ... what I could do to get that. But as she watched the scene, Gloria looked down at her phone, only to speak up a second later. All right everyone, enough games. I just got a text that the main supplies are just a few blocks away. Let's get moving. Yes ma'am, the group of teens replied, Himiko feeling a hand pat her shoulder. She turned to Cienko, the woman's frown gone as she smiled at the girl. Come on, you can help me in the kitchen. The soup kitchen soon went into full swing. The boys went out of the building and helped bring the supplies in as Inko directed the girls in the kitchen with the exception of Uraraka, who decided to help the boys out thanks to her quirk. As such, they got things moving quickly, soon fixing up the whole area for the kitchen and amassing a small crowd to feed. It wasn't long till a few hours passed, soon reaching lunchtime for the group. Seeing the time pass, they soon sat down at a table and began to eat. And as they did this, Izuku began to ask them about UA. However, he found that the responses were mixed. Ito would declare that it was a great institution that defied expectations, as every day was different. Kirishima and Shiro said they loved the physical classes, though also said that the regular education classes were way too much. Ashido and Hagakure also agreed with them, saying it was too much at times. However, it was different from Tsuyu and Uraraka. The frog girl bluntly admitted that the classes weren't what she expected, but also questioned why their teachers seemed to disagree with the school at times, Uraraka agreeing. As such, Izuku asked, What do you mean by your teacher not liking classes? It's not really like that. Tsuyu replied, It's more on that Aizawa-sensei seems to think the only thing that matters is the theoretical part. That and he loves to lie to us. Lie. Izuku responded. Your teacher lies to you. Inko added, the woman having only been half paying attention to the conversation. Well, I wouldn't say that. Ida chimed in as he pushed his glasses up his nose. He likes to do what he calls logical ruses, which are basically just lies. Tsuyu bluntly added, like, 2 days ago he had us do a rescue exercise where he had to save 10 civilians, only to fail us because the rescue mission actually had 15 civilians, which he didn't tell us about. He said it was a case of there could always be more people in need of help and then made us do the exercise again, only to fail us again because we weren't fast enough, saying we should always be faster because disasters aren't fair. Izuku, Inko and Himiko flinched at this, only for Uraraka to add, and don't forget the first day. He forced us to do a quirk test and expelled the student that came in last just to motivate us to do our best. Really? Your teacher just ... got rid of a student on day 1? Inko gasped. Yeah, Uraraka nodded. I mean, I didn't exactly think the best of the guy, but... She turned to the others at this. I don't know. I thought it was overkill. No kidding, Kirishima added. It was not manly. Aizawa-sensei acted like he enjoyed doing that though. Tsuyu chimed. Oh my ... this Aizawa sounds awful. Inko commented. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna do something like that to motivate you, wouldn't it better to just offer a reward or something? Izuku adding, the student group all frowning at this. They weren't sure if he was right, only for Izuku to continue, can't believe Eraserhead is like that. Almost all the students glanced back at him. Who? Ashido asked while tilting her head. Eraserhead. Izuku repeated before glancing over at Ochako. Uraraka told me about him before. Your teacher is Eraserhead, an underground hero. Really? Aizawa-sensei is a hero. Hagakure gasped. He didn't know. Izuku asked, only to see multiple shaking of heads. Not at all. Ida replied while chopping the air. To be honest, I thought our teacher was the only UA faculty that wasn't a hero. I never suspected he was underground, though it does make sense. Shiro added while crossing his arms. I mean, he does seem to be the type to be an underground hero. Oh, he's famous in underground circles. Izuku responded. Eraserhead is known for multiple arrests with his scarf weapon and quirk-canceling eyes. That sounds like him, Uraraka commented. Though I can't imagine him making others feel safe. Wait, quirk-canceling eyes? Himiko asked, her first time speaking up in the conversation. Izuku nodded back. Yeah, his quirk allows him to cancel others' quirks. That's why he's called Eraserhead. Himiko blinked at him. So ... he can just cancel someone's quirk. Izuku nodded again, only for Himiko to add, sounds like UA doesn't trust you with your quirks then. that made everyone turn to her, some wide-eyed as Himiko saw their reactions. What? What did I say? You just Uraraka tried to reply. You just said our school doesn't trust us. Suyu bluntly interrupted, only to put her finger to her chin again. Well, why would they have a teacher like that if they did trust you with your quirks? Himiko continued as the students all shared a glance. How does that help you be heroes if they can just cancel your quirks? The group stared back at her, making the girl flinch. Before she knew it, she began tripping on her words as she said, sorry. I didn't mean to make you all mad. They all stared at each other again, now seeing the frowns on their faces. Seeing this, Uraraka shook her head before smiling at Himiko. We're not mad. We were just surprised. At least, I think most of us were. Her smile widened as she added, please don't think we were mad. Yeah, we totally weren't. Ashido chimed, you just caught us off guard. Oh okay. Himiko replied, only to glance away. Sorry, I'm not the biggest fan of heroes. She flinched at her own words, her eyes now staring holes into the table. She could feel the judgmental stares, her ears ready to hear how she shouldn't think that. That's perfectly fine, Ida exclaimed, making Himiko go wide-eyed before glancing up at the group. There she saw nothing but smiles as Ida continued. I of all people know that not everyone is cut out for heroics, and that includes liking them. Yeah, Kirishima nodded. There were a ton of students at my old school that didn't care for heroes. I totally get ya. Himiko blinked at them, shock now on her face. The sight made the students almost flinch, surprised that one little statement would affect her so much. Seeing this, Ashido spoke up, let's change subjects. She pulled out her phone at this. I've been asking around in our class, and we've decided to do a meetup at the Kiyashi Ward Mall tomorrow. She pointed at Izuku and Himiko. Do you two want to join? The mall. Izuku barely replied. Yup, Ashido giggled. I've been setting it up because the class totally needs a break, but that doesn't mean it just has to be our class. You two want to come hang out with us tomorrow? Izuku and Himiko shared a glance, only for Inko to chime in, sorry to say, but Himiko can't join you tomorrow. Huh, why not? Himiko stared at Inko, only for realization to appear on her face. Oh yeah, I gotta go down to the station tomorrow. Yes, Inko sighed, sorry to say, but me and her have to fill out a bunch of paperwork over her current living situation. I don't know how long it'll take, but we have to do it tomorrow. If it turns out quicker than we think, I might be able to get Himiko to you. That's fine, Ashido responded while waving a hand before turning to Izuku. How about you? Izuku turned to his mother, only to see her nod. He did a slight gulp at this before looking back at Ashido. Sure. I would love to. Awesome, Ashido cheered, the rest all shining smiles before they began to talk about other things. It wasn't long till they finished their lunch and began to clean up the soup kitchen. And as they did this, they continued to do small talk, and Ko found she was so happy at the sight of Izuku and Himiko opening up to others their age. Meanwhile, the longest groan escaped Aizawa's mouth as he walked back to his apartment. He had decided hours ago that today was a wash. He had wasted hours of his life on nothing, just sitting inside a stupid homeless shelter and then sitting outside of the shelter because of a bunch of elders that decided he wasn't hero material. Then, he saw his students do a bunch of charity, which was a heroic act, but it also irritated him that they were showing more initiative doing that than doing their schoolwork. But it was what the retired heroes said that made him extra angry. I'm not a hero. What a joke. Those old farts don't know what they talking about. I bet they spent one day as a hero and nothing else. He thought as he got to the street just across from the apartment building. They're just like my class, a bunch of arrogant snots that think heroics is a game. Maybe I should just expel my class. They all deserve it since they all don't take heroics seriously. He let out a growl as he pressed a button to walk across the street. Yeah, I should expel them. That would give me a break. Then I could finally get some sleep. As that thought went through his head, he continued to grumble as a new one entered his mind. Who am I kidding? I'm stuck on this stupid case. Stupid Spider-Man. This is all his fault. I wish we could just catch him and throw him jail already. Though knowing the rat, Nezu will want to do something else with him. That's gonna cause me a headache and a half. And as he crossed the street, he felt his pocket shake. A second later, he pulled out his phone and sighed at the caller's name. Tapping it, he put the device up to his ear. Nezu. Hello Aizawa. Tell me, how has today been? Awful. I want to quit the case. There was a 2-second pause before Nezu replied. That bad. But you never quit a case. What happened? Did you not find anything? I didn't. Aizawa grumbled. There's nothing. I wasted an entire day on nothing. Again, Nezu blinked at this. I see. No names or anything. No suspects at Feast, and Power Loader's device didn't work either. I didn't find anything. I see. Aizawa could hear him take a smoke. Another dead end. A shame, but typical with this case. Another moment passed before Nezu added. Still, I expect a full report over your endeavors today. Even if you found nothing, I can perhaps find something. I know. I'll get it to you tomorrow. Aizawa moaned as he got to his apartment's door and took out a key. Is that everything? Yes, though I must ask, did you seriously not meet anyone that had the age or anything we're looking for? The probability is very high. I called in ahead to feast, and they told me they were doing an event today. Aizawa turned the key, but didn't open the door as he thought about today. The face of a certain green-haired teen entered his head, only to be reminded he was the reason he got kicked out of the building. The thought made him growl. Well, I did meet one that could meet the description, he hissed, but I determined it couldn't be him. Oh, what's his name? It doesn't matter, Aizawa replied. Trust me. Oh, come now, Aizawa. You of all people know that I can use any information. At least tell me the name. I'm serious, Nezu. It's pointless. The kid has no potential. Aizawa opened the door at this, letting out a groan. Also, I'm going to expel my entire class. I'm tired of waiting on them to figure out how unfair the world is to a hero. There was a tiny bit of edge in Nezu's voice as he responded, Aizawa. Nezu, I'm done. I'm done with this case. I'm done with this class, and Aizawa, if you don't give me anything, I will take away your expelling privileges. You can't do that. Aizawa slammed the door behind himself. If you do that, I'll quit. Then I'll give your class to present Mike and Midnight. Aizawa's eyes twitched at this. He grit his teeth. Those two morons will get those kids killed. Aizawa ... You're not expelling your class because this case is going bad. You're also not off the case until you give me your report. Now, give me something, or else. The underground hero let out a long sigh. His name is Izuku Midoriya. The sound of police van back doors slamming rang out as a pair of officers shut them. One of two began to lock the doors as the other spun and saluted a hero. Thank you, Death Arms. We couldn't have caught these guys without you. It's no problem. Death Arms replied as he walked up and stared into the tiny police van window, sneering as he saw the man inside. It was a thug with a thick blocky chin, brownish-reddish hair with a bulky frame. But that wasn't his most defining feature, but rather his oval-like ears and a big black pointed horn coming right off his nose. He had his eyes closed, slumped down with cuffs locking his hands. Don't look like much now, does he? The hero commented as he looked away from the window. The other officers glancing inside. True, but it's hard to tell with villains these days. We already shook him down and confirmed he's got nothing on him, so we should be good. One of the officers replied as the other walked around the van. Thanks again, Death Arms. The hero nodded back. Just be careful with him. The guy put up quite a good fist fight, but he also said he couldn't go all out or something like that. We'll be fine. The officer responded as he waved the hero off. Death Arms running down the street a second later, and as the cop walked to the passenger seat for the van, the thug inside the van opened his eyes. He let out a low growl before leaning down, the sound of his cuffs shaking as he reached for his shoes. A hiss left his mouth as the cuffs pulled him back a bit, as they were chained to the side of the van, but his fingers reached the edge of the shoe before pulling something out. It was a small vial with a plunger, along with a thin metal needle that he put on the end. A grin appeared on his face as he held the needle up to his shoulder, stuck the needle in and pushed the plunger down. A small bit of beef dangled in Izuku's mouth as he stared at his computer's monitor. His eyes glazed over several pictures, all of them being the maps of Lai's secret room. He had just gone over the one that had shown the district where Lai thought Tombstone was, which according to what Izuku had painfully found out, Lai was mostly on the money in terms of location. The piece of food was chomped between teeth at this, soon going down his throat as he closed the pictures. Izuku leaned back in his chair at this while taking out a notebook, staring at a page over what he had on Kingpin, which was barely anything, just the name and the locations he had found in Lai's papers. Kingpin, whoever or whatever this is, Mr. Lai was after it. But there's nothing else. He put the notebook on the desk and put his hands behind his head. Tombstone didn't give me anything either, though I wasn't expecting anything from that than just a fight. He glanced back at the notebook before staring at the monitor, putting his hand on the mouse as he clicked a few times. A web browser opened up, showing an account that was subscribed to a certain individual, Gentle Criminal. Izuku had saw that the villain had recently uploaded 2 new videos, which he had watched, but found nothing from them, just the usual antics from the villain. The teen took his notebook in his hands again, switching to the pages over Gentle Criminal. He bit his lip at this before reaching for a plate of food, taking another piece of beef and some chopsticks before putting it in his mouth. Maybe I should go for Gentle Criminal next. I mean, I still have nothing on Kingpin, and I have no idea where to start. I do have a bunch of locations thanks to Mr. Lai's notes, but Izuku gulped down the bit of food. I still feel like I'm missing something. He glanced back at the monitor and began watching a Gentle Criminal video, seeing the guy make a performance over a supermarket selling expired food. It's so weird. These videos make him seem so harmless, he thought as he took a sip of water. But then the heroes come and he beats them up, so he has to be dangerous. He leaned back in his chair again. And I don't know where he is either, he thought aloud before reaching over and grabbing his Spiderman mask, staring at it for a second. Maybe I should just do a small patrol today. I'll go hunting tomorrow. His eyes turned to the clock on the monitor. After all, I got another hour or so before the meeting at the mall. He grinned at this before putting the mask over his head. Good thing I can get there lickety-split as Spider-Man. 3 completely smoked cigarettes sat in an ashtray as the sound of keyboard keys rang out. 2 white paws continued to stroke over a keyboard as the quirked stoat known as Nezu stared at a computer screen with a grin on his face. On the viewing panel was a long document, one he had been working on for quite a while. It was a paper that was part of a folder of files, all on his investigation of Spider-Man. He considered it to be one of his favorite cases now, as it was so rare to have something elude him for so long. But despite this, he was writing the last bits of this document before switching to a new one. This new paper was over his first full suspect, something he had never found on this case till now, Izuku Midoriya. When Aizawa mentioned the name, the stoat didn't really know anything about him. The fact he was quirkless meant that Aizawa probably thought he wasn't worth looking into. The man only sees talent, and those who don't have it are just trash to be expelled in his eyes. It was a nasty habit Nezu didn't like from the man, but Aizawa did have the qualifications. However, it was this Izuku Midoriya that was his main focus now, and what the stoat had looked up had not disappointed him. In fact, they were everything he was looking for in terms of the profile he had created. Nezu's profile stated the vigilante had to be someone who both had a passion for heroics, but also believed the world was against them. A quirkless is perfect for this kind of mentality, but that wasn't just it. For in that moment, Nezu pulled up a video on his screen, the UA support exam. The stoat watched the entire support exam, something he hadn't done in a few years. In terms of the UA exams, heroics was what Nezu concentrated on. He had spent days watching this year's heroic exams, trying to find what had gone wrong, seeing if he could find Spider-Man in the hundreds of applicants. That very fact made the stoat even more excited, as most cases never have him waste so much time. That meant this was a true puzzle if it could trick him for so long. As for the support exams, he had always trusted Power Loader with it, as the support division was essentially run by the support hero, and the man had the perfect eye for talent and hard work. Nezu would know when Power Loader had a genius or prodigy, as they would make a big splash, but it was something he never really had much to do with unless it concerned increasing security. Otherwise, Power Loader ran everything for the support exam with simple yet well-defined strength. That changed here, as the stoat watched the exam with a dedicated eye. He kept the video at the slowest speed, trying to see every frame he could as he watched Izuku work, and it was here that he could see why Power Loader rejected him. Midoriya seemed distracted, distraught and unable to concentrate. To the untrained eye, it would look like it was someone who wasn't taking it seriously, but Nezu knew better. Something was wrong with the teen, something that even though he could read the teen's face, it wasn't enough to explain what was happening. Instead, he continued to watch as Izuku did the exam, fumbling several times as he seemed to be creating some tiny device. He had seen on the teen's profile that he had put down he specialized in small gadgets, which would run with the spider gadget Nezu had given to Power Loader. His financial situation also fit, something that made Nezu even more excited. After all, someone in that kind of situation still wants to be a hero, even without the pay. Truly something unique. And then it happened. The moment Nezu had watched before, but this time he slowed it down even more. The camera angles he had weren't perfect, but the stoat zoomed in the screen and saw it. A tiny spark, one that appeared on Izuku's arm and slowly went up to his hand. The expression on the teen's face showed he had no idea it was happening. But that was even more evidence as the spark went all the way up ... and zapped the poor boy. Nezu paused the video at that moment and pulled up a few more images, these showing Spider-Man at a bank and using his electric powers there. Another showed him using it at the gang war that happened during the sports festival. A third showed him zap the bank robber that had created a giant snake illusion. All were the same as the one at the UA support exam. The sparks, the electricity, the flow ... the lightning. It all fit. The stoat pulled up another file at this, a list of suspects based purely on electric quirks. Then another list, this one on mutant quirks, specifically over bugs. There was also an invisibility quirk list. He had gone through these several times, but found nothing. And now he knew why. He knew why this puzzle piece eluded him so long. Izuku Midoriya was not on any of the lists. He was quirkless, 73.457%. Nezu commented to himself, "That's how sure I am about you. After all, I don't know how you got a quirk ... but it's obvious now that you're my prime suspect. Too many pieces fit if we consider you." He switched back to the support exam video. "And if you really are him, then you must have got your quirk the day of the exam." A giant grin formed on the stoat's face. "But even if my calculations aren't 100%, I know it's you. You have to be him." He pulled out a fourth cigarette and lit it. "I want you, Izuku Midoriya." Izuku fired a web line as he leapt off a rooftop, a smile under his mask before taking a long arced web swing. And as he let go of the webbing at the end of the arc, he did a small flip as he thought, "Oh, I missed this. He fired another web line and swung down a block. Feels like it's been forever since I went web swinging. Then again, last time I did it, I almost died to Tombstone. That thought made him mentally sigh, his mind going over the past few days. The fight with Lai, only to encounter Himiko and then Tombstone. It's one thing after another. Gran Torino was right, it's a rabbit hole. He took a long deep breath at that, swinging down another block at the same time, but I don't think I regret it. I think I'm doing good. He took a right turn at this, at least, I hope I'm doing some good. But as he took this turn, a voice rang out from his phone. This is Musutafu Police. We have an escaped prisoner on the loose. Last sighting is Abafar Street. Any hero, please respond. Abafar, that's just a street. Boom. Izuku went wide-eyed at the sound, making he turned to see a car suddenly fly across a crossing. What the? R-I-U-U-G-G-G-H-H-H, roared a voice, making Izuku glance down to see a man with a large gray rhino head and a full gray body. He was wearing a torn-up black biker jacket, along with very wide blue jeans. His face showed a look of pure rage, eyes bloodshot as he rammed headfirst into another car, lifting it with just his horn before flinging it skyward. Holy cow! Izuku yelped as he swung over and began firing a stream of webs as the car stopped ascending before falling straight down. The vehicle headed downward bumper first, the riders inside screaming until the car slammed into a bundle of webs, stopping it just inches away from the street. Phew, Izuku sighed as he fired some more webs, making sure the car didn't bounce out of the web. And as he did this, he glanced back to see the Rhino Man now running the other way. The team landed by the webbed-up car next, the riders inside all turning to him with fear all over their faces. Izuku felt his mouth fumble for a second before saying, "Hey there. Sorry about your car, but it's the only way I could save you." He glanced back at the Rhino Man, who was still running down the street. I better chase after that guy." He gave the car one last glance. "Just sit tight there, okay." Firing a web line, he slingshotted himself away, flipping midair before firing himself 2 more web lines to the side of the rampaging villain. A yank later, he thrusted himself downward, the teen soon landing on the thug's back. But as he landed, he saw that the villain didn't even notice him landing on his back. Blinking at this, electricity flowed through his hands. "Guess I'll just try this." Zap! Thrusting his hands into the villain's back, he saw the man flinch for a second as he kept running. "Yow, what was that?" The man growled as he glanced back, as if he just now noticed the teen. Izuku almost flinched at the glare the thug gave. "Who are you?" he hissed, Izuku blinking under his mask. Hi, I'm Spider-Man. How you doing?" Izuku replied, only to mentally facepalm. "You idiot, don't play nice with a rampaging villain." He shook his head for a second before saying, "Listen here, big guy. Could you stop rampaging?" "No, the rhino never stops." "The rhino," Izuku responded, only for his spider sense to scream at him. Glancing up, he saw that the villain he was riding about to slam into a parked semi-truck. Rhino then leaned forward as he continued to charge, soon slamming into the side of the semi. And with one motion, a single flick of his horn, the villain lifted the whole thing with his horn and flung it over his head. Izuku watched with wide eyes as he saw the truck spin in midair, only for a scream to ring out, making him see the truck was about to land on a couple walking on the sidewalk. "Hang on," Izuku yelped as he leapt off the villain and pointed his wrists, webbing flying out a split second later. He quickly motioned his arms left and right, spraying the webbing out as it hit the buildings around the couple, the truck slamming into the fluid a second later. And as it hit, the sounds of webbing snapping started to happen, the couple shrinking back as they saw the truck start to closer to hitting them. But as it was about to touch the two, the webbing held. The semi stopped in midair, now suspended under a giant web. "Oh, thank goodness," Izuku gasped as he saw that the couple didn't get hit. "You two okay?" The duo slowly turned to him and did a very slow nod. "Great. You might want to get out of here." They did another slow nod before spinning around and running away, Izuku staring at them. But as he did this, another scream rang out, making the teen glance back to see that the rhino had just ran through an alleyway, only to smack another car flying. The sight made Izuku fire 2 web lines, the teen pulling on them a second later. "Rhino, come back here," Izuku roared as he slingshotted himself at the hulking man. Hearing this, the villain glanced back, only to see the vigilante slam into his stomach with 2 electricity-filled fists. Zap! Yugh! Rhino yelped as Izuku slammed into him, the villain now knocked off his feet. The shattering of glass followed this as Rhino's back went into a window, Izuku's palms pushing against the villain's chest before leaping off the man. Erg! Izuku spun in the air at this, quickly landing a few feet away from the villain. The teen glanced around while letting out a long breath, now seeing he was in a store filled with sports equipment. There were only a few people inside, a woman already screaming as Izuku yelled, "Everyone run! Get out of here!" and as he said that, a low growl made him glance back at the villain, Rhino hissing as he stood up, why do you interfere? Seriously? Izuku snapped back, you just destroyed like 3 blocks. Why wouldn't I try to stop you? You Pawk. Rhino growled. What? Izuku replied, only to flinch as the villain to slam both his fist into the floor, shaking the building they were in before charging again. Ape. The teen yelped as the thug threw a punch, Izuku quickly ducking as the fist hit a rack of weights instead, sending them flying across the store. Another jab came next, Izuku backpedaling as he dodged both blows. Gotta be careful, he thought as he evaded another punch before leaping back. So Mr. Rhino, why are you going on a rampage? Don't you have a hobby or? Shut up, Pawk. The villain roared as turned to the leaping vigilante, only to see Izuku slam a venom punch right into his face. Blaff. He spat as the blow made him stumble back. This was followed by 2 more venom punches, each jab making the villain backpedal. And as a 4th punch came, Rhino let out a screech before doing a wide swing of his left arm. Oh! Izuku yelped as the arm slammed into his face, flinging him across the store. His back smacked the store's wall, leaving a small indent as the teen flopped to the floor a second later. Oh my back. He whispered into the carpet, only to hear the sound of large footsteps. You will pay for that, Pawk. Rhino hissed as he walked up to the still-laying teen. I will crush your head into nothing. Izuku's head tilted up at this, the teen trying to move his body. This guy he's stronger than Tombstone. He then felt a small crick in his back, and that really hurt but I think I heard him earlier. That thought made Izuku almost smirk under the mask. And if I can hurt him, I can beat him. As these thoughts went through the teen's head, Rhino finished his small walk up to teen. He shined a big grin as he raised one of his feet right over Izuku's head. Any last words, Pawk? The teen stared up at him, only to notice what was to the right of the towering villain. Just one word, wait. Wait. I will not wait in crushing you. Not wait. Wait. Izuku quipped as he raised his arm and fired a line of webbing. And with a single sharp tug, a whole rack of weights slammed into the villain. Rah! Rhino yelped as a ton of dumbbells slammed into his side, pushing him back. You little. And as he started to swear in another language, Izuku fired another web line into the ceiling and pulled, yanking himself upward. He spun in the air before landing on all fours on the ceiling just as Rhino let out a roar while pushing the dumbbells off himself. You little Pawk. I'll crush you. No thanks, Izuku replied as he fired another bit of webbing, this one hitting Rhino's face. Yaw, get it off. He yelped as he put both his hands to his face and pulled at the webs. As this happened, Izuku stared at the villain as his mind went into overdrive. Think, Izuku, think. You can't just keep punching this guy if he can do blows like that. It felt like I was hit by a truck when he hit me. If that's the case, you have to either trap him, which I don't think my webbing can do that, or... His eyes blinked as he stared at the villain's horn. Wait, could that work? He pointed his wrist at the horn, only to hear it psst, or not. Rhino roared as he ripped off the last bit of webbing. That's it. I'm going to destroy you. Hearing this, the teen turned invisible, the villain now glancing around. Where did you go? Don't tell me you ran like little coward. Not quite, Izuku thought as he invisibly switched webbing cartridges. Here we go. I hope this works. He glanced back down at the villain. Wait, I need to think of a quip. Got it. His invisibility turning off, Izuku took a deep breath before yelling, Yo, Needlehead. The villain glanced up at this, now seeing the vigilante snap his fingers. No, that's not a good insult. Maybe Needle Nose. You, Rhino roared, only to see the vigilante land in front of him. He quickly thrusted a punch, Izuku ducking under it before slamming a venom punch into the villain's stomach. The blow made a bit of spit come out of Rhino's mouth, only for Izuku's spider sense to ring out. Before he could react, Rhino's other fist slammed into the vigilante, throwing him across the room. Oh, Izuku yelped as his back hit a concrete wall, slight cracks appearing behind him. Yow. He slumped down at this, eyes closed as he muttered out, Erg, I'll kill you. Rhino screeched as he charged. Danger. Izuku's eyes shot open, the teen trying to move his legs as he saw the charging villain. Gotta move. He then felt a crick in his back, making him wince. Oh, my back. I can't. Rhino roared as he got close, making Izuku gasp before pointing his wrists to the ceiling. A web line came out a second later before pulling, yanking himself away just as the villain smashed through the wall behind Izuku. He flipped in the air at this, only to feel another crick, making him yelp in pain before flopping to the floor face first. Oh, he muttered as he felt his mask smush against the carpet, and as the sound of another wall being smashed through rang out, Izuku reached his arm around his back and pushed it in, a crick ringing out before grunting. Oh. He put his hands on the floor next, slowly pushing himself up. Izuku felt his spider sense begin to tingle, this one a bit weaker than before, but enough to make him scramble to his feet. And as he did this, he spun around to see that the Rhino had gone through both a wall of the sports store and an entire another building before turning around. He let out a mighty roar before charging again, Izuku taking a deep breath as he stared at villain. Okay, I'm in the right position now. He closed one eye before aiming his wrist. The villain already running through the other building. Hope this works. Thwip. A single webline struck the rhino's horn, the villain's eyes glancing up at it for a second as he continued to charge. And before he could say anything, he looked back at Izuku, only to see the teen holding onto the webbing as he charged back at the villain ... and quickly slid under the rhino's legs, while he stuttered out as his target got right behind him. Hiya! Izuku yelled as he spun around while standing back up and pulling on the webline with all his spider strength. The webbing tugged the rhino's horn downward, making the villain go face first into the floor. Raugh! The villain screamed as his horn hit the ground, only to stumble before beginning to roll across the floor and out the window the two had broken when coming into the store. The villain came to a stop after a third roll, his body now sprawled out on the sidewalk and road. And as he began to get up, he felt something tug on his arms and legs. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Globs of webbing struck every bit of Rhino's body, sticking him to the ground as Izuku kept flicking his wrists. Feeling the webs push him down, the villain let out a hiss as he began to push himself up. The webbing over him instantly started to snap, threads breaking as Izuku went wide-eyed at the sight. You will not stop me, Pock. Rhino growled as he was about to get onto his knees. I will get free and crush you. Hearing this, Izuku stopped his webbing assault before firing two web lines, quickly pulling and slingshotting himself over the villain. Spinning in midair, he landed in front of Rhino as the villain got to his knees. Seeing this, Rhino hissed, "So, ready to fight me?" "Nope," Izuku replied as he pointed his wrists at Rhino's knees, webbing covering them a split second later. Feeling the webbing tug him down, Rhino saw the teen pull back a fist as electricity covered both his hands. Just this. Pow! The venom punch slammed into Rhino's face, only for a second one to hit him in succession. Rhino felt the blows knock his face around, the electricity jolting through his body as he kept trying to stand up. And as the electricity wore off Izuku's fists, the teen kept punching the villain in the face. Punch after jab after blow after fist smacked Rhino's head, the teen continuing his assault. Izuku felt his spider sense just slightly tingle as he kept punching, telling him that he had to keep going until the villain was knocked out. And as the 15th punch hit the villain, Rhino let out a roar as he escaped the webbing. He quickly thrusted a punch next, but Izuku's spider sense was faster. The teen ducked under the punch before thrusting his own into Rhino's gut. Every last bit of spider strength went into the blow, making the villain lurch as it made the villain slightly went above the ground for a second. Urk! Rhino sputtered as he felt the blow, his eyes going wide. He raised his right fist at this, about to thrust a punch ... only to slump over, Izuku backpedaling as the villain's face hit the concrete. A small moan escaped his mouth at this, only for Izuku to spray a bunch of webbing all over the villain. Several huffs came out of the vigilante next, Izuku slightly stumbling as he put a hand to his chest ... and felt his back crick again. "Oh," he muttered, his knees shaking as he almost fell over as well. That ... was intense, he thought as he felt another crick in his back. "Oh ... but I did it. I beat him. I actually beat a villain." A small smile began to form on his face. I can still do it." He then felt his hoodie shake, making him put his hand in one of the pockets and pull out his phone. The teen tapped the screen, only to see a new text notification. Opening it, he saw a single text from Ochako Uraraka. "Uraraka Ochako, hey, we're about to the mall. Are you here yet?" "Oh no," he yelped as he aimed his wrists upward, only to feel another crick. "Yow." He slumped over for a second before reaching his arm back, rubbing his spine. This is gonna be hard." A few minutes later, Izuku's back was screaming at him as he landed on a building a street over from the mall. He had known pain all his life, but Izuku had to admit, even the beatings Katsuki would give him didn't involve this much back pain. Shows what happens when most pain you've felt all your life is purely on the front side of your body. However, that was beside the point as the teen quickly changed into his civilian clothes, having got used to quick changing at this point. He was surprised at how easy it was after a few times. Izuku now invisibly hopping off the building and slowly descending to ground level. "Gotta say, I think the invisible part of the powers the spider gave me is probably my favorite," he remarked in his head as he walked out of an alleyway and onto the main crossing, quickly racing over the street into the entrance of the mall. The teen pulled out his phone next, glancing down to see he was only a few minutes late. "Hope they won't mind." Tapping the phone, he began to text Uraraka. "Midoriya Izuku, hey, I'm at the mall. Sorry I'm late." He stared at the phone as he walked into the mall's entrance, glancing back up to make sure he didn't run into anybody before feeling a vibration coming from the phone. "Uraraka Ochako, no prob. We just got here ourselves. We're at the food court. Midoriya Izuku, got it? I'll be right over, after I find the map to this place," Izuku thought as he began to walk past the first few stores. It was here that the teen now remembered a certain depressing fact. He hadn't been to the mall in years. Heck, he wasn't sure when he last did it. He didn't have any friends to hang out with to go to the mall. And his mom was always either busy with her work or just had them go to simple restaurants or the supermarket. There wasn't really time to do anything else in the Midoriya household. And as he found a map and headed for the food court, more thoughts began to run through his head. Okay, Izuku, you're about to hang out with a bunch of people your age ... that want to be your friend. You still don't know how that is happening, but you need to get your act together. No stuttering, no making a Deku of yourself. This isn't Aldera. This isn't Aldera. This isn't. As he repeated those words in his head, he started to take quickened breaths, his teeth slightly chattering next before he came to a stop. Don't, calm ... down. He mentally told himself before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. And as he exhaled, he reopened his eyes to see the food court in the distance, along with a group on the edge of the area. Several familiar faces were there, mainly Uraraka, Tsuyu, Kirishima, Ashido, Hagakure, along with 3 new ones. One was a girl with purple hair and punkish attire, whose defining feature were 2 long earlobes that had what looked like sound jacks at the ends of them. Oh cool, wonder what those do, he thought as he stared at her quirk. Perhaps she can use them as sound weapons? Maybe it allows her to perceive sound, and he shook his head at this. No, calm down, Izuku. No analyzing for now. His eyes then went to next 2, both who were boys. One had yellow hair with a black zigzag streak in it and was wearing a carefree face. The other was a silver-haired boy talking to Kirishima, the 2 looking like they were hyping each other up as Ashido and the long earlobe girl were rolling their eyes at the sight. Tsuyu and Uraraka were off to the side, just smiling at the sight before Uraraka turned to see Izuku, quickly waving at him. Hey Midoriya, over here, she exclaimed, Izuku feeling a smile appear on his face as he walked up to them. Hearing this, the 3 he didn't recognize turned to Izuku. The sight made him slightly flinch, the teen thinking, don't stutter, you're just meeting someone new. Taking a mental deep breath, he stopped in front of Ochako. Hey Uraraka, sorry I'm late. Well, the path I took ended up in a villain attack. Oh no, Uraraka gasped, putting a hand up to her mouth. Are you okay? I'm fine, Izuku replied. Who's this? Another voice asked, the group turning to a purple-haired girl. Oh, hello. My name is Izuku Midoriya. The teen did a small bow. Nice to meet you. PFFT. Seriously? The girl chuckled, making Izuku slightly flinch as he glanced back up from the bow. Dude, no need to be so formal. She pointed to herself. Nice to meet ya. Name's Jiro Kyoka. Her elongated earlobes pointed to the yellow-haired teen beside her. This moron here is Denki. Hiya. Denki responded with a wave before turning to glare at Jiro. Hey, don't call me a moron. I call him like I see him. Jiro giggled, the other teen glaring at her. Ashido then leaned over and whispered to Izuku. They're always like that. Don't think too much about it. Oh ... okay. Izuku replied before turning to Ochako. So what are we doing? Well, we were just about to eat, then we can go shopping. Uraraka responded before gesturing to a table. A few minutes later, the teens had all got some food and were sitting down. Izuku had found out that the silver-haired kid was named Tetsu, which despite being a tongue twister for the teen, Izuku found him to be just like Kirishima, though a bit more competitive. Despite this, Izuku noticed there was 2 missing students and asked, where are Ada and Shiro? Oh, Ada said he was meeting his older brother and Shiro said he had to meet his parents today for something. Ashido chimed in before crossing her arms and pouting. And after I invited them. Hey, it's fine. Kirishima patted her shoulder. I mean, we got to bring bro here and Midoriya came. It's cool that others can't come sometimes. Yeah, Ashido grumbled. Uraraka leaned over to Izuku and whispered, Ashido is ... kind of a perfectionist when it comes to stuff like this. Izuku replied as he ate a piece of chicken. As he did this, Tetsu turned to him with a smirk. So, my bro Kirishima here said you beat him in an arm wrestle. Izuku blinked at him, only for the other teen to lean over the table and slam his arm down as he yelled, That means you're arm wrestling me next. Izuku tried to reply as the table shook from the teen's arm slammed down on it. He gulped down the food as the others glared at Tetsu. Bro ... we're still eating. Kirishima chimed in as he pointed his chopsticks at him. But I want to arm wrestle him now. Tetsu countered as he glared at Kirishima. You beat me in the festival, and I want to see just how powerful someone who can beat you is. He then glanced back at Izuku, the teen flinching at the sight. Let's do this. Izuku's eyes darted to the arm and then back to his food. A second of silence passed at this, the teen glancing at everyone at the table. Most were wearing frowns, looking like they were about to speak up and tell Tetsu no, only for Izuku to say, sure, but let me finish my food first. Yes. Tetsu pumped the air at this. Midoriya, whispered Uraraka as she leaned over to him. You didn't have to accept that. It's fine. Izuku shrugged. Okay, she replied, seeing the tired frown on his face. She had noticed it ever since he first appeared in front of their group, Tsuyu and Kailuka also noticing it. Izuku looked like he had just run a marathon, and he seemed to be slightly flinching when turning his body. But as she watched him, she saw a small spark in his eyes despite how tired he looked, as if he could get his second wind any second now. I still don't know much about him, she thought before thinking back to yesterday and her first meeting with Himiko. I know he wants to be a hero, and he's trying to do heroic things. He helped Toga and does charity ... and he seems to be nice to everyone he meets. Though I can't imagine him not being nice. Thinking this, she spoke up. Say Midoriya, why do you want to be a hero? I know you said you want to be like All Might, but is there anything else to it? He turned to her at the question, taking a small drink before replying. Well, I've just always wanted to be a hero. He looked down at his food. I don't remember why I wanted to be one, I always wanted to be a hero that could save everyone. Kailuka chimed in. That's a big dream. Izuku shrugged back. I just wanted to become that kind of hero. He glanced away. I know it sounds stupid, but Uraraka shined a big grin at this, patting his shoulder at the same time. Don't say that. That's a great dream. Really? Izuku asked as he looked back at her. Uraraka nodded. Absolutely. She tilted her head at this. Why do you ask? Well, he glanced back at his food. Most people just laugh at me for wanting to do that. Or hurt me. Hurt you? Hagakure gasped. Why would they do that? 'Cause I'm quirkless. Izuku replied in a matter-of-fact tone. They think I'm looking down on them 'cause I have that dream. The group all blinked at each other at this, Denki chiming in. That sounds dumb. Why would someone get mad over that? You'd be surprised. Izuku muttered before turning to Uraraka. Say, why did you want to be a hero? The girl flinched at the question, only to glance away. Well, it's gonna sound selfish, but she began to twiddle her fingers at this. I want to be a hero for the money. Izuku went slightly wide-eyed at that. Of what he knew about Ochako Uraraka, that was not what he thought she would be a hero for. That is, till she added, you see, my parents aren't well off and ... well, I want to support them. I know it's hard for a hero to make lots of money, but I think I can do it. She pumped her fists at this. No, I will do it. Oh, Izuku said, his mind straightening out at that. That makes more sense. He gave her a small smile. That's a wonderful reason to be a hero. Thanks, she replied while showing a blush again. I know it's not noble ... but it's all I got. Izuku then glanced back down at his food, taking the last piece of meat and putting it into his mouth. Guess everyone has a different reason. He felt a shiver go down his spine as a memory flooded his head. It was one of Bakugo claiming he would be the greatest hero of them all due to the quirk he was born with ... and declaring Izuku would never amount to anything. He mentally shook his head. No, none of them here are like him. Don't think about it. He gulped down the last chunk of food before taking a drink. And he did this. He soon found he was glad that he had just finished his meal as Denki pulled out his phone and gasped. Whoa, what? Gyro asked him as she saw he was staring at his mobile device. This. He spun the phone around to show everyone a certain video. It was a newsreel showing a spider-themed vigilante fighting what looked like a rhino man, though the footage looked like it came from someone's phone. The fight showed the two crash into a sports store, the vigilante seemingly struggling with the villain before successfully knocking him down and beating his face in. Izuku's eyes went wide at this, his whole body shaking as he stared the phone. And as he shook there, the other teens' reactions were mixed. Gyro just raised an eyebrow. Kirishima and Tetsu both whistled and nodded. Mina let out a wow, while Ochako was also wide-eyed like Izuku. No one could tell Hagakure's expression, but she was obviously leaning over to stare at the phone. The only one that didn't show a reaction was Tsuyu, who just stared at the phone with a finger to her mouth. Whoa ... now that's manly, Kirishima commented, Tetsu nodding in agreement. I'd love to be in that kind of brawl. Tetsu cackled before slamming both his fists together. I can't wait to have fights like that when I become a hero. Seriously, Gyro chimed in, her jacks pointing at the screen. That looks like it would hurt. I'd rather knock out the villain with something less violent, Tsuyu added, the punk girl nodding in response. Yeah, sure, but you gotta admit that fight was cool. Denki continued before spinning the phone back to himself. I have to say, I can see why Todoroki is a huge fan of this Spider-Man guy. Oh please, Hagakure scoffed, her clothes moving as if to show her hands doing a dismissive wave. You're totally wrong about him. There's no way that stoic guy likes Spider-Man. Nah, he totally does, Denki replied while doing his own dismissive wave. He just ... you know, doesn't talk about it. He doesn't talk about anything, Mina added with a roll of her eyes. True, Kiro, Tsuyu chimed in, only to turn to Ochako and Izuku. Ochako now looked like she was deep in thought, but the frog girl then saw that Izuku looked like a cross between confusion and fear. Midoriya, you okay? Huh. He slightly hopped in his seat, the teens all turning to him at this reaction, making him flinch. Seeing this, his eyes darted around before doing a slight gulp. Oh no. Think Izuku, think. Don't just sit there like an idiot. Say something. And as another second passed, a bulb went off in the teen's head. Oh yeah, I did say that earlier. His eyes darted away for a second before saying, so you know that villain attack I said that delayed me. The group all raised an eyebrow except Tsuyu, only for a few to say oh. Yeah, Izuku scratched the back on his head. I thankfully avoided it, but that rhino guy did a lot of damage. Denki flinched at this, only to see Gyro glare at him. Gulping, he put his phone away and said, sorry, didn't mean to you know. It's fine, Izuku interrupted while shaking his head. Don't worry about it. He glanced down at his food for a second before a certain question entered his head. So are any of you a fan of Spider-Man? The heroes in training all glanced at each other, Kirishima answering first. Well, I mean, I know I'm not supposed to cheer on a vigilante, but his fights are awesome. Tetsu continued while pumping his fists, only to see a few of them staring at him, making him flinch. Though you know, it's not cool he's a vigilante. I don't know. Hagakure chimed in, the group turning to her. I mean, he does a bunch of good, right? That might be true, Kiro. Tsuyu instantly countered. But if he does nothing but good, why is he a vigilante and not a hero? I have no idea. Kirishima tried to reply, the rest either nodding or shrugging in agreement. The sight made Izuku blink, feeling himself almost shrink back in his seat. He knew that the opinions over vigilantes were never the best, but he knew he at least wanted to know their perspectives. It was here he turned to Ochako, only to see the girl was still lost in thought. The sight made him almost frown. Seeing the one he knew was his friend didn't seem to have much of a reaction. What about you, Midoriya? Tsuyu asked, making the teen turn to her. What do you think about Spider-Man? He blinked at her for a second, not noticing everyone including Ochako now turning to stare at him. Izuku put a finger to his chin in thought before replying. Well, I mean, I'm not against him being a vigilante. I think as long as someone does good, they should continue to do good. Of what I've seen on Spider-Man, I think he mainly does good, so. He finished with a shrug, only to now see everyone staring at him. What? I agree, Kiro. Tsuyu responded, Izuku glancing back at her. I mean, I know he's breaking the law, but everyone should do good if they can. Yeah, Ochako added while nodding. Even if the vigilantism is wrong, Spider-Man isn't doing anything bad, is he? She then turned to Denki. Knowing he was already an obvious fan of the vigilante, at least, I don't think he's done anything bad. I haven't seen anything like that online. Denki replied while shrugging. Still, he is a vigilante. That's going against the law. Gyro continued with crossed arms. We should be complimenting something like that. We're not. Ochako chimed while shaking her head. I just think he can't be all that bad. Kirishima and Tetsu both shared a look before nodding. Kirishima then saying, I think Spider-Man is manly, but I get why what he does is wrong. That don't mean I can't support someone doing good. Yeah, Tetsu added. Izuku blinked at the sight, now seeing all these teens his age debate over him. And the shocking part to him is that it wasn't all negative. There was support, something he well, if he thought about it, the only real support he had up to this moment seemed to be from his mom and Himiko. And his mom barely approved of his vigilante actions. The sight made him want to smile, only for a conversation to suddenly shift as a certain pink-skinned girl spoke up. "To this sounds like something Aizawa-sensei would do a lecture about." Mina groaned as she chomped down a piece of beef. No kidding, Toru added while sticking out her invisible tongue. He's been on a warpath the past few days. I can imagine Aizawa-sensei would not like vigilantes, Kiro. Tsuyu continued while putting a finger to her lips. I suppose we haven't had that class yet. The group all showed frowns at this except Tetsu and Izuku, the former not being part of Class 1 while the other didn't know how to react. However, it seemed this change made the group want to change subjects, as Mina and Hagakure soon started going over some gossip as the rest finished their food. After this, Izuku saw that everyone else had basically got done eating. Tetsu now lounging back in his seat, having forgot about the arm wrestle already. So what do you all want to do now? Izuku asked, only to see a big grin appear on Ashido's face. We're at the mall, silly. She raised a fist up high. We go shopping. Izuku blinked at the sight, his reaction only being caught by a certain frog girl as she bluntly asked, You've never gone shopping at the mall with friends before, have you, Midoriya? The teen turned to her as they all stared at him again. Is it that obvious? Tsuyu nodded while Hagakure and Ashido gasped. This is your first time at a mall? Yeah, I mean, I know I've been to one a long time ago, but never really had a reason to go till now. Izuku replied. Ashido quickly zipped around the table and grabbed his shoulder. We're remedying this now. She turned to Kyoika and Hagakure. Let's show him a true mall experience, girls. Heck no. Denki chimed in as he suddenly appeared on Izuku's other side and also grabbed his shoulder. We're showing him the mall arcade. He turned to Kirishima and Tetsu, right guys? And as both sides began to argue over what to do, Izuku just sat there and thought, what have I gotten myself into? Izuku had to admit, he had never done anything quite like this. He had never gone window shopping. Never been in an arcade, never really just had fun with teens his age. Nothing like this. Though now that he thought about it, he hadn't really had any fun with anyone since he was ... 4. Right before Bakugo got his quirk. After that, it was all downhill. The only fun he would get is beatings ... or running away from those beatings. But that depressing thought wasn't currently going through his head. Instead, he was in the arcade, playing a driving game against Denki while Ashido and Hagakure were playing a dancing game. The girls cheering them on. Kirishima and Tetsu were playing a game of air hockey as well, all the teens having fun. The girls had won at the start, having guided Izuku through half the mall, showing him every other store, only to find that he only wanted to go into a hero merch store, promising to go to it last since it had stuff he wanted. He was then brought to the arcade, and he was having fun. He had never had this much fun since ... since he got his quirk. In fact, he was sure that the only thing he found more fun was when he did that first leap off the building and did his first round of web swinging. That rush was something else, but this stint at the arcade was just as good. It helped that he was surrounded by such nice people, something he also couldn't remember being around since forever. As such, he was now finishing the game with Denki, the teen still in slight shock at how easy it was to just play along with someone. The very idea was baffling to him, and there was part of him saying that this didn't make any sense ... but he also kinda didn't care. It was just too much fun. And as they got out of the seats for the driving game, Denki patted him on the back with the biggest grin as he commented, "Not bad. You're a natural." I am," Izuku replied, making Denki nod back. "Yeah," Denki exclaimed as Uraraka walked over with Tsuyu. "You boys done?" They turned to her and nodded. "All right, Kyoyuka wants us to go for a round of karaoke. You all in?" Izuku and Denki shared a glance, only for Izuku to slowly say, "I've never done karaoke before." Uraraka frowned at this, Denki seeing this and almost flinching. The group of students had all quickly found out that Izuku had never really done anything in terms of what they considered to be fun. He had never played any kind of arcade, never really done a kind of shopping spree, never even really considered going to the mall. It was like he just didn't know the idea of fun or hanging out with others. Tsuyu admitted she hadn't done much of these things throughout her life, but even she had done it somewhat with some friends. Sighing, Uraraka pointed at Izuku and said, "Midoriya, you're going to karaoke, but I don't know how to sing." She shrugged at this. "I don't know either, and that's fine." "Oh ... okay." Izuku barely replied. "Sorry." Seeing this, Uraraka's frown increased. "Midoriya, you don't need to apologize for not knowing how to sing." "But I don't." "Stop apologizing," Uraraka interrupted, making Izuku flinch. "I told you before, you don't need to apologize to me if you did nothing wrong." Izuku felt himself slightly shrink back at that, remembering her saying that when he had asked her to be friends. He opened his mouth, about to say sorry again, only to stop himself. "Calm down, Izuku. Calm ... down." He took a small deep breath, only to feel a hand pat his shoulder. His eyes glanced up to see a smiling Uraraka. "See, no need to apologize." Izuku blinked at her before showing a small smile. "Thank you." And as he said this, two voices rang out to their side. "Yo, you all done?" They turned to see Kirishima and Tetsu, the latter walking up to Izuku with a big grin. "The girls said you all want to do karaoke, right?" I think so," Izuku replied before turning to Uraraka. "Didn't you say Kyoyuka wanted to do it?" "Yup." Uraraka nodded. They all turned to the girl, only to see her still watching Hagakure and Ashido at a dancing machine. "Though ... we might be waiting for a bit." "Nice." Tetsu pumped his fists before pointing at Izuku. We're arm wrestling right now." "Huh," Izuku yelped. "You heard me. Let's go." Tetsu cackled. "Show me how you beat my bro." Izuku blinked at him, only to glance down at his hands. "I beat Kirishima last time reflexively. Should I throw?" And as he thought that, Kirishima walked up and patted his shoulder, making Izuku look up as the redhead whispered, "Don't think about throwing." Izuku went wide-eyed at this, Kirishima smiling at him. "I know what you were thinking. Give him everything you got, okay." The teen stared at him for a second, remembering what his spider strength did last time. But despite this, he glanced over to Tetsu and saw the giant grin on his face. The sight made him think, "They're so nice. I shouldn't throw." The two then found a small table in the arcade just as Ashido and Hagakure finished their game. Kyoyuka wasn't interested in watching the arm wrestling match, but the rest were watching with bated breath as they saw Izuku and Tetsu grab each other, placing their elbows on the table. Tetsu's grin grew as Izuku just stared at their arms. "Ready?" Tetsu chuckled. Izuku took a deep breath before nodding. "Ready." Kirishima put his hand on top of theirs and said, "On 3. 1 ... 2 ... 3. He raised his hand at this, only for Tetsu to immediately push into Izuku's arm. The teen felt the sudden thrust, making him flinch as his arm started to go down. And as this happened, Izuku stared down at his arm, only to glance back up at Tetsu. On the teen's face was a look of pure fierceness, one filled with competition and happiness. "That all you got?" Tetsu cackled as he kept pushing Izuku down. And as this happened, Izuku glanced down and saw his arm about to hit the table, only to look back up at Tetsu one more time. But as he did this, Izuku's mind told him one thing: show him what you got. And with that, Izuku's hand tensed up into Tetsu's, making him feel a sudden push. Glancing down, he saw Izuku's arm begin to push him back. What the he muttered out as Izuku's arm slowly ascended, soon pushing them back to the starting point ... and began to push Tetsu down. The student grit his teeth at this, closing his eyes for a second as he tried to push back. Grrr ... come on. But he couldn't make Izuku budge. It was like trying to push a wall. As this happened, Tetsu reopened his eyes and saw his arm about to hit the table. And with a final push, he felt his arm hit the wood, making Tetsu flinch. Yow! The group all gasped at this, Izuku flinching at the noise and instantly let go of Tetsu's hand. "I'm sorry." "Whoa," Kirishima commented before patting Tetsu's shoulder. "You okay?" Tetsu waved his hand for a second before flexing it. A second later, he let out a roar, making Izuku flinch before pointing at the teen. "You." Izuku leaned back at this, only to see Tetsu growl at him. "You." His growl then switched to a grin. "You're awesome. How are you that strong? Why aren't you going to a hero school like us?" Izuku just blinked at him, not responding. And as he just sat there, he saw the rest of the group all turn to him, even Kyoyuka, who had declared she didn't want to watch. They started asking the same question, all asking how he could just do that with ease. His eyes darted around at this, his mind trying to think up a response, only to hear something else: compliments. They kept telling him how awesome he was, praising how strong he was. The words made him go wide-eyed, only for a big frown to form on his face. They had asked about his spider strength again, and it felt like he cheated. Cheated because he had something he still didn't know what to do with or how to even explain. And yet, this is the most fun he has had in years. He forgot what it was like to hang out with others, to hang out with someone. He didn't know that was even possible anymore. Today, despite the Rhino villain encounter, had been so much fun. He had forgotten about this kind of fun, the time of just hanging out with others his age and just being happy. But that thought clashed with another. I've never felt so happy, but ... but I've been lying to them. I'm such a horrible person doing that. Midoriya, Uraraka asked, making Izuku's thoughts come to a stop, only for her add, "Are you okay? You're crying." "Huh," he replied, only to raise his hand up to his face, now feeling the liquid flowing out of his eyes. "Oh, you okay?" she asked again, a frown now on her face. And as this question left her mouth, the others heard it and turned to Izuku. Izuku tried to respond, his lips quivering as he tried to form some words. And when none came, his eyes darted between all the teens there, only to close his eyes. "Should I tell them?" I can't tell them I'm Spider-Man, but I'm so happy right now. I should tell them something. I don't want to lie to them." His eyes opened at this, biting his lip before he spoke up. I know this is gonna be coming out of the blue, but I want to confess something." "Confess?" Suyu replied while lifting a finger up to her mouth at this. "Yeah." Izuku nodded. I know you all keep asking about my strength." They shared a glance at this, only to see Izuku look down at his hands, flexing them. "And I've been kinda lying, and kinda not." "Midoriya, you don't have to," Uraraka tried to say. "Truth is, I don't really understand it either." He interrupted as he looked back up at them. They saw his frown grow more as he added, "I was just kind of ... like this the day before the UA hero exam." His mind went back to the spider, trying test after test on himself and the creature, only to reveal almost nothing. Just a bunch of powers in a spider husk. It wasn't a lie. He still didn't understand what the spider had done to him. He raised his arms at this, the muscles tensing up as he continued. "You asked why I'm not going to a hero school ... Well, my original plan was to go to the support exam, and then try the UA Sports Festival. I was gonna try to become a support hero, like Power Loader." Their eyes all went wide at this, even the usual calm Tsuyu slightly reacting. And as they did this, Uraraka slowly asked, What happened?" Izuku glanced away. "I suddenly had this strength and I thought I could go for the hero exam, but I was convinced otherwise to go for the support exam anyways. Then ... an accident happened." His whole body shook as he said these next words. "The gadget I was working on ... Well, there was an accident with it that burned my hands. And after I was sent to Recovery Girl, I got back to the exam and found out I was out of time. And then the letter came a week later. They rejected you, didn't they?" Tsuyu chimed in, Izuku slowly nodding back. "And the support exam doesn't link to general services, does it?" He nodded again. "Yeah." he responded, and that's mostly it. He stared at the group, seeing nothing but frowns on their faces. Did I just make a mistake? Should I have not? His thoughts stopped when he then saw a calm smile on Uraraka's face. I'm sorry that happened to you, Midoriya, she said as she walked up and patted his shoulder. We all are. She glanced back at the group. Right. They all nodded, only for Uraraka to look back at Izuku. But why did you tell this? You didn't have to. 'Cause he felt a lump go down his throat at this. Feeling fully embarrassed as he said these next few words, this is the most fun I've had in years. Today, that is. The group all brightened up at this, only for Izuku to add, and it just felt wrong not to tell you all after all this. He did a small bow. Thank you all for today. The others all smiled at this, Uraraka chuckling as she patted his shoulder again. Oh, you don't have to thank us for this. She shined a big grin at this. We just wanted to hang out with you. We're all friends here after all. That made Izuku go wide-eyed, the tears slightly stopping as he muttered out, FF friends. Why you all are my friends. His expression made them all grimace, some remembering Tsuyu's comment about Izuku when they first met him at Feast. The others were just surprised at his reaction. And then there was Uraraka. She frowned at the sight, knowing what this meant. She wanted to ask him the question, have you never had any friends before? But his face already gave her that answer. And it wasn't just that. That face showed that Izuku always wanted friends, but could never get any. As such, she decided to go simple and say, of course we are. She patted him yet again. I know the other time I said I'd be your friend, but she turned to the others with a smile. We'd all like to be your friend, right? The group's frowns turned into grins as they all nodded back. See. Izuku felt more tears going down his face, only to do another nod. Thank you. Thank you so much. The sight made them all slightly flinch, only to see Izuku begin to wipe his eyes. So, karaoke. The group all chuckled at this, see you doing a little giggle as well. They soon walked into the back of the arcade, which had a few karaoke booths. Kyoika got them the best room they had, only to drag them all inside and then told Izuku to embarrass himself first. Izuku honestly didn't mind, but as he went down the list of available songs, he found he didn't know a single one. The group were slightly saddened at this, only for Ashido to convince Kyoika to make Izuku watch the rest sing so he can know some songs. And as this happened and Izuku started to listen to the others sing, he could only think of one thing. This is great. I can't wait to hang out with them again. He then glanced down at his hands, remembering earlier today before hearing all their encouraging words. I will do it. I will be a hero. As Izuku Midoriya and as Spider-Man. He clenched his hands into fists. I'll figure it out. I will be a hero as Spider-Man. Meanwhile, in-store footage thanks to a certain fitness store's security camera was on loop as the Hero Commission president stared at the screen in her office. The sight made her eyes twitch as she watched the vigilante known as Spider-Man fight a villain that called itself the Rhino. An unoriginal name to be sure, but most villains were like that. Her fingers tapped her office desk as she watched the vigilante do a quip or two while fighting the villain, only to see him drop a bunch of weights on the hulkish thug. And then the villain went through the store wall, cutting the footage she had for a bit before the fight went back into the store. The rest of the footage was from news helicopters and other cell phone video nonsense. Frustrating. That was the one word in her mind. She had told Surigami and Nezu that they needed to capture this vigilante ASAP, and what had they done? Nothing. In a normal scenario, at being if this was a hero making a mess, specifically one that had been created from UA, that would be perfect for the president. She would love any leverage she could get over Nezu. But that wasn't the situation before her. There was no connection between Spider-Man and UA. In fact, there was nothing on the vigilante. He just suddenly appeared and began to do the hero's jobs. She had spent a ton of resources now, having her own employees go through every quirk database, every living person in Musutafu, every number that could possibly be crunched ... and found nothing. There was no one that had Spider-Man's quirk, no family that could have it, or anything. In this day and age of quirk registration, police databases and search quirks, they found nothing. Nothing. The only link she could find is that Spider-Man appeared after the UA entrance exams. Now, that was something very normal. She'd seen reports of kids that failed to get into UA and decided they could just strike out by themselves, only to give up a week later due to them realizing how stupid they were to try and be a vigilante. That was just how things worked out. The weeds that UA cut were always just that, weeds. Every now and then one of them showed up the heroes, being a true vigilante that caused some trouble, but it was nothing major. That's why they had the quirk database. They could find them, arrest them, throw them away, and that was it. But not this time. No database, no clues, just ... came out of nowhere and beats a bunch of villains on live television before beating the hero killer. The hero killer, someone that had put the whole commission in panic due to how much death the killer had done. And then Spider-Man just came in and beat him. That thought made her so angry. A mere vigilante causing this much trouble. It's unthinkable. And now, she was stuck. The vigilante had struck again. this time fighting a villain and saving a bunch of civilians. News channels were talking about him, debating on why he had to come in rather than the heroes the commission owned and ran. The footage looped again at this, the sight making her grind her teeth. So frustrating. And after a click of her tongue, she heard a knock on her office door. "Come in." A second later, the door frame moved, and one very tired-looking man walked inside. It was Miura, a man some were convinced was related to Shouta Aizawa. High-ranking, he was one of the main faces of the commission in the political realm. "What do you want, Mira?" The man stared at her with his usual dead eyes before turning to the screen she had playing, the sight making his nose twitch before looking back at her. "Got the report you wanted?" He slowly walked up to her and laid down a folder. "Spider-Man, eh?" "Yes," she hissed as she took the file, opening it and scanning the contents within. A second later, she closed the folder. "This is fine. I'll see to this later." "Got it." Mira nodded before looking back at the screen. "Is he our next project?" "He needs to be caught," she replied. "That vigilante is making all heroes look bad, and I'm honestly sick of it." "It can't be that bad. He did a good service," Mira countered. "I mean, he caught the hero killer." "Oh, stop it," she spat. "He's making a mockery of heroes." She put the folder in a drawer in her desk. "We need heroes to advertise our brand in order to ensure peace and prosperity in society. Vigilantes messed that all up." Mira let out a small yawn before replying. "Then why don't you just recruit him? He's done good so far. Just find him and put him on the payroll. He'd make a good hero." "No," she instantly responded. "He needs to pay for his actions, so make him do community service. Vigilantes are essentially villains, Mira. They're not heroes, and this one doesn't deserve such a light punishment." She let out a long huff. "No, I'm considering putting out a bounty. I want him gone before people really start to question the perfect hero society we have created." Mira stared back at her, knowing what that statement really meant. It meant the Hero Commission would lose political power. After all, their main sway in the government was purely the fact that they owned the hero licenses, regulated them, and made sure that heroes were the poster children of the government, the symbol that instilled peace and hope for society. And Spider-Man, even if he didn't intend to, had challenged that by beating the hero killer, something that shouldn't have been possible, and yet it happened. "I'm going to give Nezu one last chance. If he doesn't catch Spider-Man before that vigilante appears on television again, I'm putting a bounty on Spider-Man's head ... and I'm going to put all the blame on the rat. But he's not responsible for." "Zip it, Mira," she hissed, making the man slightly flinch. "You know what trouble that rat causes." I know." "Good." She folded her hands at this. "In response to that, I want you to call Nezu and say exactly what I just said." "Yes, you," she replied before taking a remote on her desk and tapping a button, turning off the footage. "I have other work to do." She pointed to the office door. "Go. And make sure to tell that dog Tsurigami as well." Mira blinked at her for a second before sighing, soon spinning around and walking out of the room. And as he closed the door behind himself, he yawned before saying, "This is gonna get messy, isn't it?" He pulled out his phone at this. "I wonder ... who are you, Spider-Man, and do you know the wrath you just inflicted on yourself?" Izuku had woken up a bit later than usual. His body was still aching from the Rhino fight, and he really didn't want to get up. He would admit that he was glad that he had fought Rhino at the beginning of the day, as he felt his healing factor basically help him all day yesterday. Now, he knew he didn't want to go into another fight like that today, but considering his past few days, he knew his luck. As such, he slowly slithered out of the bed, going to his computer first. And as he began to check his usual stuff, he saw what he knew he was going to be doing today. A new Gentle Criminal video had been uploaded, one claiming he was going to do something spectacular. Great, he mentally moaned before turning to his vigilante costume, only to feel a slight bit of pain in his back. Am I in the condition to take him on? He put his hand on his back and pushed it, making it crick. He flinched at the pain, only to shake his head. That ... hurt. He cricked his back again, then pulled out a notebook. The teen began flipping through the pages, seeing this was his notes over the villains he had fought. He had taken the notes every now and then, his fingers slowly moving the pages before glancing back up at Gentle's video. He thought as he looked back down at his notes, seeing a page on spinner. He didn't seem like a bad guy, really. He was just desperate. His mind then went to Himiko, which he had decided to not put an entry in for. Toga was the same, though she was desperate because of her quirk affecting her. He glanced up at the video of Gentle. Are you the same? Are you desperate? He turned another page, showing Martin Lai. The sight made him flinch, as this was the one case he was both most personal with, and the one he knew the least about. It was like, he found out he was villain, took him down ... and still learned nothing. I failed to save you, he thought before staring at the other entries. Tombstone, Scorpion, Vulture ... and he had written down Rhino's name, but hadn't put anything in yet. These were ones he was sure he wouldn't be able to help as a vigilante. They seemed to like doing bad. Izuku stared up at the video one last time. But you're different from all of them. You seem to just be a villain for attention." He crossed his arms as he spoke his thoughts aloud. "Why would you do that? You can get tons of attention as a hero. You have the quirk for it, and you beat up low-rank heroes all the time. You basically act like a nuisance more than anything." He leaned back in his chair and let out a sigh. "Should I save you? Could I save you?" At this, he put the notebook down on the desk and did his usual morning routine. A bit later, he left his room and into the living room, where he glanced into the kitchen. There he saw his mom and Toga, the girl shining a big grin as she helped his mother do the finishing touches on breakfast. The sight made him smile, seeing the happiness on Toga's face, and as this happened, his previous question was answered. "Yeah, let's try to save gentle criminal," he thought before he felt a crick in his back, making him flinch again. And I don't think I can fight today." Aizawa wasn't having a good day. To be fair, he never had good mornings, afternoons, or evenings, but he had a feeling this one was going to be a doozy. As such, he dragged his sleeping bag behind him as he left his afternoon class. He had left his room to All Might, the golden idiot that Aizawa kept reminding Nezu to fire due to him putting the students in danger. Why is that moron still here? That was the thought that kept going through head as he walked into the Nezu's office. There, he was greeted by the sight of a coffee-drinking Naomasa. The detective didn't look well. He'd been having some rough days recently. Aizawa would feel bad for him, but the underground hero didn't really feel bad for anyone these days. As such, he slouched down in a chair beside the detective, Naomasa raising an eyebrow at the sight. "Hey there, you okay, Aizawa? I need sleep." "Now," Aizawa grumbled as he glanced away, his dry eyes now staring at a certain desk. A certain white-haired creature appeared behind it. Hello, Aizawa," Nezu exclaimed as he got on top of the desk, standing with a paw raised out. "I see you're having another rough day. I am sorry about that. Just get to the point." Aizawa growled. "You said you figured out who Spider-Man is, right?" "Yes," Nezu chuckled as a remote suddenly appeared in his paw. "Now, I will say that I'm currently only 73.457% sure ... but that's so much higher than anything else up to this point." Aizawa and Naomasa both raised eyebrows at this, only for the stoat to add, "Not only that, I'm so sure despite this percentage that I believe that if we confront the vigilante, it will instantly turn to 100%. Naomasa's face shined a big grin. "That's great. Who is it? Where do we find them?" Now, detective, please calm down," Nezu replied, Aizawa instantly recognizing a certain smile appearing on the stoat's face. It was one he always saw when the little monster had a devilish idea. Those were never good for him or his health. But before he could chime in, Nezu pointed to the detective. "Now, before I reveal our little vigilante, I want something." Naomasa and Aizawa flinched at this, both knowing that whatever his idea was, it was going to be a headache. And before either could respond, they saw Nezu's smile change, this one showing his usual look when it came to him doing his favorite pastime, lectures. Lectures that specifically keep certain things vague until he got what he wanted. As such, the stoat snapped his paws before saying, "To begin, gentlemen, I will say exactly what I want. I want Spider-Man as a student here at UA." Aizawa saw that coming. In fact, considering the intrigue and happiness the stoat had been radiating for the past few days, he knew this was going to happen. As such, he didn't react, and instead turned to Naomasa, who was slightly paling at the demand. And with a small cough, the detective spoke up. No offense, Nezu, but the Hero Commission won't allow that. They want Spider-Man caught and imprisoned. And by imprisoned, I mean..." Naomasa cringed at his next words. "They probably want him in Tartarus." The stoat just chuckled in response. "Leave that to me, gentlemen. I do not fear the Hero Commission." Nezu put his paws on his vest and tugged at it before continuing. "As for Spider-Man, I want him because he is by far the most talented individual I've seen in some time. In fact, I believe Aizawa can agree with me considering his current class." Naomasa raised his eyebrow at this. "Didn't his class win the festival?" "That is true. However, as we all know, this year's festival was ... less than stellar due to both the winner and Spider-Man," Nezu replied, his eyes turning to Aizawa as the man slouched in his seat. "However, Spider-Man is very special. He's a super rare case, one that is beyond rare in this day and age." Aizawa and Naomasa both blinked at this, now starting to wonder where Nezu was going with this as the stoat added, "For you see, Spider-Man is a case of pure experience." "Pure experience?" Aizawa responded. "Isn't that like impossible? I mean, I know we concluded last time that he was gaining experience rapidly, and the footage shows he was obviously having issues with his quirk near the start, but he can't be just experience. Everyone trains their quirks at some point." Nezu shook his head. "No, he's pure experience. I have proof, and it's more than just the footage we've seen before. For you see, Spider-Man tried and failed the exams here in UA on the same day he received his quirk." "Received?" Naomasa exclaimed. "Failed," Aizawa added. "Indeed." Nezu nodded. "Spider-Man tried our exams here this year, and due to him getting his quirk that day, he failed. That or I believe he had just received his quirk that day or the day before. Aizawa and Naomasa shared a glance before the teacher sighed. Okay, you're obviously gonna just yank our chain here if we keep asking questions. Just tell us what you want so you'll tell us who Spider-Man is. I already told you. I want him as a student. Nezu, Aizawa growled. There's always something more to what you want. Just tell us already. Nezu's signature devilish grin returned at this. Oh, Aizawa, so impatient. But if you must know, I want him as a very specific type of student. Don't tell me it's a personal student. Aizawa moaned, Naomasa grimacing at that thought. Not at all. You see, Spider-Man is special because he didn't fail our hero exams. That made Naomasa go wide-eyed while Aizawa tilted his head. What? Did you not wonder why it took me so long to find him? Nezu responded before tutting. No, gentlemen, our dear suspected Spider-Man was not what we thought he was. For you see, the vigilante did not take the hero exams. But, according to the video with Stain and the interview with that Eda boy, he said he failed to become a hero. What possible exam could he have failed that wasn't the hero exam? Naomasa asked next. And why didn't he end up in general services instead? Aizawa continued. What, did he flunk everything? In a way, yes, Nezu chuckled. It's that fact that ironically made it hard for me to find him. I spent days going over all our hero exams, trying to figure out if any candidates would work ... but found nothing. He snapped his paws at this. Turns out, he took the one exam I didn't look at. Well, what do you mean? Naomasa replied. What exams do you not look at? Why didn't you look at this exam? Naomasa's face continued to sport a look of confusion while Aizawa now glared at the stoat, only for a gear in his brain to slowly move. Cobwebs broke around the gear as he came to a conclusion. He took and failed the support exam. Nezu snapped his paw again. Bingo. He took the support exam. Naomasa responded. But why? That's not the hero exams. But you can use it to get into heroics through the festival. It's a super rare case, but it sometimes happens. Power Loader is a product of it. Aizawa chimed in, crossing his arms. That's why you said he was a special type of student. He wants to be a hero and do support equipment. The teacher let out a long groan. And we never checked the support exam footage, did we? Indeed, I never did as well. I've honestly never needed to, as I trust all of it to Power Loader. Nezu giggled as he grabbed a cup of tea on his desk and took a sip. And that's not all. For you see, unless you look at that footage very carefully, you would have never found Spider-Man. How so? Because all the profiles we accepted had no hint of the boy. Nezu replied, taking another sip, which led me to my prime suspect, one that I would have never ever guessed. He pulled out the remote again, which had somehow disappeared during their talk, but once I realized it could be him, I found that though there was still no evidence, he fit the psychological profile perfectly. With a snap of the paw, he pressed a button on the remote, the screen behind his desk then showing the image of a dark green-haired boy with freckles on his face. The image made both Aizawa and Naomasa go wide-eyed. Though for different reasons, I present to you Izuku Midoriya, also known as my prime suspect of being the one and only Spider-Man. A long webline struck a building as a certain vigilante swung his way across another street. The teen did a long lined arc, his whole form almost touching pavement as his did his swing extra low. This feels good, he thought as the swing went back up. Izuku releasing himself from the webline before firing another shot of webbing. If only my back didn't hurt so much, I'd be doing flips and everything. Izuku chuckled to himself at this before swinging down another block, his mind going back to the video he had watched before leaving the house several hours ago. Gentle Criminal had stated he was going to make another statement, saying he would flip society on its head on this heist he was going to do. The idea seemed silly if Izuku really thought about it. He had spent several hours watching Gentle Criminal's videos after his first encounter with him and found the villain to just be silly. He would declare himself at convinced stores and markets, swearing that organizations were taking advantage of others with bad products before saying he would steal from them as the modern chivalrous thief to get back at the evil organization. It was hard to take him seriously, and yet Izuku knew he was a threat. Their first encounter was more than enough to prove that to the teen. As such, he continued to swing around, his ear to his phone, which had the police scanner on. He knew that whatever Gentle Criminal did, it would probably at least hit the scanner. And as an hour of web swinging passed, he sighed as he landed on a random rooftop. Cricking his back, he then went to the edge of the building, glancing down at his phone, still nothing. Wonder what's taking him. He switched to the chat Mina had set up 2 days ago, the teen scrolling the messages. The sight still bewildered him. He hadn't had friends in so long. The idea seemed foreign to him, like something that shouldn't be part of his life. Also, he didn't know how to be a friend. It had been way too long. The teen slumped over at this. I'm still a mess. Figures for someone like me. He switched the phone back to the police scanner. Maybe he'll show up soon. And as that thought was trying to finish, the scanner spoke up. This is Musutafu Police. We have a reported disturbance at Silver Center on Bespin Road. Any hero present, please respond. Never mind, Izuku commented to himself as he put the phone away. Bespin Road ... that's not too far. He did a quick stretch at this, only to feel a small crick in his back, making him flinch. Oh, better ... be careful. He leapt off the roof a second later, firing a webline before swinging across the street. And as you can see, my dear viewers, the Silver Center is selling outdated food before it hits the shelves. They aren't even decreasing their prices, showing their distasteful business practices. Gentle exclaimed as he minced his words at the end of his little speech. I see. And what will you do, Gentle? La Brava gasped as she kept the camera on the villain. Why, we will rob them. He gestured to a cashier and pointed a knife at him. And we shall videotape them doing this despicable act. So gentlemanly. La Brava swooned. But of course, after all, I am. Stop right there, yelled a voice, making the criminal turn and see 3 costumed heroes appear just outside of the store. Gentle took a deep breath. It seems we have company. He turned to his camera woman. Cut ... now. A few minutes later, Izuku landed on a rooftop, his form turning invisible as he walked to edge. He was a street across from the Silver Center, watching the front door, only to see 3 heroes get thrown out. They rolled across a parking lot, all soon laying down, unmoving. It's him, Izuku whispered as he then saw Gentle Criminal and his partner walk out next. Seeing this, he fired a webline and swung over to the Silver Center's roof while still being invisible. And as he landed, he started to crawl down the building's side, only to hear the two begin to talk. Don't you want to take the money, Gentle? La Brava asked. The villain shook his head. No, there is no need. We have set an example today, and once we upload our video, all will see the injustice Silver Center has been doing. Oh, Gentle, so gentlemanly. La Brava swooned again. They didn't rob them, Izuku thought as he slowly and visibly crawled down the building. Then again, if I think about it, he rarely takes any money of places he ... robs, so to speak. Shall we go home then? La Brava asked, Gentle nodding back. Indeed. Hop on. The little lady hopped on his back at this, Izuku staring at the sight. The teen pointed his wrist at the man's back, only to not press the shooter's trigger. No, that's not gonna solve anything. But maybe I can do something else, he thought before reaching into his hoodie and pulling out a spider tracer. He then flicked it at the two, the tracer landing in La Brava's hair. The girl slightly flinched at this, scratching it for a second. Something wrong? Gentle asked as he prepared to use his quirk on the ground. No, just felt something in my hair, La Brava replied. Hope it didn't mess up anything. I see. He glanced back at her. No worries, my dear partner in crime. We will get you all fixed up at the hideout. La Brava heard this and shined a big grin. Okay. Boing. The ground looked like springy rubber as Gentle used his quirk on it, the villain duo soon flying into the distance. And as they did this, Izuku turned visible and pulled out his tracker. Okay, think this through, Izuku, he thought as he stared at the gadget. You want to reform him, so just catching him in a crime won't work. I need to think up a way to help him, which I still don't know what to do. He put a hand on his chin. A little later, the sound of a door opening rang out as Gentle twisted a doorknob. And as he walked into the room, La Brava strided in behind him. You were amazing today, Gentle. She swooned as she ran up to a desk. I can't wait to upload the footage. Indeed. Gentle laughed while striking a small pose before closing the door. I cannot wait to see my fans' reactions. La Brave didn't reply, instead just showing a big grin as she hopped onto a chair and opened her laptop. Inserting a USB cable into both the laptop and camera, she began to open a video program as Gentle walked into the kitchen. The sound of liquid filling a cup came next, along with the sounds of keyboard clacking. Several minutes passed, Gentle soon finishing a cup of tea and giving it to La Brava. Good thing we didn't need this today, Gentle commented as he put a small gadget beside La Brava's laptop. Tinkerer's device, his sidekick asked. Yes, Gentle replied. It seems our interruptions will only be the minor heroes from now on. That's good, La Brava commented as she shined a small grin before taking a sip of tea. And as this happened, the two did not notice a pair of hands appearing on their window. A head showed itself next, showing a certain masked vigilante. So this is where they live, Izuku thought as pulled his head back before putting a hand to his chin. Now ... what do I do? He had been thinking about that question the entire time web-swinging over here, and now he was stuck still thinking about the answer. The teen glanced back into the room, now seeing the two talk while staring at a laptop. He closed his eyes at this, crossing his arms. Think, Izuku ... what can you do here? His mind went back to his talks with Spinner and Toga the nights he first encountered them, only to bite his lip. Well, if it's not broke, don't fix it. A second later, Izuku turned invisible as La Brava began tapping a few more keys. What do you think of this title, Gentle? The other villain leaned over and did a small nod. Seems good. I will leave it to you to do the editing. Yes, sir. La Brava giggled as she clicked the save button before cricking her fingers. Time to get to work. And I shall make a second cup of tea. Gentle chuckled as he walked back into their kitchen. As he did this, a certain invisible individual walked up to their front door and put his hand in his hoodie. A second later, he pulled out the unlocking device he had used on Martin's lie office door, sliding it a few times into the door. Come on, there, he thought as a tiny click rang out. Izuku began to slowly push the door at this, invisibly glancing inside as he saw that neither had noticed him thanks to La Brava being focused on the video ... and a very loud teapot ringing out. Seeing this, the teen silently closed the door behind him before crawling up to the ceiling, only to feel his head start to hurt. Can't keep the invisibility for much longer. As he did this, Gentle re-entered the room with a cup of tea and began to drink it as he saw down beside La Brava. Seeing this, she turned to him, the two beginning to talk. And as this happened, Izuku's invisibility wore off, but it was enough as he pointed both wrists at them. Thwip, thwip. 2 sprays of webbing instantly hit the duo, making them gasp. What the La Brava tried to say, only to feel webs to cover her from neck to toe. What in the Gentle added as the webbing did the same to him. And as they both glanced down at the sticky substance, looks of horror appeared on their faces before turning to where the webbing had come from. Spider-Man. Hiya, Izuku responded as he released himself from the ceiling, doing a small flip before landing. Sorry about the webbing. Couldn't have you escaping and everything, he said as he saw the two begin to squirm under the webbing. Gentle glanced back at the desk, his eyes staring at the device he had put down before glaring back at the vigilante. What is this? Why have you done this? He yelled, Izuku blinking at the response. Izuku started, only for no more words to come out. Darn it, what am I doing? Izuku, you told yourself you would try to help this guy. Get it together. His mind screamed at him before taking a deep breath. I know this is out of nowhere, but I saw that you were robbing again and I knew I had to stop you. Gentle and La Brava shared a glance before the villain looked down at the webbing, squirming again as he tried to move, only to get nowhere. And after a second, he let out a growl before glaring up at the vigilante. It seems you have ... but how did you find us? How did you know this was where we live? La Brava flinched at Gentle's words as Izuku replied, well, I put a tracker on her. He pointed at La Brava, the girl flinching again. What? She yelped. Yeah, it's it's in your hair. Izuku slowly walked up to her, the girl shaking her head at this, only for Izuku to put his hand in her hair and pull out the spider tracer. Here, the two saw this and went wide-eyed, only for Izuku to pocket it in his hoodie. La Brava turned to Gentle, I'm so sorry. I had no idea. Gentle shook his head, don't apologize. It is not your fault. He glanced back at Izuku. Very well, it seems you have us. What do you intend to do to us? Izuku scratched the back of his head at this, only to grab a nearby chair and sit down. Well, you see, ever since we first met, I've been watching your videos. The statement made both go wide-eyed as Izuku continued. And if I'm honest, I don't understand why you do ... what you do. Gentle tilted his head at this. What do you mean? The teen felt his mouth trying to form words as he put his hands together, twiddling his fingers as he replied, I just ... don't get it. I've met a bunch of villains that do all sorts of things, but none of them are like you. You do robberies, but almost never take the money. You instead expose stuff, then run away from the heroes and film it. He tilted his head. Why? Why do that? Gentle rapidly blinked at this, only to take a small breath before shining a big smile and said, Why? It is because I am the modern chivalrous thief. I wish to present myself in history as someone that is remembered. You ... just want to be remembered? Indeed, Gentle exclaimed while trying to puff himself out. Then why go to crime? Izuku instantly asked back, why go down that path? There's plenty of ways to do that without doing bad things. Gentle opened his mouth to respond, only to close it. A few seconds passed before he said, I suppose you're right in a way. But this is the path I went down. Why? Gentle tilted his head. Why do you want to know? Izuku bit his lip at this. He knew his next words would be super important. His mind went over a few options, only to come to a certain statement. I want to know because while I know you are a villain, it's obvious you're not a bad person. I've seen your videos. And you try to expose others' wrongdoings, something villains never do. Izuku now tilted his head at him. So why? Why do that? In response, Gentle just stared at him, blinking before glancing down at the webbing covering him. How strange, he thought, to think I would be this dumbfounded. He looked back up at the vigilante, and despite not being able to see Izuku's face due to his mask, he knew there was a look of pure curiosity on the teen's face. No longer needing to think over his thoughts, Gentle did a small nod before saying, Very well, I suppose I don't mind telling you my story. What followed was a tale Izuku was not expecting. Before him was another heroic failure. One who wanted to be a hero, but failed to help another and in turn was rejected. He was thrown out of the hero society due to a bungling attempt of good. And when he found out that no one remembered him from his days of trying to be a hero, he decided to go down a different path. He had been rejected by heroes, only to become something different. The story stunned Izuku, the teen slumping down in his chair. Izuku tried to say, his mind going over everything he had just heard. It felt familiar yet different to him or Himiko Toga, but it wasn't something villainous. Hearing this, Izuku closed his eyes as he tried to form words. To him, it felt like hours, but it was actually just a minute before he realized what he needed to say. There wasn't even a thought, just a simple sentence as he took a deep breath and said, "I think you're running away." As those words hit his ears, Gentle's eyes slowly grew, his face paling as he half whispered out, "What?" Izuku felt himself blankly staring at the villain as he repeated, "I think you're running away." A few seconds of silence passed at this, Gentle not responding, which made Izuku slightly glance away before adding, it just kinda sounds like it sounds like you're running away. Like, you made some mistakes, and instead of trying to fix your mistakes, you went the opposite direction." Izuku bit his lip at this, though neither villain could see it behind the mask as he continued, "It sounds like to me you gave up on your dream." And as he said that, he looked back at Gentle, only for the villain to just keep staring at him. There was no response, making the teen flinch. Did I go too far? I gave up on my dream? Gentle muttered before staring down at the floor, but I thought. The sight shocked Librava. She had never seen Gentle be this uncertain before. The man looked like he had just experienced culture shock, something she never would have imagined would happen to him. The Gentle she knew was always confident, yet kind. He was never uncertain or hesitant. She felt like she wasn't staring at Gentle ... but someone else. Gentle continued to try to form words, only for his mouth to come to a stop. Gentle, La Brava spoke up, but he didn't respond. He just sat there, unmoving even with the webbing covering him. She then glared at Izuku. "What did you do to Gentle, you jerk?" Izuku flinched before waving his hands around. I was just trying to help." "You jerk. How dare you do that too?" "Don't La Brava," Gentle suddenly said, making both turn to him. I believe he may be right." "Gentle?" La Brava asked, only to see the man glance up at her. "What are you talking about?" I never thought about it that way. I just wanted to be noticed, to have a dream." He turned to Izuku. "Do you ... do you really think I was just running away?" Izuku blinked at him under the mask before crossing his arms. "Well, I kinda think you were. To me, it just sounds like you gave up, which made you become Gentle criminal." He glanced down at this. "I meant what I said earlier. I don't think you're bad. You don't really do any villainous stuff like all the others out there." Gentle frowned at this before looking down again. I suppose that's true. After all, I despise violence. It is why I always run away." "See," Izuku pointed at him at this, "that's why I wanted to talk to you. I think you could still do some good with that power. You just need to stop running away and do what? Help others in this cruel world." Boomed a sudden voice, making all three glance around. "What utter nonsense. I can't believe you let yourself be caught by someone so pathetic. Gentle criminal." What the Izuku whispered, only to feel his spider sense start to tingle. That voice. Beck," Gentle growled, making Izuku turn to him. "Beck, indeed," exclaimed the voice again, only for a puff of smoke to appear beside Gentle criminal. A second later, the fog dissipated to reveal a certain villain dressed in a long purple cape, a long green scaly jumpsuit and an upside-down bowl for a head. "For I have returned, Gentle. It seems you are not doing well." "Again, fishbowl head man," Izuku yelped as he hopped out of the chair. "I am not fishbowl head man. I am Mycerio, master of the arcane arts," the villain roared as he pointed at the vigilante. "And I am here for my revenge, Spider-Man." "Revenge," Izuku replied before tilting his head. "But ... you're just a bank robber." "I am not just a bank robber," Mysterio screeched. "I am." Thwip. Izuku fired both web shooters at the villain, instantly covering him with webbing. The sight made Gentle and La Brava blink, both speechless as they saw the vigilante instantly shut back down. That is, till the webbing covering Mysterio was suddenly covered in a puff of smoke. Izuku responded, only to see another puff of smoke appear just a foot away, revealing the villain with no webbing on him. Nice try, Spider-Man, but your webbing has no effect on me. Wanna bet?" Izuku pointed his wrists at the villain again. "Danger." "What?" Izuku whispered, only to see Mysterio grab a small device on the table beside La Brava's laptop. He pointed it at the vigilante and pressed a button. And in that split second, Izuku felt something suddenly ring out in his brain. Danger, 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 danger. Why Izuku screamed as he put both hands to head, knees instantly losing strength as he flopped to the floor. And as he did this, it felt like his spider sense had been dialed up to 11, making the teen close his eyes and cry out, "Mysterio cackled. "It seems the Tinkerer's device works perfectly." He then pointed at the webbed-up gentle criminal. I can't believe you didn't have it on you. I thought you were more cautious than that. Beck. Gentle barely replied before looking back at Spider-Man, the teen now wriggling in pain on the floor. The sight made him flinch before glancing up at Mysterio. Stop it, Beck. You're killing him. Though he could see it, the man under the bowl raised an eyebrow. So, it's Spider-Man. I told you I was going to enact my revenge on him. He pointed the device at Gentle. Look at you, all webbed up like that. You bought this from the Tinkerer to make sure Spider-Man couldn't try to catch you again. Why didn't you use it? Mysterio then leaned down and added, don't tell me you were going soft on him. Gentle tried to say. You jerk. Stop bullying Gentle. La Brava chimed in, making Mysterio spin around and glare at her from his bowl head. You will shut up. If you hadn't not gone along with my plan, this would have never happened to you too. Oh yeah, La Brava barked back. I'll never help you, you fishbowl loving. I do not love fishbowls. Mysterio interrupted. Stop assuming that because of my outfit. And as the two began to yell at each other, Izuku continued to wriggle on the floor. His spider sense kept screaming at him, pounding his brain as he tried to think. Head. Feels like ... splitting ... open. He thought as he opened his eyes, feeling them twitch in pain as he glanced up at the trio arguing. Got a ... kid ... thing ... that's ... hurting ... me. He slowly removed his hand from his head and began to spin it, slowly pointing it upward as he felt the pain continue to beat his head in. The teen closed his eyes again, his mind about to black out as he pushed down the web shooter trigger. Thwip. Huh. Mysterio responded as a strand of webbing hit the device in his hand, and with a single tug, it was yanked out of his hand and into Izuku's. No, wait. Smash. The device was instantly turned into 100 pieces as Izuku crushed it in his hand, and with that, his spider sense stopped yelling at him. His brain ... was at peace. Oh, Izuku moaned as his hand hit the floor, slumping over as the teen continued to groan. That ... was awful. You ... how did you do that? You were supposed to be in constant, unending pain. The villain yelled before stomping on the floor. How dare you do that? How dare you? Thwip. The glob of webbing sprayed out and covered the fishbowl-wearing man. But as the liquid consumed him, a puff of smoke appeared next, making the villain disappear again. What? Izuku muttered, only to see another puff of smoke to form a few feet away, another Mysterio appearing a second later. Your webbing is useless against me, Mysterio declared before pointing at the teen. The vigilante's starting to get up. Now, how did you do that? That should have put you in constant pain. Yeah ... it did. Izuku groaned as he rubbed the top of his head as he stood up. And you're not going to do that again. You ... Mysterio growled as he shook his fist at the vigilante. Izuku was fully standing at this, electricity forming around his hands as they became fists. The sight made the villain stop shaking his hands at the teen, the man taking one step back. The other two watched them, Gentle's eyes darting back and forth at the exchange. And after a few seconds of tension, Mysterio pointed at the vigilante and declared, very well. Even though that did not work, I will have my revenge against you. He then pointed to himself. After all, I wanted to defeat you with Plan B anyways. Plan B. That's right. Mysterio cackled before snapping his finger. A puff of smoke appeared around his hand, only to vanish and reveal a small device with a button on the end. What's that? A detonator, Mysterio exclaimed. What? All three screamed. That's right. The villain pointed at Izuku again. After all, I knew I needed something when confronting you. I was hoping that Gentle would join me in destroying you even after he rejected me last time. But this is better. After all, last time I was here, I hid behind my illusions and hid a bomb here. He put his finger just over the button. If I press this room will explode, killing Gentle and La Brava. What? Izuku repeated, his eyes fully wide. Beck, have you lost your mind? Gentle screeched, only to find Mysterio pointing at him. No, this is my performance. I will have my revenge against Spider-Man. And if you will not join me, I will destroy you. He then pointed back at Spider-Man. Listen here, you will do as I say or else. Surely you will agree to my demands, will you not? You, Izuku growled, balling his hands into fists before seeing Mysterio about to press the button. His spider sense rang out, making him flash his palms at the villain. Wait, don't do it. I knew you would see it my way. Mysterio chuckled before snapping his finger again, making another device appear in his other hand. He then threw it at Izuku, the teen reflexively catching it. This is a tracker. Follow it or I blow this place up. What are you? Mysterio pointed at the teen again. No questions. Do I say or else? Izuku glanced down at the tracker, seeing it was just a tiny device with a beeping dot. He looked back up at the villain, his mind racing. This got out of hand really quickly. Like ... how did this happen? Taking a deep breath, he replied, fine. Good. Now, don't be too quick. Mysterio laughed. I have to make our performance magnificent. He then disappeared in another puff of smoke, leaving the room to a beat of silence. Izuku stared at the spot the villain was before, only to glance down at the tracker again. That was crazy. Like, what just happened? Spider-Man. Izuku turned to the voice, now seeing the people he had planned to confront today now staring at him. La Brava was wearing a confused frown while Gentle looked lost and exhausted, as if years had just hit him. Gentle, La Brava asked as she turned to him again, seeing his expression. You okay? The man glanced down at this, staring at the floor. He didn't seem to respond, completely lost despite the craziness that just happened. And then he looked back up at Spider-Man, the teen staring at the tracker again, the Vigilante's body shaking. The sight made him blink, only for his expression to slightly change, showing a look of acceptance. Can you do me a favor, Spider-Man? Gentle asked, making the teen turn to him. The Vigilante now saw a giant frown on the man's face, only for Gentle to say, can you go and beat Beck? Izuku felt words try to form in his mouth, but couldn't make an immediate response. As such, Gentle added, he's always been like that. He is a lover of the performing arts ever since I first met him, though he was also always a bit unhinged. The man's expression now showed a long, deep stare as he then said, please. In fact, if you do it, I'll turn myself in. Gentle, La Brava gasped, Izuku still speechless at the same time. Izuku's mind went over the statement, his brain now going over everything that had just happened. He had came to try and save Gentle criminal, only for a nutjob he barely remembered to appear and threaten their lives. And now, the villain he came to try and reform was now asking him to take down that nutjob. But as Izuku stared at Gentle, despite knowing he wasn't good at reading people, he saw the pure sincerity in Gentle's expression. And with a single nod, Izuku replied, I'll do it. I'll take him down. Thank you. Gentle responded as Izuku picked up the gadget Mysterio had left. The teen stared at it for a second before walking over to a window and opening it. I'm gonna go. He looked back at the two webbed-up villains. The webbing will dissolve in about 2 hours. You promised to turn yourself in after that, right? I will. Gentle nodded back. Okay, Izuku said before taking a deep breath. And Gentle criminal? Yes, thanks for listening to me. Izuku then leapt out of the window, quickly firing a web line as the two watched him swing away. And as he did this, Izuku began to think, gotta say, today definitely didn't go the way I thought it would. He fired another string of webbing at this, flipping across a block, hope nothing else bad happens. That's impossible. Aizawa's words rang out through the room, Nezu staring at him with a giant grin. Naomasa was silent, just sitting in his chair, not responding. It had been a few seconds since Nezu revealed his suspect, and the reactions were what Nezu was expecting. Anger from Aizawa, mainly due to his current attitude from the case, and surprise from Naomasa. However, Naomasa seemed to be completely silent, Nezu not fully expecting that, but he had a feeling he would be arguing with Aizawa first anyways. How is that impossible, Aizawa? Nezu cheekily asked, making the man glare at him even more. He's quirkless. No one quirkless can do the stuff he does. Oh, I never imagined you to be a quirkist, Nezu responded, only to see Aizawa's grin somehow get even darker. And not. I just look for talent, and there's no talent when it comes to a quirkless. They can't be heroes in this superpowered society. Heck, most quirked individuals can't. And even more so with this. I've watched the videos over Spider-Man just like you, and I know he can't be quirkless. He pointed at the stoat. Stop playing around and give us the real suspect. I assure you, Aizawa, I am both right and am not playing around. Izuku Midoriya is Spider-Man. He pointed the remote at the screen and tapped a button, switching to footage of the support exam. It was paused, but that was for effect as Nezu continued. You see, this footage over the support exam proved it to me, but that wasn't all. The very fact he's quirkless is why I suspect him to be Spider-Man. After all, if he's quirkless, it would line up with all my theories on his personality and psychology of the vigilante. But he's quirkless. He has no power. Aizawa replied as he pointed at the stoat. Spider-Man has several quirks? Not. I know. Nezu interrupted. It's the only issue with my theory. However, I suspect we'll learn why that's the case when we ultimately confront him. In the meantime, let me explain why I think it's him. He began to pace around his desk. For starters, a quirkless is perfect for both the psychological profile and the reason why we haven't been able to find him. 1. He wouldn't be in the quirk database due to his situation. That alone is why the investigation constantly comes to a halt. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at this. All right, I won't deny that. Not only that, did you forget our first conversation over the vigilante? The original 2 bank robbery footages. Aizawa tried to respond, only for his memories to go back to those videos. They showed someone who was suddenly excited to use their powers ... but was also surprised. In particular the one against the inner demons, where Spider-Man started celebrating after using his bioelectricity against a goon. The thought made him cross his arms while glaring at the stoat. That is possible. But if that's the case, and he is a quirkless that somehow got a quirk, why wouldn't he just announce it? That's a good question. And for that, we need to look back at the profile. Nezu walked over to a piece of paper he had on the desk and picked it up. I looked up the recent statistics and well, they're not good. Tell me, do you know about the suicide rates of quirkless individuals? No, I'm not some data cruncher. Aizawa growled. Get to the point already, rat. So impatient. Nezu chuckled before glaring back at the man. Truth is, they've increased over the past few years. More than 20% kill themselves, though I suspect the number to be much higher. Aizawa's expression slightly changed at this, only to go back to a glare before Nezu added, I also suspect most cases are not reported due to Horkist views. Aizawa didn't respond to this. He knew better. He had heard about this before, but only really ignored it because he had a job to do and a class to teach. That was normal. Life always got in the way of others' tragedies. He had his own problems to solve. However, he did feel a tinge of sadness at the fact, seeing the man's expression slightly soften. Nezu continued, anyways, the point is, Spider-Man believes the world is against him. If he is or was quirkless, it would make much more sense for him to have this mindset. The world is now run by quirks, something that the quirkless have no control over. Aizawa took a deep breath at this. That still doesn't explain why he's Spider-Man. I know. Don't worry, I'll get to that. Nezu replied before turning to Naomasa, who was still sitting here. He hadn't said or done anything, his face not showing even a tiny bit of emotion. Naomasa, are you all right? You are being quite silent. The detective responded, his eyes rapidly blinking before saying, sorry, I was just thinking. Oh, about what? Well, I know Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa's head darted to Naomasa while Nezu tilted his head at this. Is that so? How do you know him? Well, let's just say I know his mother more than him. She's a nurse, and she saved me a while back. It was part of a case that led me and a team of officers to be very injured. She was the nurse that helped out my team. He admitted with a slight sigh. I'd rather not talk about it. I understand. Thank you. Naomasa sighed before cricking his neck for a second. Anyways, I met him on that day. He's a good kid, though I don't know much about him. I did do his mother a favor recently though, and it was. His own words came to a stop as his brain caught up to the memory. It was over trying to reform a girl that was about to become a villain. Those words made both blink at him. Nezu showing a small grin, is that so? Naomasa took a deep breath at this. I suppose I can't avoid this. He crossed his arms. Are you too familiar with the Himiko Toga case? Aizawa shook his head while Nezu replied, I am. It was about a young high schooler who vanished a few months ago after assaulting a student. The parents disowned her as a part of a big publicity stunt. That's right, but it's also not the half of it. Naomasa sighed. There's more to the case, isn't there? Aizawa asked. Naomasa nodded. Let's just say it's a really bad case of abuse. He grit his teeth at this before closing his eyes. But that's not why I brought it up. I brought it up because Izuku Midoriya is involved in the case. Oh, how so? Yeah, I recently met the girl and we got her to confess everything. It was terrible and well, the one who brought her to me is Izuku Midoriya's mother. He bit his lip at this, the two instantly catching on the action as he added, and if you're right, it solved something that I never really got to investigate. What's that? Inko Midoriya said her son was the one who found Himiko Toga and brought her to his home to help her. Nezu's grin widened at this before he started clapping his paws. Aha. That proves my profile even more. How? Aizawa growled. Simple. The profile showed he is one that will meddle in affairs regardless of circumstance. This case of Himiko Toga is a prime example of that. Aizawa glared back at the stoat but said nothing. The statement reminded the hero of a certain new golden-haired teacher that Aizawa didn't like. But he knew whatever said about this wouldn't matter. Despite this, he let out a long sigh before saying, fine, whatever, still doesn't prove he's Spider-Man. Why would a quirkless that suddenly gained power go into vigilantism? That's not logical. Oh, but it is, Nezu replied before pointing at the support exam footage behind him. I believe I can show you everything you need to make it very logical. Watch this. Tapping a button, the footage began. The underground hero and detective watched the student begin his exam, only to see him constantly shaking and bumbling. The sight made Aizawa roll his eyes, more telltale signs that Izuku wasn't Spider-Man. He had watched video after video of the Vigilante and despite his recklessness and roughness, the Vigilante did show confidence. There was none of that here. The teen was just a clumsy, nervous wreck. It also didn't help that this was the kid that ruined his day at feast, making him waste a whole day of time. So irrational. The sight made Aizawa about to say that this was another waste of time, only for the footage to zoom in. There, it showed a tiny spark of electricity to appear on Izuku's elbows, only to slowly go up to his hand. The two watched the energy flow up to the teen's device that was in his hand, only for it to explode. And as it happened, the footage came to a stop as Nezu spoke up. And because of what just happened, he was rejected by Power Loader. Though considering how the teen was acting, it makes sense as to why he chose that. Aizawa stared at the footage, his right eye slightly twitching before staring at Nezu. The giant grin the stoat was wearing made him sick to the stomach. He was enjoying this too much. But before he could say anything, Nezu spoke up again. Now, considering what we just saw, let's watch the rest of the footage in order. As such, the screen switched to every bit of footage they had on the Vigilante. It started with the first bank robbery Spider-Man foiled, only to then show a few clips of his fight with Vulture, the second bank heist foiling, then Mysterio, Scorpion, the sports festival fight, Stain... and now Rhino. The site showed a team that looked overwhelmed in the first few videos, only to switch to what looked like a constantly learning individual able to fight bigger and bigger villains. Look at him, magnificent, Nezu chuckled, truly one with pure talent. With both the footage and the profile, I can only conclude that what we are looking at, gentlemen, is a hidden genius with a true heroic spirit. Hidden genius? Niyamasa asked. Nezu nodded back. Indeed. He tapped a button on a remote, showing the footage again, this time going over a few distinct parts of the fights. See, there is a showing of learning at a rapid pace. Compare the first two bank fights compared to the fight at the festival. Look at how much better he performs. He glanced back at the detective. That is pure talent, one that learns on the fly, which allows them to go leaps and bounds above most heroes. After all, could you imagine a new hero suddenly going after the hero killer and winning? Niyamasa didn't respond to this. He knew what Nezu was saying is true. It made perfect sense. However, Aizawa's expression had darkened as he watched the footage, and when the video ended again, he glared back down at the stoat, feeling his teeth grind at the sight. But Nezu didn't notice. Instead, he was clapping his paws as a look of pure glee appeared on his face. As you can see, this is why I want Spider-Man. He looked back at the footage again. Imagine ... that kind of talent and willpower. And he wants to do support as well. The boy has the potential to set a new precedent. The statement made Niyamasa stare back up at the footage. He saw what the stoat meant now. It was true. The Vigilante had abilities that were beyond a normal human, and he seemed to be growing every second. He had the potential to become a truly great hero. But he also knew that the biggest hurdle for that would be the hero commission. After all, they had been breathing down his and the chief's necks for some time about. No, both Nezu and Niyamasa turned to Aizawa, the detective about to rethink his thoughts. Perhaps the biggest hurdle was in this room, as Nezu asked. No, Aizawa hissed. He should be arrested. And why is that, Aizawa? Nezu replied, slightly tilting his head. Because you want to put him in my class. Aizawa growled. That'll ruin everything. Ruin? Do you mean your plan to expel them? Yes. Aizawa folded his arms at this, closing his eyes. They still don't take heroics seriously. They deserve to be expelled. One eye creaked open at this, glaring at the stoat. If you bring in another student, it'll ruin things. Again. And if you do expel them, I'll fire you. Nezu instantly responded. No, you won't. I'm the best you can get for this job, Aizawa remarked. And before you say anything else, you know that I'll keep pushing for this. Nezu crossed his arms at this, tapping his fingers on his arms as he glared at his employee. And I would like to remind you that I won't allow you to expel those kids just because you're frustrated with this case. Same to the fact that I won't let you do this because you're frustrated that your class is the only one with an open slot. Aizawa opened his mouth at this, only for Nezu to flash a paw at him. Don't. You know for a fact that no one tried to go against the 0-pointer this year, causing the scores to be ... less than optimal due to a small amount of rescue points. Vlad King then filled up his classroom. And you argued to put more students in general services instead due to the low scores. Nezu's paw switched to a pointing finger. After that, I agreed to let you take one less because you said, and I quote, it'll make grading easier, and they can show themselves who is worthy of being a hero in the festival. And one student did prove it, Aizawa countered. That's not enough considering you started your year with expelling a student. Aizawa let out a snarl at that. And before you try to say anything else, may I remind you what happened at the sports festival was due to you neglecting to solve the issues in your class right now. That's not my fault. Aizawa barked. I had no idea Bakugo was going to act like that. Video footage of the battle trials suggest otherwise. Nezu snapped back. He beat 2 of your students to a pulp, and footage of your class has you telling him to grow up and nothing else. The stoat's beady eyes somehow narrowed at this. No, Aizawa, the reason you're against this is because you don't want to do your job. You think you can take the easy way out and just expel those students. They deserve it. Aizawa suddenly yelled, Niyamasa flinching at the sight. He had never seen the man yell in all the years he had worked with him. However, Aizawa's tone lowered as he said his next words, reverting back to his usual calm yet negative mask. They need to realize heroics isn't some joke. He let out a snarl before gritting his teeth. They keep thinking it's just for fun. I'm trying to make them understand that this job is. They do understand, Aizawa, but you need to realize they are still just. They don't understand. I just spent this last week showing them it's no joke and they still don't get it. You've seen the rescue operations I've had them do, and they fail them every time. Aizawa interrupted before pointing at the footage of Spider-Man taking on the Rhino as he fought him. This being the only footage with sound. And it's obvious he considers it a joke too. Just listen to him. He'd rather crack jokes than fight the villain. Nezu just stared back at the hero. And what if that's Spider-Man's way of calming himself through a fight? Oh, stop it. Aizawa hissed. Don't give me that bull. He's another one that spits on heroics, thinking it's some kind of game just like the rest of my class. Aizawa, Nezu slowly said, making the teacher's anger disappear again. You know I have great respect for you, Aizawa, but what you just did is grounds for me to fire you. I know, Aizawa coolly replied, but you won't, especially not this far into the semester. I know. That being said, Nezu leaned up to Aizawa's face. What is your problem? Is it the class or this case? Aizawa let out a low guttural growl before replying, it's the class. I'm missing a key component. Naomasa blinked at Aizawa at that, a bit of shock appearing on his face as he saw Aizawa not only calm down, but looked like he was asking for help. However, the shock increased when he didn't see a smug smile on Nezu's face, instead just staring at Aizawa with a blank expression, as if instead the two were having a silent conversation. No leader? Nezu asked after a few seconds of silence. Aizawa shook his head. No, I have one that could potentially become that. He let out a long sigh. I need a pusher. Nezu snapped his paws. I suspect expulsion scares don't help with that, does it? You know what I mean. Aizawa growled, Nezu chuckling in response. I understand. Nezu replied as he put a paw to his chin. So, you have no student to motivate them. You usually hate those students, as though they can inspire others. They're also the how you say, all might-loving students. Aizawa responded with an even louder guttural growl, making Nezu chuckle again. I see. If that's the case, why don't we introduce her class to someone that can be a pusher, as you say? What do you mean? Nezu shined a small grin. Simple. What if we have the third years give them a test? Show just how far your class needs to go. In fact, you can use the top 4. Aizawa blinked at him, only to glance down and put his hand to his chin in thought. The memory of those students he had 2 years ago swam through his head, remembering a certain student that was too optimistic. He bit his lip at this before glancing back up at Nezu and grumbled out yeah, that could work. So you agree? Nezu asked while putting his paws behind his back. Fine, I agree if I can use the third years. Nezu clapped his paws at this. Good. He stopped clapping at this before glaring at Aizawa. Though if I give them to you, I'll also be giving you an ultimatum. He pointed at the teacher. You will accept Spider-Man into your class and keep your students until the final, where we'll then decide what to do with them. If you don't, you're done here. Permanently. The two began their staring match again. The human growling at the stoat as the principal kept a calm demeanor. And as a full minute passed, Aizawa let out a long groan before putting his hands to the bridge of his nose, rubbing it as he said, Ugh, I can't believe this is happening to me. It is happening to you. And you best get over it, Nezu added as he clicked a button on the remote, turning off the footage behind him. Now gentlemen, let's go pay Spider-Man a visit, shall we? Sure, Naomasa slowly said. I'm glad you're fine with this, detective. I didn't want to argue with you as well, Nezu added as he clapped his paws, only to snap one of them. That reminds me. We must hurry. The Hero Commission president is not happy with recent events. I figured, Naomasa barely replied, the man still dumbfounded by the argument he had just witnessed. Indeed, Nezu hopped off his desk at this. Now, the Hero Commission president warned me that if anything else happens with Spider-Man, she will put him in the high-profile villain registry, along with putting a bounty on his head. We can't let that. Beep. The rat spun around at the noise, seeing it was coming from his computer. With a surprising amount of agility, the rat leapt onto the desk, and a few clicks of keys on the keyboard later, Naomasa saw something he had never seen before. The stoat was emoting as the computer screen switched to the image of a certain fishbowl-headed villain. Greetings, I am Mysterio, the master of the arcane arts, and the greatest illusionist to ever exist. The villain stretched his arms wide as he added, as for why you are seeing this, I am televising my greatest accomplishment yet. Oh no, Nezu whispered as the screen switched to show a certain vigilante. Izuku Midoriya stared at her television screen with an expression of fear, Himiko having just told her that something was going on while she was watching the tube. Behold, my nemesis, Spider-Man. An image of Spider-Man appeared, one that had been used several times on television over the incident at the festival and the hero killer. The image then switched to Mysterio, the villain crossing his arms. I had dedicated myself to successfully robbing every bank in Japan, and I had succeeded in making sure no hero would ever stop me. But he did. Oh dear, Izuku gulped, Himiko glancing back at her with a frown. This is bad, isn't it? Spider-Man is the only one to have ever foiled one of my plans, Mysterio added as he uncrossed his arms, and for that, he will pay dearly. The Hero Commission stared at the screen in front of her. She had already yelled at her subordinates, telling them to find out why this broadcast had suddenly taken over multiple channels. After that, she called Tsurugami, yelling at him for what was happening, Nezu about to be next. However, it was here that she took a moment to catch her breath as she sat in her office, and as she watched the fishbowl-headed man begin to rant. Her face tried to form a smile, only to fail. Seems Nezu failed to find him. Oh well, she commented as she picked up her phone again. Now, time for me to save the hero society I've worked so hard to create. For you see, I have concocted my greatest performance ever, one that will allow me to reach my ultimate goal. Seriously? In that outfit? Mount Lady muttered out while chomping on a potato chip. What a nut. Kamui Woods and Edshot both glared at her, only for Kamui to sigh as he said, I suppose we should get ready. I suspect they will ask us to find this. Mysterio. You're kidding, right? Mount Lady asked him as she ate another chip. Look at how that guy is dressed. We're seriously not going after that kind of fashion disaster, are we? Just get ready if they do call us in. Edshot murmured as he spun around before walking away. What is my ultimate goal, you ask? Why, it is to become the world's greatest illusionist, to stun this world with works like no other. Find out where this broadcast is coming from now. Endeavor roared as he ran through his building, his sidekicks all scrambling around him. That's not good, Vernon whispered as she watched him stomp past them, the flames on his body flaring. Just shut up and help me, Vernon, Kaido added as he walked by. Yeah, and I shall accomplish this by showing the world my true power. Toshinori Yagi stared at the screen before him, his mind slightly mixed at what he was watching. On the one hand, if this happened back in his prime, he would have searched the country to find this villain and instantly shut them down. On the other, his daily time as All Might was up. That meant all he could do was sit and watch. As such, he slumped down in a chair in his apartment, staring at the television screen before him as he muttered, Spider-Man ... To think I would see a vigilante cause this much of a stir after all I've done. He closed his eyes at this. I wonder, why are you a vigilante? A few minutes ago, Izuku zipped past building after building, his web swinging faster than it had ever been. He had tried this kind of speed before with web swinging, but nothing like this. The whole city was a blur as he swung over blocks and streets, his eyes glued to the tracker in his hand as he relied on his spider sense to tell him where to swing. I gotta keep moving. I need to find Fishbowl Head and fast, he thought as he went over another rooftop. But as he did this, his mind went back to what had just happened. I don't get it. Why is this guy so angry at me that he would kill gentle criminal? I mean, I just foiled his bank robbery. Why go this far? Is he crazy? And as he shot over another building, Izuku glanced up from the tracker, only to see something in the distance. He now saw he was nearing the city outskirts, and in front of him was what looked like a massive abandoned warehouse. It was huge, many feet tall, as it was designed to hold tons of stuff. And on top of that warehouse was one fishbowl-wearing man, a bit of smoke swirling around him. Found him, Izuku thought before landing on a nearby rooftop. Let's reload my web shooters and take him down. One replenish later, Izuku leapt off the roof and fired 2 web lines, soon slingshotting himself over to the villain. You're here, Mysterio commented as Izuku landed in front of him. Like you wanted. Izuku quickly switched to his crouched position, one of his hands already ready to fire webbing at the man, ready to throw down. I'll gladly kick your butt if that's what you want. You will not beat me. Mysterio chuckled as more smoke began to form around him. And you have arrived just in time. My broadcast has already started, and my recorded speech is just about to finish. Broadcast? Yes, I am a performer after all. The villain cackled as he raised out his arms. Behold, my masterpiece. Danger. Huh, Izuku whispered, only to feel the ground below him suddenly disappear. A trapdoor beneath opened, gravity instantly taking hold as he fell. Whoa, but the fall wasn't a long one, as he felt his feet hit something just a second and a half later. But that was enough, as Izuku found out as he looked back up at where he had fell, only to see the trapdoor instantly close. What in the name of? Greetings, Spider-Man, exclaimed a new voice. It sounded like Mysterio, but it was 10 times louder than the one Izuku had just been hearing. And as the voice shook the vigilante, his eyes went wide at the next sight as Mysterio said, Today, I shall broadcast this moment to all of Japan as my greatest victory. Spotlight suddenly shined down on the teen, making him flinch for a second as continued to stare at the sight before him. It was Mysterio, though he now looked like he was at least 20 feet taller. The fishbowl on his head alone looked like it could cover a tiny house, the sight making Izuku begin to backpedal. And then, the villain started to rant. As you can see, my audience, today is the day I start the next chapter in my road to become the greatest illusionist of all. In order to do this, I will destroy the only one that has ever beaten me. Mysterio exclaimed as his giant form began to raise its arms, the teen's eyes darting between the 2 massive hands and the villain's enormous body. The teen then glanced down and saw he was on a platform above an assortment of buildings and structures, only to look back up and saw the 2 hands from before starting to move toward him. The world will now see me accomplish my next greatest feat, one that only I can do." The villain laughed, the giant's hands now on both sides of the vigilante. "Oh no," Izuku thought as he saw the hands begin to move again. "And now I will crush you like the bug that you are." "Danger!" Izuku felt his head scream at him, the teen leaping off the platform just as the giant hands clapped, crunching the platform he had been standing on. The sound of metal crushing rang out at this, Izuku firing a web line upward. It instantly hit the warehouse's ceiling, yanking him back up as he glanced back at the giant hands, only to see them suddenly get consumed in a pillar of smoke. "Huh," Izuku muttered before looking down, now seeing the buildings below him. It looked like a cross between a carnival, a circus, and a collection of movie props. "What the heck? What is this place?" he thought, only for a booming sound to ring out. He glanced back up and saw a plume of smoke that transformed into the giant Mysterio from before. Surprised, the villain cackled. "And now, I shall show you just how insignificant you really are." The giant swung his arms at this, about to clap them into the vigilante again. Izuku let go of the web line at this, dropping just as the hands slammed into each other. Izuku flipped once before landing, the teen glancing down and seeing he was now on a wooden rooftop. He took a small breath as his mind said, "Okay, how did he do that? He turned into a giant ... Was it a solid illusion? My spider sense did warn me of." His thoughts were cut short as he saw the giant from before turn into a smoke cloud. And as this happened, 10 smaller smoke puffs appeared around the teen, all soon revealing 10 Mysterios. "And now, let us do battle," all 10 said in unison before the one in front of Izuku ran up and threw a punch at the teen. Spider sense yelling at him, Izuku reflexively tilted his head, evading the jab before responding with his own punch. The blow instantly knocked the Mysterio off its feet, only for 2 more to charge at Izuku. And as they tried to hit him, Izuku sidestepped both punches from them just as the one that was knocked down turned into a puff of smoke. "That's an illusion too," Izuku thought before kicking one of the two, only for the other to punch his face. The blow just pushed him slightly back, the punch feeling like a love tap more than anything. "I felt that." Izuku responded with a punch to that Mysterio's gut, knocking it back before it exploded into smoke. This was followed by 3 more of them, all throwing jabs at the teen. The vigilante ducked under them all, quickly doing a leg sweep. The trio flopped over at this, turning into puffs of smoke instantly. But as this happened, Izuku saw the 5 Mysterios that were left all just stood in front of him. The teen braced himself at this, only for all 5 villains to speak up in unison, "Well done. But you will not win this, for you are outnumbered 100 to 1. You do realize there's only 5 of you now, right, fishbowl head? My name is Mysterio." The villain barked back, only for 5 puffs of smoke appear behind the original 5, 5 more Mysterios now appearing. All 10 pointed at him at this, and now, the battle will continue. "Great," Izuku muttered as he ducked under a punch from one of the Mysterios, so he can make a bunch of smaller solid, tangible illusions. He punched the Mysterio back, knocking it back before it turned into a puff of smoke. This was followed by Izuku's spider sense ringing out, the teen quickly spinning around with a kick, smacking 2 away as they all turned into smoke. But as the puffs dissipated, 3 more Mysterios appeared in new small pillars of smoke, and he can make as many as he wants. That thought made Izuku grimace, his eyes glancing around as he noticed he was in the middle of the rooftop. "I gotta get out of here." He evaded 2 more punches at this, seeing now the illusions were very slow. Probably the slowest punches he had seen since he started as Spider-Man. As such, he kicked another Mysterio, the clone turning into smoke before he cut into a sprint. The other 9 began to chase after him, only to see the vigilante leap off the rooftop. "Gotta catch my breath," he thought as he landed. But as his feet touched the ground, a giant puff of smoke appeared before him, making the teen glance up and see the giant Mysterio again. "And oh, you will not escape me, bug." The giant roared as it raised its foot, the teen jumping away as the stomp came a second later. He fired a web line upward at this, yanking himself away. His eyes darted around at the same time, now seeing all the buildings. The carnival. He put a carnival inside a warehouse. How did he? Danger. Glancing back, Izuku saw a giant hand about to swat him, the teen gasping before letting go of the line, falling to the ground as the hand swung over him. Rolling on the floor for a second, he spun around to see a giant foot raise up, ready to try and stomp the teen again. "I can't sit still. Gotta move," he thought before glancing over to the building that he had just leapt off of. It looked like a saloon from the Old West, the sight making him blink before firing 2 web lines, slingshotting him inside. But as he did this, the giant Mysterio vanished in a pillar of smoke as the teen slid into the building. There, the vigilante saw he was in an old-style Western bar, which was soon consumed in puffs of smoke ... only for 5 Mysterios to appear, 4 sitting around tables while a 5th was behind the bar. The four were all in cowboy outfits, complete with spurs and Stetsons, though their head were still looked like fishbowls, while the fifth is in a waiter-like outfit while still wearing the fishbowl helmet, along with a big fake mustache on the bowl. "Howdy, ready for a good all shooting up?" the Mysterio from behind the bar asked. "Huh," was all Izuku could say before the other four Mysterios reached under the tables and pulled out pairs of revolvers. "Get 'em, boys," the bartending Mysterio yelled as they all took aim at the vigilante. "Danger, ape," Izuku yelped as he fired 2 web lines into the ceiling, yanking himself a split second before 4 bullets flew across the room. Dodging them all, Izuku did a small flip in the air before aiming his wrists at the 4, firing a barrage of webbing. Trusting his spider sense, webbing struck every gun before he yanked them away, the team grabbing all of them a second later. Izuku quickly shot out a glob of webbing at this, wrapping the weapons up before firing the blob of guns into the ceiling, sticking it in a webbed mess. "Impressive," the Mysterio behind the bar commented. "But we're not done yet." He snapped his fingers and 4 more Mysterios appeared in puffs of smoke, these in the normal Mysterio outfits rather than the cowboy ones. "That's kinda disappointing. You couldn't do them all in outfits, fishbowl head." "Shut up," the bartender one yelled. "Get him." And we're Mysterio, not fishbowl head. They all charged at Izuku at this, one in a cowboy outfit throwing the first punch. The teen responded by ducking under it, his spider sense blaring as 2 more punches came his way. Izuku started to backpedal at this, evading both before throwing a punch, knocking one of the cowboy ones off his feet and into a table. As this happened, one of the ones that wasn't wearing a cowboy outfit grabbed a wooden chair and raised it up high, only for Izuku to fire a webline on the chair and yank it, sending the chair straight into the Mysterio's head. Crash. 2 puffs of smoke appeared next, making those 2 Mysterios disappear as 2 of the others leapt at Izuku, trying to tackle him. Spider sense flaring, the teen sidestepped them both, only to dodge another punch before hitting one of the cowboy ones back, turning it into a puff of smoke. "You guys aren't that tough, are you?" he remarked as he then kicked the other cowboy Mysterio, its form smashing into a table, splitting the furniture in half before the Mysterio disappeared in another puff of smoke. "Maybe so," the bartender replied, "but we prefer quantity over quality." 4 Mysterios appeared in a fog of smoke at this, all charging as the other 2 got back up. Izuku leapt up at this, hopping over the group before spinning around and firing a blast of webbing, sticking them all together. But as he landed, smoke consumed them, only for 6 new Mysterios to appear out of the smoke, the sight making Izuku growl, "Oh, come on." "Danger." Smash. "Oh," Izuku yelled as a thick glass bottle hit his head, making him glance back to see it was the bartender. He pointed his wrist at him, only for Spider Sense to scream at him again. This was followed by one of the new Mysterios grabbing a nearby chair and slamming it into the teen's back, the wooden frame breaking to pieces as Izuku felt pain surge through him. A punch to the vigilante's face followed this, though the blow wasn't as strong as the previous hits. As such, as the punching Mysterio tried a second jab, Izuku's reflexes kicked in, causing him to swing a leg upward, smacking the Mysterio away. A puff of smoke followed, only for 2 more Mysterios to throw a pair of punches at him, Spider Sense making Izuku duck under both before hitting them back with 2 thrusting blows. And as they were knocked back, another bottle flew through the air, Spider Sense screaming at the teen as he raised his hand and caught the bottle. "What?" the bartender Mysterio yelped, only for Izuku to fling the bottle right back at him, the glass container hitting the bartender's head before he turned into a cloud of smoke. "That's it," Izuku yelled as he kicked another Mysterio, turning it into smoke before firing 2 web lines to the sides of the front door of the saloon. "I'm outta here." And with a tug, the vigilante slingshotted through the doors, flinging out of the building. He landed with a slight slide, his eyes darting back at the building, ready to see if the fake Mysterios followed him ... only to find they were gone. The saloon looked suddenly empty, making the teen blink before the corner of his eyes caught another sight. It was a giant puff of smoke, making him turn to see the giant Mysterio from before. "Couldn't take the saloon, could you, bug?" The giant laughed. "Very well. Then I shall give you the honor of being squashed by hay. Get back here." "Nope," Izuku commented as he fired a web line and yanked himself away. "Come on, Izuku, think this through. There's got to be a way." "Danger." The teen glanced back and saw 2 hands about to clap him. Going wide-eyed, he pulled as hard as he could on the web line, yanking himself away just in time. This was followed by the giant thrusting a punch straight for the vigilante, Izuku letting go of the web line, ducking right under the fist. However, this made the teen hit the ground a second later, Izuku feeling his body roll on the floor. "Oh," he yelped as he scrambled to his feet, only for his spider sense to scream at him. Not looking back this time, he pushed his spider strength into his legs and leapt as far as he could, just avoiding a giant foot slamming into the ground. A slight booming sound followed this, Izuku glancing back to see the giant Mysterio marching after him. He looked back at what was in front of him, only to see what looked like a circus tent to his right. And as he went through the entrance, the teen rolled on the ground before glancing back out, only to see the giant Mysterio was now gone. That giant version of Fishbowl Head keeps disappearing when I go into a building, the teen thought before taking a deep breath. He put his hand to his chest before sighing. Okay, Izuku, you wish to try my House of Mirrors bug? Exclaimed a voice, interrupting the teen's thoughts. He turned to see a whole hall of mirrors before him, all with a bunch of Spider-Men in them. Oh, you have got to be kidding me, Izuku moaned, only to see the Spider-Men in the mirrors start to literally walk out of the mirrors. What the? Seems you still don't understand, one of them said, only for a loud noise to sound out behind Izuku. He glanced back and saw that a large metal door was now covering the entrance he had just went through. The sight made him blink before looking back at the mirrors, now seeing 5 of himself standing with crossed arms. Great, Izuku sighed as the fake Spider-Men charged at him. He easily punched the first 2, both turning into puffs of smoke before a third hit Izuku in the chest. This was followed by a 4th running around the teen, trying to punch his back, only for the Vigilante's spider sense to yell at him. This was followed by Izuku putting every bit of strength into his legs before hopping, flipping in the air before landing on all 4s on the ceiling. Seeing this, the fakes all stared up at him, 2 more now appearing from puffs of smoke. A few seconds passed at this, Izuku seeing that they weren't trying to attack him. What's the matter? Can't climb up here like me? One of them replied before they all glanced at each other, only for it to look back up at Izuku and shake its fist at him. Come down here and fight us like a man. Oh yeah, why don't you come up here and fight me like a spider? Izuku quipped back. You're all supposed to be me, aren't you? The fakes began to hop up and down at this, only to find that the teen was just out of reach. Blinking at this, Izuku's mind hummed to itself, hey, that was a pretty good quip. I'm glad I wrote that down a while back. I should come up with more spider-based things. Come down here this instant. No, Izuku replied before closing his eyes, trusting his spider sense to warn him as he began to think. Okay, I got a second now. Think this through, Izuku. He keeps switching illusions on me. He either has that giant version of himself or a bunch of smaller ones. That means he probably can't do both, but both are still very real. That's such a cool quirk. I wonder if he could know. Don't nerd out. Think. You have to. Danger. He opened his eyes to see one of the fakes now wielding a chair before throwing it at the teen, firing a web line. Izuku yanked himself away at the last second, only to land on the floor a few feet away from the fake Spider-Men. Spinning around at this, he heard one of them yell, "Get him!" before they all charged at the teen. Gotta get out of here, he thought before standing up and cutting into a sprint into the House of Mirrors. The teen took a left and a right, his eyes darting back and forth as he saw nothing but reflections. Come on, there's got to be. You can't run from me, exclaimed a voice, only for Izuku to see 5 new fakes come out of mirrors in front of the teen. Skidding to a stop, Izuku took another left, only to see 2 more fakes appear, this time from puffs of smoke. Spider sense screaming at this, the vigilante quickly switching into a slide, zipping right under both, hitting their legs and knocking them to the floor, causing both to turn into puffs of smoke. They're so fragile, he commented in his head, but they can overwhelm me. I need to wait. That's it. He came to a stop at this as he saw he was in another hallway of mirrors. His eyes darted back and forth, staring at the reflective surfaces surrounding him. A second later, 2 fakes appeared in front of him from inside the mirrors, only for 2 more to appear out of puffs of smoke behind them. Seeing this, one fake asked, tired of running. But as the fake asked this, Izuku just shook his head. Nope, just realized something. And what's that? That only some of you come out of mirrors, Izuku replied before turning to one of them. And if you guys fall apart from one punch, he pulled back a fist, maybe the mirrors you come out of are the same. The fakes all flinched before yelling, no, wait, smash. Izuku's fist hit the mirror one of the fakes had just come out of, only for it to turn into smoke. And as the fog dissipated instantly, the teen now seeing an open tunnel beyond the mirrors. Bingo. No, come back here. The fakes yelled as Izuku rushed inside, huffing as he kept running. Keep moving, Izuku, the teen thought as continued to make his way down the hallway. You just need a second to think. And as he thought this, his eyes saw a bright light at the end of the tunnel. I hope there's nothing crazy beyond this. A second later, the vigilante had come to a stop as he saw a new sight. You have got to be kidding me. I really gotta stop asking that. The teen had just found that he had ran inside a circus tent. Granted, Izuku had never gone to the circus before, as most stopped existing due to the rise of quirks and the idea. Questionable practices. However, this one was a complete tent with a surrounding yet empty seating area and a circle in the middle with long trapeze towers. Granted, there was no cannon, performers, but the teen quickly found out there was one circus thing here, animals. RAWR. The middle of the circus suddenly shifted into a pile of sand, only for a certain animal's head Izuku recognized to appear and blast out of the sand. Oh great, of course he brought you back. The teen deadpanned as a giant snake began to slither up from the center of the tent. Izuku felt himself backpedal at the sight, only to see the snake's head turn to glare at him. Danger! RAWR! The snake roared as it thrust its head at the teen. Izuku instantly firing 2 web lines into the ceiling and yanking on them. The snake head slammed into the tent's floor as Izuku flew above it, dodging it in a split second. He then fired another web line, swinging himself across the tent. I gotta get out of here, Izuku whispered as he landed on a trapeze platform. Another roar rang out at this, making him glance back to see the giant snake raised itself again. It then tilted sideways before thrusting its head with mouth opened, fangs ready to chomp the vigilante. Leaping off the trapeze, the snake head slamming into the pole as Izuku firing another web line, swinging to the other trapeze platform. He looked back at this, his eyes staring at the previous platform's pole as it contorted from the snake's fangs before letting go and glaring at him again. The sight made him suck in a breath, his mind going into overdrive. If this is like the last time, it's pointless to fight the snake ... but this might be a good time to collect my thoughts. The snake then leapt at him again, Izuku firing some more webbing as he swung around the tent. Letting his spider sense take over, he reflexively dodged the beast as he began to think, come on Izuku, think, how do I beat him? And as he evaded the snake again, his mind went to a single thought, his first encounter with the villain at the bank. That's it, Izuku exclaimed, only to see the snake head appear right in front of him. Ape! The snake opened his mouth and tried to chomp him, Izuku firing another web line and yanking away. I'm leaving. Now. He then fired 2 lines into the ceiling before tugging again, the vigilante flinging himself upward. Thrusting a leg, he shot through the top of the circus tent, ripping through the building's fabric. It was here that the teen saw he was right back in the warehouse, complete with the assortment of buildings from earlier. And as he flew out of the tent and fired another web line, zipping himself on top of a tiny building's rooftop, a giant pillar of smoke suddenly appeared before him. Well, seems you escaped our old friend, a giant Mysterio declared as the smoke dissipated. Yeah, I'll admit, I didn't like seeing him again, Izuku quipped as he stared up at the massive villain, though to be fair, at least he doesn't wear a fishbowl. I do not wear a fishbowl. This is a helmet, the giant barked back before pointing at the teen. And do you not see what you're wearing? Oh yeah, at least my costume's colors go together, unlike yours. You look like you should be some aquarium's mascot, you giant bubblehead, Izuku replied, about to shake his fist at the giant before stopping himself. Huh, that's weird. I've never been able to quip like that before. Is it because I'm fighting him? Why, you little... Izuku ignored the next few words, shaking his head before pointing at the massive villain. All right, listen here, fishbowl. Do not call me that. I am Mysterio, master of the arcane arts, Mysterio roared, making Izuku almost flinch. Oh, okay, well, listen here anyways, Izuku responded before taking a deep breath. I'm done playing your game. I know your quirk's weakness, and these illusions of yours aren't going to beat me. Show me where you are so we can finish this. What? Mysterio exclaimed. How dare you? My quirk has no weaknesses. He then raised his arms out. I am the greatest illusionist the world has ever seen. My quirk is perfect. He pointed at Izuku again. And you will not defeat me. Izuku shook his head again. No, you're wrong. I've seen a perfect quirk ... and it isn't yours. And as he said that, Izuku closed his eyes, his mind going into the library of memories inside his head. The memories of the explosions, beatings, and bruises, of days of being shown what a true quirk is, one that beat him over and over, day in and day out, explosion after explosion. It was a true quirk. A quirk where you could accomplish all your dreams, and show that everyone else had no right to their dreams. A quirk that Izuku so wished he had ... but was instead given this. A quirk from a spider bite. I'm weak. I'm still so weak, Izuku thought as he opened his eyes, now staring at the giant villain in front of him. His mind was clear now. He could still feel the sting of those explosions from the past. But a new thought entered his head. But that doesn't mean I can't try. That doesn't mean I can't win this fight. Your quirk isn't perfect, Izuku repeated, the giant almost flinching as he added, I've figured it all out. What was that? You heard me, Izuku instantly replied. Your illusions can only make certain things solid. You either have 1 to 2 big things, like the snake at the bank when I first encountered you or those giant hands, or a bunch of smaller things. I believe you can make up to 10 or so smaller solid illusions. The rest are all fakes, just props you have around here. You also can't disrupt my senses, as you've never changed anything around me this whole time unlike at the bank. That means you have to be up close and personal for that part of your illusions to work. You ... you little... I'm right, aren't I? Izuku replied as he slowly stood up. You're wrong, Mysterio exclaimed. My quirk is perfect. It is the greatest illusion quirk of them all. Izuku just shook his head at this. No ... and no, it's not. I've seen a perfect quirk ... and it's not this. You ... you ... the villain repeated, his giant form shaking as it stood there. despite not being able to show any emotions due to the giant helmet on its head. Izuku knew there was a look of pure frustration on the villain's face. That is, till he let out a roar, "That's it. I'm crushing you right now." Izuku flashed his palms at this. "Now hang on." "No," Mysterio screeched. "I'm ending this now. I am proud to be a villain, and I shall show the world my greatest feat right now. I will show the world the death of the Spider-Man. Guess I gotta do this the hard way." Izuku thought as he took a deep breath before crouching down, getting into his usual fighting stance. And as he did this, his idea he had at the start re-entered his head as the teen spoke up. "Fine. If that's the way you want it." Izuku felt himself smirk at his next words. "Let's go, Fishbowl Head." "My name is not Fishbowl Head. It is Mysterio." The giant screamed, his voice echoing through the whole building. And as it did this, Izuku turned his head to the left. Before his eyes was several low buildings, some looking obviously fake while others had some structure to them. But that wasn't what Izuku was looking at. Rather, he was staring at the wall beyond the buildings. "That's it." He mentally grinned as he pointed his wrists toward the wall. "Got ya." Thwip. 2 web lines hit the wall instantly, the villain seeing this as Izuku began to pull. What are you doing?" "Ending this," Izuku replied as he lifted his legs up, only to instantly slingshot away. "No," Mysterio yelled as he turned into a giant puff of smoke. A second later, he reappeared in a massive pillar of fog in front of the vigilante, his giant form swinging both arms at the teen. But as the hands came down to crush the bug, Izuku let go of the web lines, his body flying before firing another web line, this one wrapping around the giant's right arm. With a tug, he swung under the arm, only for his spider sense to ring out. Firing another web, he pulled himself away just as the giant spun around, trying to swat the vigilante, only to miss. And as this happened, Izuku fired 2 more web lines and pulled, soon slingshotting himself right into the warehouse's wall. Smash! His form instantly burst through the wall as if it was made of cardboard. Granted, he had a feeling it was something stronger, but it was nothing against Izuku's spider strength. Instead, the teen saw he had just slammed through a wall of painted-over lumber, which had been made to look like a brick wall. And beyond that wall was an empty part of the warehouse, except a tiny room on the side of the warehouse's real wall. One that had a big glass window on its side. Smash! "Hi there." Izuku laughed as he slammed his feet into the glass window, shattering it to pieces. The villain inside turned to the sudden intruder as the vigilante commented, "So, will the real Fishbowl Head stand up?" "What?" Mysterio screamed, only for Izuku to point both wrists at him, webbing instantly wrapping him to his chair a second later. "What the how?" Izuku's hand stretched over and grabbed the villain's helmet, yanking it off with a single pull. It revealed a basic-looking man, Izuku leaning down and pinching his cheek. "Are you the real one?" "Oh," the man yelped. "Yup, the real deal." Izuku chuckled. "And that means you lose." "Oh no, no," the villain yelled as he began to squirm in his chair. How did you find me?" The teen shrugged at this before glancing around at the room as he decided to not answer the question just yet. He saw it was a fully fitted security camera room just like what you would see in television shows and movies. "Nice room you got here. A full security camera setup. Let me guess, you had cameras in every bit of this place so you could easily use your illusions on me. I bet they're specially made for your quirk and everything." Mysterio growled at this. How did you figure out where I was?" "Simple," Izuku replied before pointing at him. "You told me." Yup." Izuku leaned down while shining a grin under his mask. "After all, I knew I couldn't find you normally. I went through your whole carnival, circus, movie prop thing and didn't find a trace of you. But I knew you had to be nearby, or your quirk probably wouldn't work. That meant you had to be somewhere in the warehouse, probably behind something fake like a false wall." "You," Mysterio hissed. "After that, all I had to do was make you angry." Izuku chuckled, so angry your yell became an echo in this giant warehouse. Following that sound, "I knew you had to be behind this wall. You this isn't over." Mysterio roared. "I will escape this and..." Zap. "Ugh," the villain moaned before slumping over. "No more monologues. No more tricks," Izuku commented as he lifted his 2 fingers off of the villain's shoulder, electricity sparking off of him. "You're done, and I'm going home." And as he said that, he felt a crick in his back. YOW. He tried to reach around his back and groaned. "And maybe I can finally do that vacation." Pointing his wrists, he fired some more webbing over the chair just in case before hopping down and walking out of the room, only to spin around. He lifted up the fishbowl head Mysterio had been wearing, his eyes squinting at the sight. On the seemingly glass bowl were tiny little circuits on the bottom edges. "Whoa, now that's cool." His helmet has a kind of OS skeleton to it. Izuku glanced back at the knocked-out villain. For a nutjob, he might be smarter than he looks ... and that sounded really mean. "I shouldn't go that far." The teen glanced back at the helmet, humming to himself. Wonder if I could add this to my suit. Maybe my mask. I did want to do a customization to my mask's eye lens." He spun the helmet around. "Better not take the whole thing though." The police will probably need this for evidence. He put 2 of his fingers to the edge of the helmet and twisted it, breaking off a piece. There, they won't miss that. He put the piece in his hoodie and pulled out a small note card that he wrote on saying, "This is Fishbowl Head, a crazy bank robber. Please put him away in the least coziest cell you can find. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." There we go. Izuku chuckled as he put the note card on the webbed-up villain's lap before exiting the room. Doing a quick stretch, he slowly walked out of the building, easily finding an exit before web-swinging into the city. Time to go place an anonymous call to the police, then go home and take a long sleep. Here's hoping that's all I'm gonna have to deal with for the next week. Aizawa had fought plenty of ice quirk-wielding villains, but he had never felt this cold. The reason for this was quite simple. His boss, Nezu, had been staring at a screen showing the vigilante he had been searching for so long fighting an absolutely ridiculous villain. To be fair, the villain did seem to have an advanced illusion quirk, but his posturing and gesturing showed a lost mind, one that could never use the quirk to its true potential, at least in Aizawa's mind. But that wasn't the reason why he felt so cold. It was because he was staring at something he hadn't seen in a long time, an angry Nezu. The last time he had seen this was an unfortunate accident involving a case that brought up the Stoat's past, including his history with other humans. The footage had only gone on for a minute, the villain having done a long speech before turning into a giant thanks to his illusion quirk, and then began to fight Spider-Man. Aizawa could tell Nezu was conflicted, part of him wanting to watch the footage while the other was wanting to take some kind of action. And that second part soon won as Nezu pulled out his phone, a snarl on his face as he said, "Blast it. I hope I'm not too late." Tapping a few buttons, he put the phone to his ear and waited. Seconds slowly ticked by as Nezu watched the screen, the footage now showing Spider-Man leap off a platform to avoid the giant villain's hands before landing on a rooftop. Smoke appeared around the vigilante at this, soon more villains appearing within those puffs of smoke. What followed was a fist fight, Nezu watching each second before a voice rang out through his phone. "Don't bother, Rat," responded the person on the other side of the line. "The Hero Commission President." "Now hold on, forget it." The Hero Commission President interrupted in a low tone. "I've already sent the order." This President Nezu started to say, but the Commission President wasn't listening. "You're no longer part of the Spider-Man case. I've sent in an order to put him in the villain registry." She let out a long sigh at this. "I can't put him any higher than B rank due to the fact he hasn't killed or committed any truly atrocious crimes, but due to his actions of stopping the gang fight outside of the sports festival, the Hero Killer, and now this fully broadcasted event that is currently across the country. And yes, my operatives are telling me this is being broadcast all over the country, which means I now have to take action. The Hero Commission hereby deems that Spider-Man no longer has the right to run free." She paused for a moment, making Nezu speak up. "Listen, if you do this, it will only make things worse. Allow me to catch him. I can guarantee." "No," she spat, "you had your chance. The police department are being blamed for this failure, along with you. From this moment on, Spider-Man is a Hero Commission-only problem. If you or the police department interfere in any way, you will be arrested for law interference. You cannot just..." Click. The sound of the president hanging up rang out at this, Nezu's words instantly coming to a stop. Aizawa and Naomasa stared at the Stoat, seeing him clench his paws around the phone. The detective gulped at the sight while Aizawa hid a smirk under his scarf. However, he didn't make a remark as he saw Nezu sigh before putting away his phone. "It seems a new plan will need to be arranged," Nezu hissed as he spun around, his back now to the duo. "Give me 1 minute to think." The two shared a glance, a worried frown on Naomasa's face while Aizawa switched to his usual tired expression. And as a minute passed, silence consumed the room. Not a sound was heard, just pure utter silence. That is, till the Stoat picked up a remote and switched the footage back to Spider-Man fighting Mysterio. All three watched as the teen was now in a fake saloon, beating up illusions. "I want that," Nezu commented, making them glance back at the principal. "But it seems others want to get in my way." He pressed a button, pausing the footage. "I have an idea." He glanced back at the two. "Let's talk tomorrow, gentlemen, as I have a lot to prepare." In Aizawa, the teacher squinted his eyes at the Stoat. "Until I resolve this, the third years will have to wait." "Understood." They shared one last glance, Aizawa nodding before Naomasa chimed in. "Nezu," the Stoat turned to him, should we be worried if that villain beats Spider-Man?" The two beady eyes of the Stoat blinked for a second before reply. "No, he won't beat Spider-Man. I can 100% guarantee it." Fayumi Todoroki had never seen her youngest brother act like this, and that was saying something, as her little brother rarely acted like anything. But that was not today, as her brother Shoto Todoroki was now staring at the television they had in their dining room. On the screen was a vigilante called Spider-Man, someone she had heard about during some office talk at her job, but nothing more. But that wasn't what surprised her. It was her brother's reaction. He looked like he was in a trance, watching the vigilante fight an over-the-top villain wearing a fishbowl on his head. The sight was almost as baffling as her brother, and she thought her life was starting to become more normal recently, was just watching something with bated breath. Sighing at this, she continued to eat her food at the dinner table, staring at her brother as he watched the screen. And after a few more seconds, she spoke up, "Does Dad know?" Shoto turned to her, raising an eyebrow. "Know what?" "That you, She glanced over at the television. "That you're a fan of this Spider-Man guy." "No," he instantly responded. "Oh," she almost whispered, Shoto's eyes going back at the screen. Does Dad not like that guy?" "No, he hates Spider-Man." She let out a small hum. "I figured." She then saw her brother turn to stare at her, the woman doing a small shrug. "Don't worry, I won't tell him." Shoto did a small nod and said, "Thanks," before glancing back at the screen. Now watching Spider-Man escape the fake saloon, amazing. "Wow," Himiko commented as she stared at the Midoriya household's television. It was now showing Izuku in the mirror house, the teen punching illusion versions of himself. "Izuku's really good." "He is," Inko replied as she sat down beside her, giving the girl a bottle. "Here." Himiko took it and sniffed the top, only to smile as she recognized the smell of blood. She hummed as she began to drink. And as she did this, she glanced over and saw the big frown on Inko's face. "You okay?" Inko responded before turning to her. "Oh, She did a small shrug. "I don't know. What's wrong?" Inko took a deep breath before replying. I don't know why, but I'm still trying to get used to Izuku going out and ... fighting stuff like that." She did a small nod. "Yes." She slumped back into the couch at this. "It's just so different. I've never seen him so happy. And yet all I do is worry." The woman put a hand to her face, rubbing as she shook her head. "I just wish I could do more for him." Himiko stared at the lady for a long moment of silence, only to glance back and now see Izuku evading what looked like to be a giant snake. The sight made her blink before turning back to Inko. "You know, I don't think you give yourself enough credit." Inko turned to her. "What?" "I don't think you give yourself enough credit." She repeated, "Like ... you care about him, don't you?" "Of course I do." "Then ... do you believe in him to do his own thing? Or do you not want to do that?" Inko blinked at Himiko's question, the very statement entering her brain as she realized what the girl meant. It was what her parents had done to her, rejecting her for not letting her be herself. And with a deep breath, the woman replied, "I don't know. I want him to do his own thing, but..." She teared up at this, whispering out, "I'm scared." Himiko slightly flinched at this, now seeing what her question had done. "Oh," she barely said before patting Inko's shoulder. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Inko shook her head. "It's okay. I know you didn't mean to." The woman turned to give the girl that warm smile she would always give. "Thank you, Himiko." What for?" "For reminding me why I do this." Inko replied before looking back at the screen. Watching Izuku escape the giant snake. "Let's keep watching, shall we?" "What an idiot." The Tinkerer growled as she watched Spider-Man now talk back to a giant Mysterio. "To think he would waste the equipment I made for him on something this stupid." "No kidding," chimed in a second voice. Phineas glancing back to see her fellow classmate, Robert Farrell. "That guy has to be a real nut to wear something like that and broadcast it." "Yeah, well ... he's always been a nut." Phineas grumbled as she looked back at the screen, now seeing Spider-Man run away from the giant Mysterio. And as this happened, the footage suddenly stopped, the main screen of the broadcast just sitting on a single frame. What followed was audio only, mainly between Spider-Man and Mysterio, as it sounded like the vigilante had just found and defeated the villain. "Guess that's that," she sighed as she turned off the screen. The girl spun around at this, only to be greeted by a big grin on Farrell's face. "What? You're ready to do the big heist?" She glared back at him. "No." "What? Why not?" he yelped, his grin now vanishing. "The equipment isn't ready," she commented as she spun around again. "Besides, I've been watching the underground the past few days. If I'm right, it would be a mistake to hop in right now." "What do you mean?" She sucked in a deep breath and hissed out. "What I mean is that those fake worthless heroes would interfere. It's bad enough I have to work for them to get the tech I want." Farrell could hear the anger on 3 of her words in particular, her voice making it sound like she had to taste bile while saying them. Grimacing at this, he sat down beside her and said, "All right, I get it. We'll wait." He then pulled out a small USB drive. "Want to look over some specs then? I got something here I think could help us with the gear." She glared back at him before glancing down at the device, seeing a piece of tape on the USB that had the word chance on it. A second passed before she said, "Fine. Need to get some extra work done anyways." Gentle Criminal stared at the small laptop screen. The video of Spider-Man beating Mysterio now ending. Beck had bet his performance on revenge, something that Gentle didn't support, but he had to admit ... the performance was different. He tried to show true showmanship, making things extravagant and spectacular, but that meant nothing, as Spider-Man had won. Spider-Man, Gentle had only met him twice, And this second encounter had the vigilante catching him only to talk to him. It was so odd. Heroes had constantly tried to catch the villain and that was it, but not Spider-Man. Instead, he asked him why he was doing this and Gentle couldn't stop thinking about it. The teen's words kept repeating in his head, talking about how he had given up. Those words just itched his mind, like a small bit of nagging. And yet, Gentle had to admit that that wasn't the only thing that made him think. When he talked to the vigilante, it was like talking to a version of himself. Spider-Man seemed uncertain, slightly aimless and hesitant, but also caring. He acted like all he wanted to do was help, even to someone like him. A rejected hero hopeful turned villain. Gentle, you okay? Asked a voice, making him turn to see La Brava standing beside him with a cup of tea. I do not know, La Brava, he replied before taking the cup and taking a tiny sip. A small sigh escaped his breath before putting the cup on a nearby table. The two had escaped Spider-Man's webbing for a while now, mainly due to it dissolving, though La Brava had taken some time trying to make sure no webbing stayed in their apartment. But as she found nothing, she showed Gentle the video between Spider-Man and Mysterio. As he watched it, Gentle reached over and tapped a button, shutting down the video. Another sigh escaped his lips at this, making La Brava chime in. Gentle? What? La Brava, I believe Spider-Man is right, he interrupted, making his sidekick go wide-eyed. And before she could say anything, he turned to her with the saddest look she had ever seen him wear. I'm going to turn myself in. She didn't respond for a few seconds, her mouth trying to form words as she whispered, WW what? Why? I mean, I know you promised, but Spider-Man is right, Gentle repeated as he slumped down in his seat. I gave up on my dream and ran away. He put a hand over his head, closing his eyes. I've wasted so much time, all in running away. Gentle ... Do you really mean it? He took a deep breath before reopening his eyes. I do, but I don't regret it. He glanced back at La Brava. I'm sorry for being so selfish, La Brava, but he bit his lips at his next words. Will you help me make one last video for my viewers? She blinked at him before showing a small smile. Sure. Thank you. The sound of a clicking keyboard rang out as man in a whitish-grayish suit kept typing. He put his right hand to his face a second later, pushing his glasses up his nose as his eyes glared at the screen. Spider-Man, he whispered as he stared at the footage before him. Spider-Man had defeated Mysterio, the broadcast suddenly cutting after he had disappeared after dodging the giant form of the villain. The man watching the footage glared at every frame, his fingers tapping his desk as he then closed his eyes, repeating his previous words, Spider-Man. He put both hands together, twiddling his fingers as he took a deep breath, thanked. What is the next move they will do? Sir Night-Eye, said a voice, making him open his eyes to see a slim light blue-skinned woman wearing a skin-tight crop top with a visor over her face that had an air filter on it. Her hero name is Bubble Girl, and she had a small frown on her face as she added, You called for me? Yes, Mirai hissed as he laid his hands down on his desk. Call my intern. It's time. She let out a small gasp. Really? But I thought you said. The situation has changed. Again, Night-Eye replied while pushing up his glasses again. Thanks to Spider-Man, Trigger has been randomly moving around in the underworld. Normally, Trigger is mainly sold through the Shai Hasekai, though due to recent uprising of Tombstone's gang, a shift happened. However, Tombstone was beaten by Endeavor, right? Yes, Night-Eye sighed. However, he wasn't hunting for him. He was hunting for Spider-Man, who was also connected to the inner demons, who were also trying to get into the Trigger drug game. He put his hand to his chin. Something is happening. All these gangs and criminals shouldn't be moving around this much. Bubble Girl grimaced at his expression. So ... do you think it's time? Night-Eye glared up at her, making the woman flinch before he did a small nod. Yes, it's time to move. His eyes turned to his computer, the screen still showing an image of Spider-Man, and I suspect this will not be easy. The sounds of tiny gears moving rang out as a man in a lab coat readjusted his goggles. A grin that split his face could be seen as he slowly stood up from his crouched position, the goggles on his eyes twitching as he fiddled with them one more time. And after a few blinks, he fully stood up and took the goggles off, a handkerchief rubbing them a second later. Well? Asked a voice behind the man, the lab coat man turning to see a man in a black suit. It's exactly as we thought. The lab coat-suited man glanced back at what he was previously looking at. Before him was a giant machine surrounding a table that had a katana on it, the blade wearing blood on its tip. It took a bit longer than I thought, but the data doesn't lie. Spider-Man ... is one of ours. He was bitten by the spider that went missing over 2 months ago. I see. A smirk appeared on the suited man's face. So, can we use it like we thought? I believe we can. The lab-coated man tapped a button on the machine, its screen over the katana switching to a picture of a spider with a large tattoo on its back. I can't get a full DNA signature from the blood, but I was able to isolate it. It will work. That's fine, the suited man remarked. All we need is the fact that the experiment did work, and that's what baffles me. The lab coat man replied. We've done hundreds of experiments with the spiders, and every single individual they bite die within 2 days. We've tried every person we can find with a mutant quirk or regenerative quirk, and they all die. He tapped another button, showing an image of Spider-Man. So how did he survive? What makes him different? I don't know or care. The suited man commented. All I know is that this means the experiment is a success. That means we finally have results. He turned his head to a giant tube in the room, the one that still contained the Namu they had received days ago. The creature looked even worse now, half its being falling to pieces that laid astray at the bottom of the tube. Did you get this creature's quirk? I did. And then the suited man pointed down at another tube. This one having nothing but a puddle of black goop on the bottom of it. What about this? Is it still not reacting? Yes, it's frustrating, as I really felt the Namu's special qualities would help with it. However, I do have an idea or two. The lab coat man replied. So, does this mean we should begin phase 2? Yes, the suited man replied, but make sure it's done quietly. I don't want anyone knowing about this. I already had the man who delivered the Namu to us removed. He glared back at the man in the lab coat. Understood. The lab coat man put his goggles back on. Understood. Good. The suited man glanced back at the Namu, now seeing its arm fully fall off. We're so close. I can feel it. With that, the suited man left the room, the lab coat man sighing as he turned to the Namu. The sight made him shake his head. It's a pity this sample is so defective. It truly is Garaki's work, and magnificent work at that. At least we got what we wanted from it. He glanced back at the main screen, which was showing image after image of Spider-Man. How did you survive? If only I could get a true sample of you. And as those words left his mouth, a grin appeared on his lips. Then again, perhaps there is a way. He turned to a certain tube of goop, then back to a bloodied blade nearby. Let's do one last test. A lever was pulled next, buttons and switches following similar motions as the man stood still, his body not moving an inch as he stared at the tube with the goop. 1 second later, the blood on the blade vanished, the red liquid now in a small vial as it went across the room before seemingly floating in front of his face. This is the last bit of blood. Pure and natural. The vial levitated up next, soon reaching the top of the tube as its lid opened before the vial descended down ... and the drop of blood fell into the goop. And as the liquid hit its target, the sludge inside began to react. It was a small, tiny reaction, until a single bit of black webbing hit the tube, making it shake. A second later, 2 more strings of black webbing shot out, rattling the glass as the lab coat man's grin began to grow. Yokimaru was not happy. His face didn't show this, though this was mainly because he was wearing his usual tired expression. However, his reason for not being happy was because he knew his boss was making a mistake ... but he knew he couldn't do anything about it. The Hero Commission president was above him, and was having an overreaction to Spider-Man ... but she had a firm grip on how the commission leads the Hero Society. And that was not easy to deal with. Mira knows that better than anyone, but also knows that the president isn't completely wrong. Vigilantism is bad, but it's also something that can be used for great effect. However, it's also well known to be very hard to take advantage of or take care of. As such, he was now walking up to the president's office, biting his lip as he stared down at the folder in his right hand. A second later, he walked into the room, not even knocking. It might be rude, but he knows the president doesn't care as he strides in. I got the files you need, he commented as he walked up to the president's desk. Good, she replied without looking at him. Her eyes were glued to her computer screen, a giant frown on her face. Mira stared at her for a second before asking, I know I might be overstepping my boundaries here, but don't you think you're overreacting a bit? I'm not, she instantly responded before tapping her desk. I know you think I am, but I believe something is about to happen. I don't want society to just look at Spider-Man when they shouldn't. What do you mean? No vigilante should have power in this hero society, she said in a flat tone. The times are too tense for something like that. Mira took a second before doing a small nod. I suppose. So, do you have a solution for Spider-Man? He raised an eyebrow. Perhaps Hawks. The woman shook her head. No, he is, unfortunately, on the other side of the country. That and he's our main poster boy, which is something we must not ruin. She reached behind her desk and opened a drawer, soon taking out another file. Mira glanced down at the folder, only to go wide-eyed as she added, I've decided to try a different option. It will take a few days for her to get here, but I believe she will be exactly what we need. This is Mira tried to say as he saw the picture on the folder. It was a woman in a fully grayish-white bodysuit along with a small white belt and a white jacket. She had long white hair and 2 pistols attached to her belt. A long frown was on her face, as if she had never looked happy in her entire life. The former apprentice of Lady Nagant. The president responded to Mira's slight stutter. But ... to bring her in, Mira whispered before glancing back up at the president. Ma'am, no offense, but isn't this going too far for one little vigilante? No, it's not, the president firmly replied. She took a long deep breath at this, Mira feeling himself slightly shake as she then asked, "Tell me, what do you know of the crawler?" "The crawler," Mira muttered while tilting his head. "Isn't that? He was a vigilante that was allowed to run wild despite the police figuring out who he was for months." Mira blinked at the name of the event, his brain remembering the files over the incident. And before he could say anything, the president added, "Because that vigilante worm was allowed to use his quirk illegally in public." What followed was, "I've read the file," Mira interrupted, the president turning to glare at him. "I don't see how it's related to Spider-Man." "It isn't," the president sighed, her sigh's tone sounding like she was scolding a 5-year-old. "It's the consequences I'm referring to. According to the file, that case was." "That doesn't matter," the president interrupted again. "What matters was the consequences, because they let a vigilante run wild. The consequences were almost disastrous. And this vigilante will ultimately do the same. The difference this time is that unlike the crawler, Spider-Man has been repeatedly broadcasted. That will cause society's view on vigilantes to change, even if it's a minor change." Her eyes narrowed at this. "And if it continues to change and someone like that is allowed to run free?" Her expression turned into the sharpest glare, one that made Mira flinch as she said, "Death will soon follow." 3 days later, a small girl covered in bandages with bluish-whitish hair and a tiny horn on her head stared at the sight before her with wide, trembling eyes. Before her on the ground was a dead body with a red puddle on their chest, their eyes open yet lifeless. Her whole body was shaking as she sat on the ground, the girl unable to stand up as she watched 2 more people stand over the lifeless body. One was a spider-costumed individual that was gripping another person by the collar. "Why?" The one who had told her earlier was called Spider-Man yelled as he pushed the other person away from the body and into a nearby wall. "Why? Why should I tell you anything?" The other person replied with a big grin on their face. That is, till their face began to change, the sight making Spider-Man flinch. The individual then kicked the vigilante back, the teen backpedaling as the other person's face fully changed into something else. "What the ... Who are you?" Spider-Man asked. "Call me." The person reached into their jacket and pulled out a gun, soon pointing it at the vigilante, the chameleon. Spider-Man Notebook 1, Quirk, Steps, and Quips. Aspect 7, Healing Factor. Notes: I feel that it took me this long to insert this in my notes, as it saved my butt repeatedly as Spider-Man. I'm not sure why I forgot, but it's probably because it's my least noticeable part of this spider quirk. Of what I've seen between my own observations and Mom's observations, my healing factor seems to heal my entire body, though it is a slightly slow process. It heals bones and bruises, but my original scars before I got this quirk have remained. Otherwise, it's just a basic regenerative-like quirk. I wonder if it'll extend my lifespan like other regenerative quirks. Based on how slow it is, I suspect it might just extend my life a little bit. Page on Quips. Property of Izuku Midoriya, Future Hero. Spider-Man Notebook 2, Villains. Villain 3, Tombstone. Rank A. Quirk, Unyielding Wall, Mutant Quirk. Gives individual an almost invulnerable body. Highly dangerous. Notes: had encounter with Tombstone's gang, which are a group of all animal mutant quirks, putting the gang under Tombstone's file, as they all seem to be just under him as a collective. They all use something called Trigger, which I haven't been able to find information about. Need more information. Edit: seems Tombstone's gang is making and dealing this Trigger drug. The masked men seem to also want in on their turf, which caused me to encounter them at a warehouse. Second edit: masked men and the Tombstone gang had what I could only call a war on the streets of Musutafu. Both were fighting for an unknown reason. I still need more information. Third edit: I found the Tombstone gang dealing with what looked like another group. These were suited men, along with a guy with what looked like a bird mask. They were dealing bullets that I have found to have blood injectors in them. Unknown what these things are for, as the blood has come up with nothing under analysis. Fourth edit: I found Tombstone. He was unstoppable. I didn't stand a chance. No matter what move I tried, nothing worked. Somehow, Endeavor found us while Tombstone was about to kill me, only to easily beat the villain. At least, I suspect he did, as I ran away. Like a coward. I'm so weak. Villain 4, Fishbowl Head. Rank: unknown. Suspected to be at least a C due to dangerous nature of quirk. Quirk, Illusion Quirk, seems to be able to project a full illusion in a room. Possibly created through gas. Unknown if that's the case. Notes: definitely the oddest encounter so far. Fishbowl Head seems to be able to make full illusions that withstand pro heroes' attacks. He seems to just be a bank robber, which could possibly make him less dangerous. Also had the craziest outfit I've ever seen for a villain, though I'm still new to this. Edit: I encountered him again. He says his name is ... is ... BOWLHE, a D bank robber. I can't remember. I'll look it up later and edit my notes again. Doesn't matter really. Turns out, he's completely insane. Like, he made a giant movie prop, fake carnival in a warehouse to ... kill me. Why didn't he just try to kill me with a regular trap? Makes no sense. Glad I beat him though. I know I want to save villains, but I'm not sure I want to encounter him again. Villain 5, Gentle Criminal. Rank C. Quirk, Elasticity. Notes: out of all the villains I've faced, this is the one I have the most information on. Unlike most villains, this one constantly tapes themselves and puts it on the internet. Gentle Criminal is a chivalrous thief, as he calls himself in his videos. His quirk is a super useful one that would make him a great hero. It's a shame he uses it to do stunts and criticizing corporations. I also lose my fight with him, which has made me realize I can't just hop into every fight instantly. This villain has helped teach me a good lesson ... and a hurt back. He also has a companion who is named La Brava, who videotapes him constantly according to the videos I've watched. I didn't see her do anything when I chased him, but the videos show him repeatedly get the best of other heroes. I believe Gentle Criminal must have some kind of trump card that allows him to get away. Perhaps she is the trump card. I need to encounter him again. Edit: Gentle Criminal is doing videos again. He took a short hiatus right after I encountered him. Perhaps something spooked him. I mean, he easily beat me last time, so it couldn't have been me. I'm going to wait for the next video and see if I can catch him. Second edit: he made another video, and I was able to catch him this time. Thank goodness for those spider tracers I made. After I caught him, he told me his story and ... it sounds a lot like mine in some ways. He wanted to be a hero, but an accident messed everything up. Despite this, I think I was get through to him. I hope. He did promise to leave his villain life behind if I took on ... Fishbowl Bank Man. I guess that's his name. Villain 10, Rhino. Rank unknown. Probably at least be due to the destruction he created. Quirk seems to be a mutant type or transformation type quirk. Allows individual to have super strength in the face of a rhino. Notes: in terms of raw strength, possibly the most powerful villain I've ever faced. He hit harder than Tombstone, but doesn't seem to have Tombstone's defenses. This fact allowed me to beat him. That being said, this villain seemed to just be rampaging for no reason. Unknown why he was doing this, but I was able to stop him. I was unable to talk him down, but considering how he was acting, I didn't know how else to handle him except knocking him out. Maybe he'll learn his lesson in prison. Property of Izuku Midoriya, future hero. Izuku woke up with wide eyes, his brain instantly turning on as he realized something that had been happening a lot to him recently. He didn't remember how he got home. He beat ... the fishbowl guy, then wanted to go home, only to wake up in his bed. That was a nice bit of sleep. He thought while letting out a long yawn before reaching to scratch his back. I fully refreshed. My back still hurts a bit ... but I was expecting that fight with Fishbowl yesterday to make my back feel worse. He then glanced to the clock on the side of his bed, only to go wide-eyed as he saw the date, or maybe it's because that fight was 2 days ago. Maybe that's why I'm feeling so good, getting that much sleep. He did a small stretch before going to the bathroom, quickly doing his morning routine. A few minutes later, he sat down at his desk, his eyes going over 2 things. One was the blood dart, and the other was the fragment of the fishbowl helmet. Taking the fragment, the teen put it under a small scope he had, his eyes darting over every little thing. Incredible. That fishbowl guy was a nut, but this tech is something else. Unless someone else made it for him. This gives me some ideas. Pulling out a notebook, Izuku began to write page after page of notes, not noticing a pair of eyes glance into the room. Another pair appeared above it, revealing to be Inko and Himiko. Seeing this, Inko patted Himiko's shoulder before pulling her away. Leave him alone for now, she whispered. What's he doing? Himiko asked. I mean, he slept for a full day and now he just woke up and started doing that. He's ... well, he's in his inventor mode. Inko chuckled. Don't worry, it happens every now and then. Want to help me make some breakfast for him? Himiko blinked at her before nodding. Okay. And as they walked into the kitchen, Izuku finished another page before glancing up at his computer. There, he saw a notification, making him grab the mouse and click it, only to reveal it was a video on Gentle Criminal's channel. What's this? He thought as he saw the video's title, A Thief's Finale. Clicking the play button, the video changed to something Izuku had never seen before in the villain's videos. He had watched them all before, all to study the villain to capture him, but he had never seen one taped inside Gentle Criminal's apartment. And he wasn't doing some grandstanding or performance. He was just standing there, a plain background behind him as he spoke up. Greetings, my viewers. I am Gentle Criminal. He did a small bow before continuing. As you can probably see by the title of this video, I am here to say that this is my final performance. Final performance, Izuku thought as he leaned back in his chair. For several years now, I have been the modern chivalrous thief, one that has stolen from and exposed the corrupt. I have no regrets in this path, as I wanted to show the world what I am and to not be forgotten. However, that ends today. He glanced down at this, his face showing a downtrodden expression. For you see, after this video, I will be turning myself in. Izuku went wide-eyed at this, putting a hand to his face as he remembered yesterday. That's right. After everything that happened, I forgot he promised to turn himself in. If you are wondering why I am doing this, it is because of Spider-Man. Gentle's expression slightly softened at this. I have encountered the Vigilante twice, and thanks to our most recent interaction, he has shown me the error of my ways. He did a slow bow at this. For my private reasons, I will not explain why, but I will say this. Thank you, Spider-Man. Thank you for helping me realize what I need to do. Izuku slumped down in his seat, shocked at the man's words. I did it. And to my loyal viewers, thank you for following me for so long. Thank you, and please remember to never give up on your dreams. And with that, the video cut. There was no flashy ending like the villain always did. No crazy editing or special effects. The video just cut. And there was nothing else. But that was all Izuku needed as a smile appeared on his face before grabbing another one of his notebooks. This one being over the villains he had fought. And as he flipped over to Gentle Criminal's page, the smile on his face grew as he wrote, "Case closed. I did it. I actually did it. I saved a villain," he thought before turning the pages, staring at the other villain notes. Izuku felt a rush go through his brain, confidence filling him for the first time in a long time. But then he got to Mr. Lie's entry, one that was still mostly empty before turning to the Kingpin entry. The teen put the notebook on the desk at this before going to his computer and switched the screen to all the photos he took in Lie's secret room. "And now, I'll fulfill what you were trying to do, Mr. Lie. I think I'm ready to find this Kingpin." The sound of students talking rang out as Class 1 walked into their classroom. The group of Ochako Uraraka, Tsuyu Asui, Mina Ishido, Ijiru Kirishima and Toru Hagakure had just walked in, only for Denki Kaminari and Jiro Kyoka to stride up to them. The yellow-haired teen waved as the group walked in. "Yo, morning," Ishido replied with a big grin. "Morning, Kiro," Tsuyu added. Denki responded by flashing his phone at the four. "Did you see this? It's been the talk of everyone online." The girls all blinked at this, now seeing the footage of a certain spider-themed vigilante fighting a fishbowl-wearing villain. "Oh my," Uraraka commented as she saw Spider-Man punch one of the illusions away. "Yeah," Jiro sighed, the girls turning to her as Jiro rolled her eyes. "He's been super excited about it all morning." "Well, of course I am," Denki chimed in. "I mean, look at it. It's awesome." He glanced back down at the phone. "It happened 2 days ago. Spider-Man fought this villain guy and it's been on all the channels. They say it was broadcast across the whole country." "Really, Kiro?" Tsuyu asked while putting a finger to her chin. "Heck yeah," Kirishima exclaimed, the group turning to him as he shined a grin at Denki. "I watched the footage yesterday. It was so manly." Spider-Man whooped that villain. He slammed his fists together. "Man, I would have loved to be part of that fight." Boys. Mina rolled her eyes before giggling and looking back at the phone. "Still, that's some fight. Wonder if we'll ever have to do something like that when we become heroes. It does look rough though," Hagakure added, her clothes making it look like she was tapping her fingers together. "Wonder how we could train for something crazy like that." "Yue could probably build it, Kiro," Tsuyu commented. "After all, they can make mock cities here. They could probably make a..." She put her finger to her chin as she squinted at the phone. "What looks like a big fake carnival. Definitely an interesting place to do a fight," Uraraka continued while staring at the phone, only for her mind to go back to the last conversation she had about Spider-Man. "I wonder what Midoriya thinks of this." Ishido turned to her with a big grin. "Oh, and why are you so interested in his opinion?" she asked while her eyebrows hopped up and down. That is, until Uraraka turned to her with a blank look on her face, "Because he's a supporter of Spider-Man." She glanced back down at her phone. "I should text him and ask what he thinks." Ishido blinked at her for a second before sighing. "Ugh. You're no fun." Uraraka looked up at her before tilting her head at the comment, the girls soon switching subjects. But as they did this, their previous discussion had not fallen on deaf ears. It had hit most of the classroom, each making different responses from the remaining students. The ones known as Momoye Irazu, Shinso Hitoshi, Koji Koda, and Mizo Shoji were all completely silent. Tenya Ida tried to remain calm at the mention of the vigilante, only twitching at the name. The others were the same with the exception of two. Shoto Todoroki's usual calm, emotionless face started to show a tiny smile at the mention of the vigilante. Though not saying anything, he was happy to hear the one he looked up to being praised by his classmates. He knew he wasn't close with any of them, and had no intention of making friends, but he did like what he heard. The other was Katsuki Bakugo, who was showing his usual anger-filled face and was thinking two things. One thought was stupid extras, gushing about that worthless vigilante extra, insect something or the other. Don't they know vigilantes are just failed loser heroes? But it was the second thought that was really reeling in his head. It was about the comment one of them made, making him turn and glare at a certain girl. "Round cheeks," he hissed in his mind. After all, extras had no right to their names. As such, his teeth grinded as he stared at the back of the girl's head. How does she know Deku? Is he still trying to interfere with my origin story? Ever since he had heard them talk at the sports festival, Bakugo had made it his mission to find Deku at UA. He checked every class, from general services to support, the idea of having to waste so much time on the piece of trash making him more and more angry. And despite that, he found nothing. Deku wasn't here. Deku wasn't at UA. And that was good. That was how it was supposed to be. He was destined to be the greatest hero of all, one that would surpass all might, one that would go to UA, make them realize that he was the best, the rest of the class would be tossed aside, and he would hit number 1 in the ranking right after he graduated. And Deku wasn't at UA. All was right with the world. But then he heard that those extras knew Deku, and they just mentioned him again. He began to tap his fingers on his desk, tiny explosions popping in his palms as he began to stand up and walk over to Round Cheeks to give her a piece of his mind until, "Good morning, everyone," exclaimed a voice, making them all turn to see the R-rated heroine Midnight stroll into the room. Everyone quickly zipped into their seats as she walked up to the room's podium. "Aizawa has a meeting with Nezu, so I'll be doing homeroom for you this morning." The students all shared glances at this, Midnight seeing a few about to open their mouths for the most obvious question. As such, she quickly added, "And before you ask, I don't know why the principal called for him. Instead, let's focus on homeroom." She slowly licked her lips at her next words, knowing it trigger a response. "And the rescue exercises we'll be doing today." Meanwhile, like always, Aizawa was not having a pleasant morning. For one, Nezu had told him to go to his office first thing in the morning instead of going to his class, stating he would have another teacher take over. That was irritating, as he was planning on scaring his students with a multi-part rescue exercise to show them that a hero must always be alert, and if they aren't for even a second, they don't deserve to be here. Instead, he has to go listen to the rat. So annoying. It also didn't help he hadn't had his coffee yet or any sleep for the last 10 hours due to being called in to bust a drug deal happening in his district. After that was a bunch of questioning and other paperwork nonsense, which is what he suspected was going to be today as well as he entered the Stoat's office. After all, the Stoat had gone silent after the Mysterio incident and the commission's president's following reaction, causing the rat to take a whole day of no response. Normally, that was wonderful for Aizawa. The Stoat not talking or interfering with his life. That's a dream come true. That means he can actually run his class with no interference or stupid criticisms. And if he could finally get rid of All Might, which he was still angry that Nezu hadn't gotten rid of him due to the hero being the literal reason why his class was attacked by villains, then his life would be perfect. But it wasn't. It wasn't perfect. He also knew that silence was not going to last, which meant a bigger headache was coming. The headache known as Spider-Man. As such, as he walked up to Nezu's office with a scowl on his face, a look that could kill some just by the sight of it, and he opened the door. There, he saw that Detective Naomasa was already inside, a small frown on his face as he looked up at Aizawa. "Morning, meh," Aizawa grumbled as he sat down in a nearby chair. "Sounds like someone isn't in a good mood this morning," Nezu commented as Aizawa turned to him, seeing the Stoat tap furiously at his desk computer's keyboard. "You know I'm not a morning person." "I know," Nezu responded in a firm tone, one that made Aizawa raise an eyebrow. "Oh, okay, you're usually a lot more cheerful in the morning." "What's up?" "I'm not cheerful. Someone is interfering with what I want," Nezu replied before tapping one last key. He then turned to the two, a somehow visible cold stare coming from his beady little eyes. As he did this, he hopped onto his desk and walked to the edge, placing both paws behind his back as he spoke up. "Gentlemen, I'll get straight to the point this time. The Hero Commission has put a bounty on Spider-Man's head, and has put him in the villain registry as a B-rank villain. This ranking is due to him not committing any truly atrocious crimes, but merely his media presence as a vigilante. The ranking is skirting on being illegal, but the commission president was able to get the backing. As such, I legally can't get Spider-Man into UA due to this." Aizawa and Naomasa shared a slight glance before Naomasa asked, "We kind of figured due to what happened with you and the commission president the other day. What do you want to do about it?" "Simple. I want to get the bounty lifted." The two just blinked at this, Aizawa responding, "I'm sorry, but isn't that impossible?" Nezu tilted his head at this. "Why would you say that?" Aizawa flatly stared back. "Nezu, villain bounties don't go away unless the villain is caught, or the villain is declared falsely accused of being a villain. And that only happens with F-rank villains. Spider-Man is neither of those things right now. But he's innocent." "No, he's not," Aizawa instantly countered. "He's committed a lot of acts of vigilantism." Nezu let out a slight hum. "That is true, but that sort of thing doesn't qualify for him to have a B-rank bounty on his head. That is considered at most for a E-rank. He still did the crime, Nezu. Aizawa replied. Look, I know I've personally worked with vigilantes before, but the stuff Spider-Man has done ... it's much higher caliber than the average vigilante. That may be true, but... Hold on, Naomasa interrupted, both turning to see the detective raising a hand. Nezu, no offense, but the Hero Commission has decided this, and they removed the police department from the case. He showed a huge frown at this. I know you want Spider-Man, but if you go for him, you will be breaking the law, and if they find out you have him at UA. I know, Nezu replied, his expression slightly darkening. The sight made the two almost flinch as they heard the Stoat's tone lower. I'm just a bit angry. The principal then took out a cigarette and lit it, taking a puff before continuing. As such, I've spent the last day and night coming up with an idea to get the bounty lifted. It's a ridiculous idea. And if I'm honest ... if I have Spider-Man do it, I'm not sure what the consequences will be. The duo shared a glance, Aizawa slowly asking, what do you mean by that? Gentlemen, he took another puff of smoke. When I make plans, true plans to take on villains or make school year finals, I go over all the possibilities. I look into everything. Every possible prediction and path that could happen. It's how my quirk works. He sucked on the cigarette for a bit before letting out a giant puff. The best plan I can think of to obtain Spider-Man. Simple, yet complicated. Aizawa slumped back in his seat at this. And that's a bad thing, isn't it? Incredibly so. And yet, I believe only Spider-Man can do it. Nezu responded as he put the cigarette in an ashtray. Here's my idea. And as he began to explain the plan, the two went wide-eyed. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Their jaws began to drop, stupefied by what the Stoat was saying before Aizawa yelled, That's impossible. You ... you can't possibly believe he could do that. No one has been able to do that. That's where you're wrong. Nezu responded as he took out a remote and pressed a button. Footage of Spider-Man fighting Mysterio appeared on a screen, showing the vigilante outthink the illusionist before the footage changed to him fighting other villains. He's the one. The Stoat spun around at this, a cold glare on his face. I need to go over some data with my quirk to be sure. As such, we will go and meet Izuku Midoriya tomorrow ... and he will decide his fate. It had taken some time convincing his mother. But Izuku was now web-swinging through the streets as Spider-Man. There was a smile on his face as he fired a web line and swung down to almost street level. Man, this feels good. He thought, I gotta say, I just love swinging like this. He then did a flip before spinning around, soon landing on a rooftop with a single roll. After this, he went to the edge and pulled out a notebook. So according to what I found on Mr. Lie's map, that one district was run by Tombstone, but he didn't really have anything for the others, including this one. The teen had just gotten to the outskirts of Musutafu. Glad web-swinging made it so easy to get there, only to find himself in a part of the city had never gone to. It was a more run-down part of the city, complete with litter-filled alleyways and abandoned buildings. Definitely a place to hide stuff. With that, he began to swing around, a few hours soon passing. He slowly checked some buildings, mainly looking in broken windows and other nooks and crannies. Despite this though, he found nothing else in the few blocks he swung around. I'm not finding anything, he thought as he went down another block. And now all the buildings are starting to look the same. Maybe I'm in the wrong place ... or I have no idea what I'm doing. The teen let out a long sigh. If only I had another clue. Too bad Mr. Lie's stuff just had guesses and nothing else. He landed on another building at this, checking his web shooters for a second before refilling them. And as he did this, the police scanner rang out on his phone. This is Musutafu Police. We have a mobile villain going down Agamer Avenue. Any heroes, please respond. Agamer, am I close to that? Izuku took out his phone at this, about to tap it, only to hear a screeching noise. He turned to the street to his right, only to see a car speeding by, along with a police car chasing the vehicle. Or I could try and help the police here, he thought before firing a web line, quickly switching into his swing. And as he did this, he saw a person hang out of a window on the car being chased, which was a thug wearing a purple and gray outfit. He pointed his arm at the police car, the teen now seeing a gauntlet on the thug's hand. Boom! A shockwave shot out of the thug's hand and slammed into the police car, sending it flying upward. Whoa! Izuku yelped before reflexively pointing his wrists at the now flipping vehicle. Before he knew what he was aiming at, he fired out a giant web, quickly catching the metal machine. Seeing this, Izuku landed on a street light, letting out a breath he didn't know he was holding. Whoa! He glanced down at his hands. I did that like it was nothing. Was that my spider sense too? Another car tire screech rang out at this, making him glance back and see the fleeing car take a hard right. Oh yeah, better catch those guys. He fired another web line, quickly switching into a web swing. You know, at least I can do stuff like this. I mean, stopping random criminals is something a hero does, especially a crazed driver and some guy who shoots shockwaves. His eyes narrowed as he did the right turn the car had just done. Let's do this. As he took the turn, he saw that the fleeing car swerving around other vehicles, slowing it down. The sight made Izuku smirk before firing 2 web lines and pulling on them, quickly slingshotting himself right at the car. Thud. But the one of the thugs yelped as they felt their car suddenly shake. It sounded and felt like something had landed on the vehicle's roof, only for all 3 in the car to yelp as they saw a masked face appear on the windshield. "Hey fellas," Spider-Man said as he did a small wave. "Say, you don't mind doing a small detour to jail, do you?" "No reason." It's Spider-Man," one of them screamed. "Shocker, get him." "Shocker, why does that sound familiar?" Izuku raised an eyebrow under his mask, only to shrug. Whatever. "Listen fellas, you need to. Danger, die," yelled a guy dressed in purple as he leaned out the right window and pointed what looked like a metal gauntlet at the vigilante. Spider sense blaring. Izuku quickly cartwheeled to the left side of the car just as a shockwave shot out of the gauntlet. "Whoa," Izuku commented as he crawled back up to the roof of the car, his eyes staring at the man's gauntlet. "Nice tech. Let me guess. The gauntlet supercharges your shockwave quirk, right?" "Shut up," the thug screeched as he leaned almost completely out of the car at this, pointing his weapon at the vigilante. "Die. Don't have much of a vocabulary, do you?" Izuku quipped as he pointed his wrist at the man, webbing instantly covering the gauntlet. A second later, a shockwave began to come out of the weapon after this, only for the gauntlet to just shake a few times, knocking off a bit of webbing. But not enough to make an attack come out. "What?" the thug yelped, only to feel a hand grab his shoulder. "Guess it still needs some work," Izuku added before focusing his grip. Zap. "Urgh," the man moaned as he slumped over, Izuku webbing him to the car next to make sure he didn't fall out. "That's that," Izuku commented. "I better stop the car now." He leaned over the windshield again. "Hey fellas, I took out your muscle. You don't mind stopping now, do ya?" The other 2 saw this and then glanced back to see Shocker's legs dangling from the car window. "Gah, Shocker, you idiot," the driver growled before glaring at the thug in the passenger seat. "Do something." The thug panicked, his eyes darting around. Use your quirk, you moron." "Right," he replied. "I'll." Zap. "Ugh," moaned the one in the passenger seat as he slumped onto the glove compartment. The driver glancing back to see Izuku had reached in from the still open backseat window to zap the thug. He then heard a bit of shuffling on the roof before the vigilante's head now appeared in the driver's window. "So, wanna give up? Or do I need to break into the car and stop you? You little I'll kill you," the driver roared as he reached into his pants and pulled out a gun. But as he did this, he saw the vigilante just pointing ahead. The driver looked back at the road, only to see himself about to run into a semi. He slammed his foot on the brake, the car's tires screeching to a halt. "There we go. That makes this even easier." Izuku chuckled as he jumped off the car and landed just outside of the driver's door before pointing his wrists to 2 of the car's tires, webbing soon covering them. "That's it." Izuku glanced back to see the driver now pointing the gun at him. "I'm gonna." In response, Izuku thrust his fist right into car's window, the punch instantly shattering glass before smacking the driver in the face. The blow immediately knocked him out, the thug falling back with his tongue hanging out. "Yeah, that's the end of that," Izuku commented as he pulled out a card from his hoodie. "I think I'll just leave my calling card and have the police handle the rest." A minute later, he leapt off the car and fired a web line, soon swinging away. If only it was that easy all the time, he thought as he went down a block, soon landing on a higher-up building. He glanced up and saw that the sun had already set, the moon now shining in the sky. I'm guessing this district is a bust. Though to be honest, I'm still not even sure what I'm looking for." The teen reached into his hoodie and pulled out his phone, flipping to a few photos. "Says here in Mr. Lie's notes that there was something here." He let out a long sigh before putting his phone away. "But I don't think I'll figure it out in one day." "Time to head home," Izuku commented as he leapt off the rooftop, soon swinging away like he was the wind itself. Just 2 streets over, the sound of heavy boots stomping rang out as a large bulky man in a brown leather jacket with a bear logo on the back walked over to a silver-colored car. He wore a giant frown on his face with his blonde hair, and many people would remark he could never look friendly in all the years of his life. Despite this, he knew people he could get friendly with, including the one in the car ahead of him. As he walked up to the vehicle, the back door opened, the man quickly getting in. The smell of a cigar instantly hit his nose as he turned to see the other in the back seat. It was a man with a thuggish face and a flat head. "Hammerhead." "Grizzly," Hammerhead replied as he took out his cigar and let out a puff of smoke. He then tapped the back of the driver's seat. "Go." "Yes, sir," the driver barked before hitting the gas. Hammerhead turned to the man called Grizzly and put the cigar back in his mouth. "Well, what do you got for me?" "It's as you thought. Spider-Man is on to us," Grizzly replied as he crossed his arms. "About 6 different punks said they saw him swinging around one of our safe houses. But he didn't find it, so he only knows it's around here," Hammerhead commented as he let out another puff. "Guess our hunch was right." He then gave the other a glare, Grizzly shrugging in response as he asked, "You want me to kill him?" He can't be that big of a threat. Hammerhead put the cigar down on a small ashtray in the car. We have a way of handling heroes and police, but vigilantes are outside the loop. We'll also have to wait and see what the boss wants to do first. According to you-know-who, he's wanting to do an operation tomorrow. And because Tombstone is gone. Grizzly glanced away at this. You're out of the loop, which means I am too. He grinded his teeth at this. TCH. And here I was hoping for some action. That's how it works. Hammerhead chuckled as he leaned back in the seat. Don't worry, we'll get a good score soon. We just have to wait on the boss. What's his new operation? Something big. Hammerhead replied before pulling out a phone. Something really big. A thin trail of smoke drifted up to the ceiling of the room, its origin being a cigarette at the end of a vintage cigarette holder. Pearly white teeth were clenching down the holder, two glaring eyes above it as they stared at the man before them. On the other side of the desk was a purple masked man in a white suit, a small purple rose pinned to his lapel. He was neither smoking nor drinking, but had something in his right hand. They were sitting on both sides of a marble desk, the lights in the room dimming the area. I had the boys try out these out, the masked man said as he lifted a briefcase onto the desk before opening in front of the smoking man. They all worked, 100%. They nullify quirks for 6 hours. A small sucked-in breath followed this. I believe this will change things. Agreed. The smoking man put his cigarette down onto a small ashtray. Those Yakuza ... You would think relics of a bygone age would realize their place. Even now, they act like the thugs on the street, believing that some special quirk thing will allow them to gain power. So pointless. I could not agree more. The masked man replied before lowering his head. What would you like me to do? The smoking man stared at the box of bullets before taking one in his hand, squeezing it in his fingers. Get rid of them. Take their method for making these bullets ... and their trigger formula. I'm tired of playing the drug game with other groups, and after I get both, kill them all. He put the bullet back into the case, and do it quickly, Rose. But of course, Rose replied as he snapped his fingers, a second purple rose appearing in his hands. I shall make quick work of the Shy Hasekai. The purple masked man named Rose stood up at this, taking the case of bullets before walking out of the room. And as he did this, the smoking man leaned back in his chair. I do not like this. It feels like the underworld is about to change again. He reached out to the cigarette holder, taking out the cigarette before putting in a new one, a small trail of smoke coming from it a second later. This is only the beginning. He put the cigarette back on the ashtray, its ash leaning into the bowl as he reached over for a small glass of whiskey. I won't let you win, all for one. This country belongs to me. And as Rose closed the room's doors behind him, a small smile appeared under his mask as he stared at the sight in front of him. There was 5 men in the room with him. From left to right, there was a bald man with a full black suit with a lightning zigzag pattern just below his neck. Next to him was a man wearing a bowler hat with a dusty brown suit and tie. After that was a man in a brown suit with green necktie, complete with a white Stetson hat on his head. The fourth was a large muscular man with a big handlebar mustache, and was wearing a wide multi-green shirt. Rose's eyes drifted over the 4, his grin still shining behind his mask before turning to the final person in the room. This one was wearing a full-length white suit and a black Oni mask, along with a sheathed sword in his right hand. The sight made Rose want to chuckle, only for him to clear his throat instead. Gentlemen, we have a job to do. He pulled out a folder and placed it down on a small table. Who's ready to kill some old-school Yakuza? Sir Night-Eye took a long deep breath as he sat down in a conference room chair. In front of him was a stack of folders, all of them files over every Yakuza member of the Shy Hasekai. The sight of the folders slightly irritated him, the man tapping his fingers on the desk as he waited for several people to arrive. And as a few minutes passed, a group of people shuffled into the room. The first was his intern, Mirio Tagata, also known as Lemillion. Though he would never say it, he was proud of the team, as he had fully committed to Night-Eye's training and had come out as an already pro-level hero, even if he was still at UA. He was also the main candidate for inheriting One for All before All might choose someone else, something Murai was going to talk to Toshinori about later. Next was the hero Rocklock, a man he chose to help with the Yakuza member known as Mimic. This was followed by Ryukyu, a hero he chose to handle crowds, Fatgum, a hero for handling certain muscle, along with Crust and Mr. Bray. He had also asked for 3 interns that were friends of Mirio, but UA only allowed Mirio to leave due to the recent events. After that, his 2 employees Centipter and Bubble Girl walked in, both carrying some equipment for the meeting. They entered the center of the room and set up the room's main projector, Night-Eye nodding to them when they were done. Another minute or 2 passed at this, only for Night-Eye to stand up and say, I suppose all of you are wondering why I called you all here. Let me guess, some multi-layered plan to take down a few villains. Rocklock replied while leaning back in his chair. Night Eye responded by pushing his glasses up his nose. Not quite. In fact, the plan is going to almost be entirely improvised. This made the older heroes in the room go wide-eyed, Mirio rapidly blinking at those words as he asked, "Sir, are you okay?" "No, I'm not," Night Eye growled. "Everyone, the past few months I have been monitoring activity of a certain group of criminals. The reason I haven't immediately gone after them is due to how big their operation is." "Let me guess," Rocklock chimed in, "you can't ignore them anymore." "Yes," Night Eye sighed as he pushed his glasses again. "Unfortunately, due to certain circumstances, my original plans to take care of them have been let's say, expedited. The reasons are twofold." He pulled out a remote control seemingly out of nowhere before tapping a button, the projector showing an image next. It showed a bullet along with a photo of a girl and a certain web-swinging vigilante. "This is why I've brought you here today." "A little girl?" Ryukyu asked while tilting her head. "And Spider-Man," Thrust added. "Indeed, both are connected, even if one of them doesn't know it." Night Eye tapped a button again, the projector now showing a new picture. It was the image of a black-haired man with a bird mask. "This is Kai Chisaki, leader of the Yakuza faction known as the Shai Hasekai." The few opened their mouths to respond, only for Night Eye to flash a palm. "I know what you're thinking, that the Yakuza are dried up old news. However, that changes today. I believe they are about to engage in a gang war with another group of villains, a gang war that I originally thought was going to be delayed, until Spider-Man came along and messed up everything. Now, Kai Chisaki has pushed his research into overdrive and must be stopped." "Why is that?" "Simple. It's because Spider-Man has inadvertently, and more importantly recently, taken out one of the main suppliers of Trigger in the criminal underworld, the villain known as Tombstone." The heroes in the room all slightly flinched at the name. Rocklock soon asking, "Didn't Endeavor take him out?" "He did," Night Eye responded while pushing his glasses up his nose again. "However, he was only able to find Tombstone because he was hunting Spider-Man. And because Tombstone is now back behind bars, a Trigger-based power vacuum has opened. The Shai Hasekai are now the main Trigger producers on the market, and a certain villain group are not happy with this, as the Yakuza's research will make the other group act very soon. Not only that, of what observations I've been able to do, the other group preferred working with Tombstone. Let me guess, these Yakuza raised their drug prices, didn't they?" Rock chimed in, Night Eye nodding back. "Indeed, and now the two will soon collide due to the Yakuza's main project." "And just what is this main project?" Ryukyu asked with crossed arms. Night Eye responded by tapping another button, the projector going back to the first image of the girl and Spider-Man. "This girl is their main project." Everyone opened their mouths at this, only for Night Eye to flash his palm at them. "I know. Let me explain before you start asking questions." He then reached into his jacket and pulled out a small plastic bag with a bullet inside. "This is their project." "A bullet? It's something far worse than a bullet." Night Eye instantly replied, "If this bullet is shot out of a gun and hits your skin, your quirk will stop working." The whole room went wide-eyed, some gasping before Ryukyu slowly asked, "How?" "The girl," Night Eye grumbled as he put the bag on the table before taking a deep breath and pushed his glasses up his nose. "To start, this is why I've been observing the Yakuza for some time." Several hours later, filthy, that was the one word Kai Chisaki would describe the world as. The pale, slightly darkish brown-haired man wearing a long beak-like mask was walking down a hallway, its exit being a small blank white room where all his highest-ranked members of his group, the Shai Hasekai, were waiting for him. He glanced down at his hands at this, every finger twitching as he thought about what he was doing. The man was an idealist, at least in his mind. He saw the world as a disgusting, filthy, garbage-filled place, and the reason it was so bad was because of one thing: quirks. Vile, evil abilities whose origin most believed was from worthless golden babies some 200 years ago. But he knew better. He knew the truth, that quirks were the single greatest plague on this world. But that was also why he existed. After all, he was now destined to be the world's cleaner, its janitor, its savior, the one that will fix everything. And all he needed was Iri, a cursed child he had found that had a quirk that reverses organics. Such a powerful curse. It's so much more than any normal quirk. And he had found a way to make it better. He had taken her quirk and made it possible to erase quirks. Such an amazing thing. So powerful, so wonderful. And now that was going to fall apart. After he had met Rose a few days ago. And while the negotiation had gone well, he knew better. Rose didn't like the prices. His reaction said everything despite trying to hide it behind his mask and not moving a muscle. Not only that, he knew Rose would take the bullets he sold him to Rose's boss, and they would probably decide to take everything. So pointless. Didn't they know how to negotiate? Don't they know how loyalty works? Didn't they know he was superior to that worthless purple-masked man's boss? The heroes were also coming. He had his ears in the right places, and he knew they were coming. As such, he started by killing all his lower minions. They were all worthless and filthy anyways, and after that, he was now exiting the hallway before staring at 9 other masked men. is top men of his operations. We're moving to a new location tonight. He hissed as he stared at the group. They all shared glances before Chisaki added, "They're coming for us, so I found us a new bunker with a lab and everything. I've been slowly moving stuff over there, and now we need to move the last bit of the operation. We know about the new place, but ... Are you saying that the guys we made a deal with a while back are betraying us?" asked a guy in a gray coat and wearing a gold-trimmed plague mask. "Yes," Chisaki nodded. "That's why I brought you all here from the other deals we were making. I need your help transporting the last bit, as those scum ... didn't take to our prices for trigger." Chisaki's eyes twitched at this worthless filth, thinking they're superior to us. Such trash. He then saw his subordinates all glance around again before continuing, "Don't worry, we can take them. They're weak, so there's not going to be any good fights," responded the biggest member, a hulking man with a tattered shirt, light brown hair, and a slightly ripped-up plague mask. "Boring. You'll get the fights you want," Rappa chimed in, a slim man with closed eyes. "And we shall beat them with ease, but you must wait." "Shut it, Tengai. I want to fight," Rappa barked back. "Shut up, both of you," said another masked man, this one in a bowler hat. "We must obey Master's orders in order to achieve his goals." The two glared at him, only for the bowler hat man to add, "Do not argue with me." "That's enough, Nemoto," Chisaki commented as he raised one of his hands. He then pointed at the man wearing the gold-trimmed plague mask. "Chronostades, bring me ... her." Chisaki let out a hiss as he said that last word before pointing at the smallest member of the group, a tiny pure black member with a white mask. "Mimic, prepare to use your quirk on our new place if they follow us." "You got it, boss." Mimic did a small salute. Chisaki turned back to Nemoto, "Get the car ready." He glared at another member, Chronostades. "On it. I'll get Eri. Hatsukame, with me just in case." The giant man nodded to the white-hooded man before both quickly ran out of the room. "The rest of you, follow me," Chisaki hissed, "and get ready to fight. After all, Rose works for ... him." And as the group began to walk out of the room and into a long hallway, Chisaki glared at all of them. Nemoto was in front of him, the man doing an easy stride. Glancing back, Chisaki saw Sakaki, the drunkard, swaying back and forth while Rappa and Tengai walked beside him. His eyes switched to Hojo and Tabe, the two showing dead stares while Mimic waddled behind them. "It's all here," he thought as he looked back at Nemoto, the man doing a slow stride in front of him. "You won't win this, Rose. You are the heroes." And as that thought left his head, one of 7 around Chisaki put their hand in their pocket ... and began to type an unseen text. WHRRR. The sound of a phone vibrating rang out as a certain purple-masked man in a white suit slumped down in a passenger seat. It was the man called Rose, who was currently riding a black van, its driver being a man wearing a bowler hat, and was wearing a gray suit with a light brown tie. He glanced over at Rose. "What is it?" Rose reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone, tapping it a few times. "Chameleon." He put the phone back into his pocket. "It seems our prey is on the move. Now remember, I want you to kill them all, even the girl if circumstances call for it. Leave no survivors." "Got it," the bowler hat man replied before glancing at the back of the van. "All right, enforcers, get ready. We're about to have some action." "You got it, partner," the man in the Stetson responded before turning to the others in the vehicle. "You're ready." The other 3 all silently nodded, the driver looking back at the road as he tilted the steering wheel, the van soon taking a left. And as he did this, Rose snapped his fingers, a purple rose appearing a second later in his hand. He put in his lapel of his suit before pulling on the pair of thick fingerless gloves that he was wearing. A second later, his phone began to vibrate again, making him pull out the device before letting out a long sigh. "What's wrong, heroes?" Rose sighed as he began tapping his phone. "It seems a few are moving in on the Yakuza. Should we be worried?" "No," Rose replied as he put the phone to his ear. "I just need to make a quick call and they'll be out of our hair." Night Eye stared down at his phone, a slight glare on his face. He slowly tapped the screen before putting the device away, his tick of pushing his glasses up his nose coming next. And as he did this, his intern walked up to him. "Sir, are you okay?" "I'm not," the hero instantly responded. Mirio flinched at the tone. He had been working with Sir Night Eye for some time, and he knew if there was one thing that Night Eye obsessed over, it was preparation. He was a perfectionist by heart, one that planned out every step. Granted, he taught Mirio over and over again that plans meant nothing when they engaged with the enemy, but that didn't mean you couldn't try and make sure to cover inconsistencies. Despite these thoughts though, Mirio knew exactly what to ask in terms of making Sir Night Eye irritated, but he had to know. Sir ... what was the original plan? Murai Sasaki spun around at this, a sharp glare on his face as he stared down his intern. It was a glare that would make most flinch, but not Mirio. He knew his mentor better, and after a second and a sigh, Night Eye replied, "The gang war was supposed to happen a week from now." He pushed up his glasses again. "The two groups were going to engage each other, and I wanted to assemble a hero team to shut both down instantly." And we would have spent these next few days on how to do that, right? Might I nodded back. Indeed. I wanted to make sure that if anything, we could try to move the fight to a known location. Instead, as you saw in my lecture earlier, I only have guesses where the shy Hasekai will try to hide themselves. And if they succeed, that little girl will be lost for good. Mirio finished for him before shaking his head. How despicable what that monster is doing to her. The pro hero just shook his head at this. Mirio, you should know by now that humans are disgusting at times. That is why heroes exist after all. Mirio nodded back. I know. Mirai bit his lip at this, pushing up his glasses again. I just can't believe that a vigilante has interfered this much. His intern frowned at this. You think he'll interfere with this as well? I don't know. Night Eye slowly replied. To be fair, he is the reason we even have the evidence we have right now, having captured one of the shy Hasekai himself, along with those bullets. The man then took off his glasses, taking out a handkerchief to wipe them. Regardless, we have our orders and a plan. He glared back up at his intern. Don't forget that. Mirio nodded again. I know. I won't let you down. He slammed his right fist into his left palm. I'll take all the villains down, Yakuza or otherwise. Hurry up, Chronostades. Chisaki hissed as his subordinate walked up with a small girl in tow. She was covered in bandages, her feet bare and only wearing a white shirt. Pain and fear were all over her face, and a small horn was protruding on the top of her head. She had long, messy, light bluish hair, and she stumbled as the one called Chronostades pulled her along. Sorry, boss. She's not cooperative with me. Chronostades responded, only to see Chisaki roll his eyes. Whatever, just stuff her in the back. He pointed to a black van behind him. We need to get going. Got it, he replied while yanking on the girl's arm. Come on, you. Oh, the girl yelped, only for Chisaki to walk up and smack her face. Don't you dare speak, you cursed thing. Chisaki growled, the girl flinching and putting a hand to her face. Chisaki then leaned down in front of her, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage and fury. Cooperate with Chronostades, or I'll tear you apart. Again, the girl let out a whimper at this, shivering at the sight before being pulled along again. She was soon thrown into the back of a black van, which was filled with boxes. Chronostades followed her, sitting down beside her before closing the back doors of the van. And as this happened, Chisaki let out a long hiss as a few hives appeared on his face. Disgusting. Why did I have to smack that cursed thing? He took off his gloves at this, throwing to the side before seemingly summoning a new pair, quickly putting them on. Filthy, so filthy. He checked over his gloves before reaching into a pocket and pulled out a phone. Almost out of time. I have to act quickly. The Yakuza put the glove away before walking up to the side of the van, opening the passenger door. There at the driver's seat was his most loyal minion, Shin Nemoto. The slender man had one hand on the steering wheel, the other slightly adjusting his black plague mask. The man didn't even turn to look at his boss, but Chisaki was fine with this. After all, Shin was a professional, something Chisaki respected as he climbed into the driver's seat before putting on the seatbelt. The others are ready, Shin said as heard the click of the seatbelt. Good. Chisaki glanced back, seeing Chronostades and the girl, along with a bunch of boxes, all of them holding lab equipment. He then glared at Shin. Let's go. I want your driving to be clean, and make sure no one is following us. Don't worry, Shin replied as he grabbed the gear stick, staring straight ahead as a giant garage door opened. No one knows where we're going. They better not. Chisaki pulled out his phone again. If I'm right, we only have a little over 2 hours to get to the new location. If we encounter them before that. Understood. I will get us there in 2 hours. Shin interrupted, nodding and shifting into drive, the van quickly zipping out of the underground building. There were 2 vans beside them, both holding the other main members. As such, the vehicles soon hit the pavement. Chisaki stared out at the outside with a disgusted glare. He shuddered at the sight of the world as the 3 vans began to move down a road, the man slumping down in his seat before glancing back, his eyes now staring at the shivering girl in the back. I won't lose you. You're everything I need to cure this disgusting, disease-filled world. He looked back at the road ahead. I will win this game, and nothing will stop me. Nothing. 2 hours later. Run. That was all that the little girl could think as her feet touched the hard, rough pavement. She was still barefoot, her feet now feeling every tiny sharp piece of cement as she ran down an alleyway. Her light blue hair flowed behind her, fumbling and flapping as she took a turn. The sound of explosions, lightning and screams could be heard behind her, sounds that almost made her stumble, but she kept moving. She had to get away, had to run. That is, till a roar rang out. Eri. The screech made the girl flinch, her whole body tightening up before tripping, her face smacking the paved ground. Oof, she yelped as she flopped over, her body coming to a stop for a second. Oh, she moaned before raising her head, the girl soon standing up and rubbing the side of her head. Eri. Another yell happened, the sound making her hop in place. The little girl's hand went to her chest at this, making her shake on the spot. Oh no, she whispers, glancing back for a second, only to see nothing. "Eri." The voice roared again, sounding even closer now. The girl started to run again as she whispered, "Have to get away. Have to, Eri." And as the roar rang out yet again, the girl glanced back, only to still see nothing. But she knew he was close. She knew he was only a few steps away. The very thought made her freeze up, her eyes darting around in the alleyway. And as she did this, her eyes suddenly went to a nearby cardboard box beside a large green dumpster. Glancing back at the alleyway, she then looked back at the box and grabbed it, quickly putting it over herself before hiding beside the dumpster. "Eri," roared the voice one more time, the sound of footsteps coming next. Loud thudding of shoes tapping the pavement came next as the girl shook in place. She didn't want to move, not even peek out of the box. But she couldn't stop shivering. She knew he was coming, the man that was after her. "Please don't let him find me," she whispered. "Please don't let me find me." And as she repeated this over and over, her words turning into almost muttering as she closed her eyes and kept shivering. She wasn't sure how much time had passed as she hid there. It was as if it was days, months, almost years as she sat there, shivering in the alleyway box. That is, till a voice spoke up. "Hey there, you okay?" The girl's eyes opened at that. She didn't recognize that voice. It wasn't the one that was roaring at her earlier, or any of his subordinates. In fact, it sounded ... kind. Her eyes rapidly blinked at this, her head peeking out of the box a few seconds later, and what she saw made her eyes go wide. In front of her was someone who was upside down. She glanced up at this, now seeing it was a person hanging on a thin white thread, his feet in both hands holding onto the line. He was wearing a dark green costume with a big white spider on the chest and a green bunny-eared hoodie. "Hi there, I'm Spider-Man. Who are you?" Click. That was the sound of Izuku closing the lid on the last newly made web cartridge of the day. He spun the cartridge in his hand next before opening a web shooter and placing it inside. "There we go," he muttered to himself before checking his hoodie, seeing a bunch of cartridges strapped and ready for his next outing as Spider-Man. "Nice. Now all I need to do is..." "Izuku," he turned to a voice, now seeing his mother staring at him with a steady glare and hands on her hips. "Don't tell me you're going out again. You just went out as Spider-Man yesterday. Have you forgotten what's happened to you the past few days?" "But Mom, yesterday was fine," Izuku instantly responded while waving his hands. "I didn't get into villain fights yesterday." Enko's eyes narrowed, making him bite his lip, but he didn't frown as he added, "Well, I did get into a car chase, but I got out of it unscathed." Enko continued to stare at him, now fully seeing the expression on her son's face. The sight made her sigh before shaking her head. "I'm not gonna convince you, am I?" "Well, Izuku's face switched to a frown. His mother shook her head. "All right, you just ate lunch a bit ago, so don't ... throw up your food." "I know." Izuku nodded. "Thank you ... and sorry for worrying you." "It's fine." Enko sighed again. "Me and Himiko are going to be doing some more documents from the police over her parole and trial date." She crossed her arms at this. "Remember, you're helping with that later." "I will," Izuku replied before putting on his Spider-Man mask. "Thanks, Mom. Just be careful." Izuku walked over to the window and opened it. "I will," he repeated as he began to crawl out of the glass frame. "I promise." A few hours later, a thin line of webbing shot across a block of buildings as Izuku swung by, the teen doing a small flip before firing another web line. Izuku shined a grin at this under his mask, soon shooting another bit of webbing as he zipped past a few more buildings. And after another minute of web swinging, the teen landed on a nearby rooftop, doing a small somersault as he landed. "Pretty quiet today," he commented to himself as he pulled out his phone, tapping it a few times. The teen had been web-swinging in a certain direction all day, checking his phone every few streets. Still nothing, he thought as he put his phone away. Mr. Lie's note said that this district is also part of this Kingpin's turf, whoever or whatever that is. He hopped off the roof at this, soon swinging down another street before doing another flip. The day was getting late now, already past noon and slowly going into evening. And as he did this, he thought back to a text he got from Uraraka, asking him if he had watched his fight with ... what was his name again? Fishbowl Man. That guy. She was asking if he had watched his own fight on television, online. "I'm glad she likes Spider-Man," he thought before chuckling to himself. "Wonder what she would think if she found out that I'm him. Heck, I wonder what her class would think. A bunch of them have been really nice." At this, he thought back to his first meeting with Uraraka's friends at Feast, remembering how accepting they were, and then remembering when they met Himiko, showing just how friendly they all were. "Wish I could have met them back at Aldera, or had one of them as a classmate." He fired another web line, only to shiver for a second at the next thought. All I had was Kakin. He then shook his head. "No, can't think like that. I will be a hero. I just have to keep at it." He did a small flip before spinning in midair, firing a web line a second later as he did a small right turn. His eyes glanced around, staring at the buildings in the street. They were all old, cracks everywhere on the sides of the buildings, alleyways filled with trash and other signs of lesser than good living situations. As such, his mind went to what he was looking at, the sights making him frown. Man, I had no idea there was some place like this in the city. The sight made him sigh as he kept swinging around, glancing down as he saw only a few people walking. The usual bustle of the city wasn't here, instead just showing nothing but trash and a few stragglers. Biting his lip at the sight, Izuku did another flip before landing onto a rooftop, rolling for a second before standing up. I don't think I'm gonna find anything here, he thought as he pulled out his phone, tapping the screen for a bit. An image of the map he got from Lai's room appeared, the teen staring at it. I still don't have anything for this district as well, and I'm at the edge of the area on Mr. Lai's map. Guess this place is a bust too. He swiped his finger on the phone, showing a picture he had taken of the bullet with the blood injector dart. Oh yeah, I still haven't figured this out either. Blinking at the image for a second, he closed his eyes as he thought about the picture, only for a certain girl's face to appear in his mind. Himiko, a few days ago. Izuku let out a long yawn as he left his bathroom, his right hand scratching his back under his undershirt as he closed the door behind him. He was going with his mom to introduce Himiko to Feast today, and his body was mostly cooperating. But as he left the bathroom, he turned his head, only to see Himiko Toga staring right at him. The sight made him almost flinch, the teen a little unnerved how she appeared so silently. She just stared at him at this, Izuku blinking before tilting his head. You okay? Himiko's head turned to his room's desk before she pointed at a small vial. What's that, and why does it smell like blood? Izuku blinked at her again before his eyes glanced over at the desk. The girl didn't let him finish as her eyes slightly glanced away. Sorry. I know I'm being rude, but you smelled it when you first came here, didn't you? Izuku interrupted, Himiko going wide-eyed as she looked back at him. She then saw a calm expression on the teen's face, one that didn't show a bit of judgment or disgust. Izuku began to scratch the back of his head at this as he continued, yeah, sorry about that. I didn't originally know it was blood. Himiko stared at him for a second before glancing back at the vial. What do you mean? Well, remember the night we met? She looked back at him and nodded. And do you remember that drug deal I was busting before we met? She nodded again. Yeah, that blood is Well, it's from that. The girl leaned back for a second before asking, you took blood from one of those thugs? Not quite, Izuku replied as he walked over to the desk and picked up the vial. You see, I thought I was interrupting a drug deal that night, and technically I was. However, the drug dealers weren't trading their drugs for cash. They were trading it for. He put the vial back on the desk. Bullets. Yup. Bullets that were actually disguised injector darts. He turned to his computer and grabbed his mouse, soon clicking a folder and revealing several photographs. All of them showed a viewpoint one could only assume was under a microscope. The injector darts had this in them. Himiko stared at the photos, blinking before glancing back at the vial. The darts had blood in them. Unnatural blood. Izuku corrected as he reached over and grabbed the vial again. I looked over every document I could find on quirk blood and this blood is something else. I can't even come close to figuring out what it is, and that honestly scares me. Izuku let out a small sigh, though I also don't have the best equipment, which doesn't help me solve this case. Himiko stared at the vial in Izuku's hand, her quirk nagging at the back of her mind. She clenched her eyes for a second, trying to fight it back before something new popped into her head. A thought that surprised her, but before she could think, her reflexes kicked in as she blurted out, do you want me to drink it? Izuku paused for a second before turning to her. The girl put her hands to her mouth, feeling herself blush before stuttering out, I could drink it and transform into whoever that blood belongs to. Izuku blinked at her for a second before asking, you'd do that? Himiko began to twiddle her thumbs. Well, I don't usually transform into something that I don't know what it is, but she bit her lip as she said her next words. I want to help you like you helped me. Seeing her hesitation, Izuku shined a small smile before shaking his head. It's okay, you don't have to. Himiko squeaked out, but I want to help. Izuku shook his head again. Normally, I would say yes. The teen then pointed at the computer screen, but as you can see, this blood has been altered. I don't want it to affect you, but what if my transformation could help? Izuku put the vial back on the desk, frowning at the glass before turning to her with a big grin. It might but I'm not gonna be Spider-Man today. Why don't we wait till he's back on the scene, and then you can help him? Himiko blinked at him, only to grin and nod. Okay. The present. I never got her to transform into whoever's blood that was, Izuku thought as the scene replayed in his head as he swung over a rooftop. He did a quick flip before firing a web line, zipping himself across a street before sighing, guess I'm just chasing nothing. Figures with my luck. He continued to swing at this, taking a small breath as he spun in midair before taking a turn down another street. And as he did this, his mind went back to what he was doing. Pulling out his phone, he switched to the police scanner ... and as a few minutes passed, the scanner stayed silent. Sighing, he glanced up at the sky, seeing the evening was starting. Nothing. Not a single thing today. Guess I'll swing around for another hour and then... Kaboom. Whoa, Izuku yelped, losing his grip on his current web line, causing him to fire another bit of webbing ... only to hear a psst. Oh no, the teen whispered before he felt gravity grab him, his body quickly plummeting as Izuku pointed his other wrist, only for relief to appear on his face as it fired a web line. Yes, danger. Huh, wham, and that was the sound of Izuku's body slamming into a nearby building, the teen soon hitting concrete a second later. Thankfully, he only fell a little less than 1 floor. Oh, he moaned before slowly standing up. Figures that would happen right when some explosion goes off. He cricked his body a bit as he stood up before reaching into his hoodie, pulling out 2 web cartridges as he refilled the shooters. At least I'll be prepared. A second later, he fired a web line and yanked himself upward, quickly swinging onto a nearby rooftop. And as he did this, he saw a small trail of smoke appear in the distance. Time to investigate. The teen cut into a sprint before leaping off the building, firing a web line with a flick of the wrist. Izuku could feel the wind hit him as he began to speed up, line after line of webbing streaming across the street in front of him. To someone on the street, it would like a blur zipping down the street, passing several blocks with intense speed. And as a few minutes passed, Izuku zoomed down a few streets and blocks, soon landing on a rooftop that was near the trail of smoke. He saw that the smoke was coming from an alleyway beside the building he was on, soon walking over to the side. There, he saw a van turned over, smoke pouring out of its hood. A car crash, he thought before noticing there was no one around the car. Blinking at this, he fired a web line across the top of the alleyway before standing on it, soon flipping himself over as he fired another web line. There, he hung onto the web line and slowly descended, his whole body upside down as he slowly tapped the web shooter, extending the web line as he went down to street level. It's so cool that I can do this. And as he got to street level and peeked inside the smoking vehicle, he quickly saw no one was in it. There was nothing, not a single soul. What happened here? Eri. A loud voice rang out at this, making the teen turn to the sound. He then heard the person yell again, making Izuku blink before firing 2 web lines upward, slingshotting himself back to the rooftop. The teen leapt to the next rooftop, running on the edge as he glanced down at the alleyways below. And as he did this, he realized something. The district around him was like a maze of alleyways, tons of abandoned buildings and desolate areas, all twisting and turning. This is a good place for criminals to hide. Maybe. Eri. The voice rang out again, the noise taking Izuku out of his thoughts as he took a turn left this time. And as he looked back down at the alleyways below, he came to a stop. What looked like a small child was running down another alleyway, stumbling and fumbling around as they kept trying to run. What the? Eri. He glanced back at the other end of the alleyway, now hearing the voice from the opposite way from the running child. Izuku spun his head back to the kid, only to see them zip behind a dumpster. Blinking at the sight, Izuku quickly ran over, soon standing on the rooftop just above the cowering child. He saw that they had now put a flimsy cardboard box over themselves. No thoughts went through his head at this, his wrists just reflexively firing a web line before standing on it and flipping over like he did with the smoking car from earlier. Izuku slowly went down at this, the voice from before screaming out again as he descended. And as he got to the child's eye level, he saw it was a girl under that cardboard box. Her whole form was shivering, shaking like a leaf as he glanced down and saw that she was barefoot. The sight made him grimace under his mask, his brain now thinking about the sight before him. Poor kid. Is she the Suri that guy is screaming about? He thought before seeing the bandages just above the girl's bare feet, his eyes going wide at this, a certain conclusion now appearing in his head. This girl needs help. Taking a deep breath at this, he went down just a smidge more as he thought, okay, just ... be as calm and nice as you can, Izuku. Taking another silent deep breath, he spoke up, hey there, you okay? This got a reaction out of the girl, revealing her bandaged up arms as she slowly grabbed the edges of the cardboard box and lifted it up, her eyes peeking out next to stare at the vigilante. Her face showed a look of pure confusion, one that was nothing more than a mix of curiosity and fear. Seeing this, Izuku decided to add, hi there, I'm Spider-Man. Who are you? The girl known as Eri was not having a good day. In fact, she couldn't remember ever having a good day. The only thing she did know right now was that she had somewhat got what she wanted. She had gotten away from ... him. Chisaki, the monster, the one that told her how she was a cursed existence. She didn't fully understand what had happened. One moment she was in the back of a van with Chisaki's men all surrounding her. The next moment, an explosion rocked the vehicle, sending her sideways. A blow of hitting the side of car knocked her out for a few seconds, only to wake up and see the vehicle was empty. The outside was not empty though. As she picked herself up, she saw Chisaki and others fighting. Something. She didn't really pay attention. Instead, she saw that this was her golden opportunity. One to escape from, one to flee from him. And now she was in an alleyway, cowering, hiding under a box, as she continued to hear the screams of Chisaki, who was now hunting her down. She wanted to get away. She wanted to flee. But her body made her freeze up, flinch and stutter. It was like everything in her body wanted her to just stand there and do nothing. Nothing but cower in fear. That is, till now. Now she was staring up at what looked like an upside spider person. She didn't actually know what a spider was, but she suspected that was what he was due to him saying his name was Spider-Man. The very sight made her freeze up again. Though it wasn't through fear, but rather just confusion and uncertainty. And as she stared at him, she saw the upside vigilante slowly spin around, going right side up before letting go of the web line and landing on the ground right in front of her. He crouched down at this and slowly gestured his hand over to her. Her eyes drifted down to the hand, and she wasn't sure how much time passed as she stared at the hand, only to glance back up and see the vigilante just crouch there. He wasn't moving, wasn't doing anything but presenting his hand. There was no violence, no beating, no, nothing. He just sat there, waiting for a response. The girl had never seen such a thing. She honestly didn't know what to do. As such, she just stared at him and nothing more. And as she did this, Izuku blinked at the sight. She's just staring at me, he thought before looking her over, his eyes directly staring at the bandages and torn up clothes. He then glanced back up at her face, seeing the giant frown and trembling eyes. She must be really scared. I gotta be careful. Another minute passed, the teen's mind racing as he tried to think about what he could do. And as he did this, a sudden thought went through his head. I still have my mask on. He frowned at that thought. My costume might be scaring her. He put his hand to his chin. It shouldn't be a problem to reveal to her. The teen put his hand to his face and slowly pulled his mask off, soon showing a small smile. Harry's trembling eyes widened at this as the vigilante tried to show the kind smile his mother would always show him. And as he did this, his smile grew before saying, "Let's try this again. I'm Spider-Man, and it's nice to meet you." He slightly leaned down at this. "What's her name?" "Yuri," the girl slowly replied. "Yuri." Izuku raised an eyebrow at this, the girl nodding back. Seeing this, he shined an even bigger grin. "That's a nice name." The compliment made Yuri's frown slightly lessen, as if she had never heard of such a thing. As such, the girl just stared at the unmasked vigilante, no words coming out of her mouth. Seeing this, Izuku then asked, "So, what are you doing out here?" Yuri flinched at the question, her eyes drifting away as she quietly replied, "Running." Izuku slightly tilted his head, "Running." The girl replied with a nod instead of words. Seeing this, Izuku fully bent down, getting to her eye level. His eyes went over her again, seeing the multitude of bandages on her arms and legs. The sight made him close his eyes for a second, his mind going over what to do next. His brain went to the many videos of All Might he had watched over the years, seeing him constantly smile, even in the greatest odds. The thought made him realize what he needed to do. Okay, show her a big smile. Like All Might would, one to reassure others. Taking a deep breath, his grin grew before opening his eyes. The sight made Yuri flinch, showing the teen that the girl didn't understand what he was doing. Thankfully, he had an idea on what to say as he spoke up. "So are you running from some bad guys? Do you not want to go back to whoever is chasing you?" Yuri shivered at the question, only to slowly nod again. "I see," Izuku replied before moving his hand up to her before flipping it over, showing the girl his palm. "If that's the case, let's make sure the bad guy doesn't get you. Will you let me help you?" The girl glanced down at his hand before looking back up at the vigilante and asked, Why you're not gonna hurt me, are you?" Izuku's smile switched to a frown for a second before he rapidly shook his head. "No, never." He winked at her next. "I just want to help. I'm guessing you want to get out of here and find someplace safe, right?" Yuri did another nod at this, Izuku chuckling before gesturing his hand again. "Okay. I can definitely get you out of here." Why you can?" "Yup." Izuku leaned over to her and whispered, "You see, I can climb up walls." "You can." Izuku just chuckled in response before standing up and winking. "Watch this." Izuku walked over to the wall beside Yuri in the alleyway and put his hands on the surface. A second later, the teen began to climb up like it was nothing, the sight making Yuri go wide-eyed. That is, till Izuku shimmied himself so he was facing the girl. "See, isn't that neat?" "Wow," she quietly replied, making Izuku chuckle again. "I know." Izuku climbed back down at this, peeling himself off the wall before bending down to Yuri's eye level again. He presented his hand to her once more, showing a big grin. "So will you let me help you get you out of here?" Yuri glanced down at his hand, her body slightly shivering for a second before reaching out and taking it. closing his hand around hers. Izuku shined an even bigger grin before pulling her up to him. As he did this, he gave her a one-armed hug before whispering, "Thank you for trusting me." He whispered, "Don't worry, I'll help you. Though, I need to put my mask back on." The girl stared up at him as Izuku used his other arm to pull his mask down his face. The girl almost giggled at the sight, seeing the teen slightly struggle putting it on one-handed. A few seconds later, the face cover was on, and Izuku curled his arm around her, keeping a steady grip on the girl. And she felt light, really light. He knew his spider powers had given him enhanced strength, but this girl felt beyond light. "Just hang on to me for a second," he whispered while trying to hide any kind of change in tone. Taking a breath, he stood up and carried the girl in one arm before walking up to the wall again. Izuku felt his fingers attach themselves to the rough stone as he began to climb upward next, the tugging of the tiny girl's arms now wrapping around his waist as he slowly made his way up. "Nice and easy, Izuku. The kid's hurt, so take it nice and slow," he thought as he passed a window. A few seconds later, he reached the rooftop and took another deep breath as he adjusted himself onto the top of the structure. Making sure he didn't have Eri's arms accidentally scrape the edge of the roof, he positioned himself onto the roof and stood up, whispering to Eri that she could now let go. And as she released herself from the Vigilante's waist, he helped her down as he asked, "You okay? That wasn't too scary, was it?" Eri shook her head in response, the sight making the teen chuckle. "Nice. Now, let's see if..." Danger. Izuku's eyes went wide at this, only to hear what sounded like a crackle in the wind. Spinning around, his eyes now saw what looked like a streak of lightning about to hit his face, his enhanced reflexes kicking in. Izuku instantly ducked under the bolt, the electric attack now shooting over the Vigilante and zapping the rooftop across the alleyway they just climbed up. Not bad. A bald man in a full black suit with a lightning zigzag pattern just below his neck now appearing in front of the teen. He wore a giant smile as electricity sparked off his hands, the teen now seeing that the man also has 2 zigzag scars going down his face, just like the lightning bolt pattern on his suit. "Spider-Man, right. To think you'd show up here tonight." A surge of electricity poured off his right hand. Bonus. Film. A bolt of lightning shot out of the man's right hand. Izuku's spider sense screaming as he saw the attack was coming for both him and Eri. The teen quickly grabbed Eri and leaped to the left, dodging the bolt in the same split second. Eri let out an eep at this, only to feel Izuku put her back down before the Vigilante glared back at the electric villain. "Hey," Izuku yelled, "you were about to zap a kid." "So?" the villain instantly replied, "The kid's part of my mission." He pointed his left hand at the Vigilante. "Was told if I can't bring her alive, I should fry her." The villain's face shined a giant grin. "And I'm in the mood for frying." "What?" Izuku thought as he glanced back at Eri, only to feel the girl grab onto his leg. He could feel her shivering as she held onto him, her eyes staring at the teen's leg, not wanting to look up for a second. The reaction alone told Izuku everything. Granted, he had no idea why she was being targeted, but he knew all he needed to know. He didn't hesitate to attack Eri. His eyes narrowed at this. "Scum." He placed a hand on her head, making the girl glance up at him, tears now appearing in her eyes. "That is," till Izuku said, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Eri went wide-eyed at this, only to hear a cackling laugh, making both turn to the villain. "Seriously?" The man guffawed, only for his eyes suddenly shine, electricity sparking out of his whole body. "Let's see you try." The electricity began to swirl around both of villain's hands, showing the Vigilante the villain was about to charge up. That is, Till pointed his wrists at the villain. "Thwip, thwip." The thug yelped as webbing suddenly covered both his hands, the electricity slightly lowering in power. He began to try and fry the webs off his hands, the man growling, "What is thwip?" "Yaw," he yelped again, this time due to webbing now covering his eyes. "Can't see." "That's the point," Izuku commented as he fired a web line at the man's left foot before yanking it. The villain letting out a groan of pain as he was knocked off his feet, his back smacking the rooftop. Webbingman covered his whole body, Izuku adding, "Just stay down, Sparky. You little, an electro, tro." Izuku responded as he stopped firing webbing. "That's a weird name." "Shut up," Electro screeched, only for a surge of lightning to blast off his entire body. His whole form shined as electricity flowed off of him, the light from it making Izuku and Eri close their eyes. Blinking rapidly at this, Izuku tried to look back at the villain, only to see that Electro had fried all the webbing off himself, the man quickly trying to stand back up. Seeing this, Izuku glanced back at Eri, patting her head and whispering, "Stay here. I'll be right back." The girl looked up at him, only to slowly let go of his leg. Nodding to her, Izuku turned back to the villain and fired another webline just as Electro got up. The webbing hit the villain's leg, only for Electro to fire a small bolt at the webbing, instantly destroying it. "Not this time," he roared as he stared at the webbing he just zapped, only to glance up and see Izuku charging up to him. He quickly tried to counter by firing a bolt of lightning at the vigilante, but the teen ducked under the attack before swinging a strong right punch to the villain's face. Pow! Electro felt the punch slam into his jaw, only to hear the teen let out a yelp of pain. Glancing back at this, he saw that the blow had zapped Izuku as well due to the villain's electric body. Nice, Electro chuckled before lunging at the vigilante, grabbing his shoulders before Izuku could react. You can't touch me, brat. I'm electricity personified. Electro laughed as electricity surged through himself, the energy instantly slamming into Izuku's body. The teen let out a scream at this, making Electro guffaw at the sight. Hurts so much, Izuku's mind barely said as he felt his whole body tense up. His eyes were twitching at this, barely able to see anything in front of himself, only to notice something. His hands were now sparking. My venom power. Guess all the hype about you was for nothing. Electro cackled. Time to fry you. And then the girl. His grin widened as continued to grip down on Izuku's shoulder. Let's turn up the power, and his words came to a stop as Izuku suddenly raised his hands and grabbed Electro's shoulders. What are you? Venom shock. Izuku screamed as his own electricity surged through himself, Electro going wide-eyed before feeling something new. It was what the electricity he trusted so much did to others ... but to himself. YAH! Electro yelled as his and Izuku's electricity both surged at the same time. The villain tried to move at this, glancing down at his legs, trying to move them first. That is, till he saw that Izuku had started moving first. He had his right leg pulled back, the sight making Electro go wide-eyed. No, wait. But it was too late. A second later, the kick slammed into Electro's crotch, the pain instantly making him let go of the vigilante. And as the blow began to fully register, Electro barely felt Izuku let go of his shoulder, only for the teen to yell, Venom punch. Pow! An electrical-filled punch slammed into Electro's face, knocking him flying off his feet. The villain's back hitting the rooftop with a thud, letting out a groan a second later. Above him was Izuku, the teen staggering on his feet. Ooh, he moaned, only to feel a bit of electricity surge through his body, making him flinch. That hurt. A lot. After feeling another tap of electricity go through him and flinching at the pain, the teen pointed his wrist at the downed villain and sprayed a bunch of webbing over the thug. Well ... that wasn't fun. Though that was a cool improvised move I just did there. Cricking his neck for a second, he glanced back at Eri, now seeing the girl was staring at him with the biggest frown he had ever seen. She was still shivering like a leaf, the sight making Izuku's heart break. Are you okay? She slowly asked. I'll be fine, Izuku muttered out while trying to do a little wave. He began to stumble over to her, feeling his whole body slightly tense up. He kneeled down a second later and put a hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? She gave him a slow nod in response. Good. He glanced back at the downed villain, let out a small breath as his mind went into overdrive. Okay, let's think about this, Izuku. You followed what appeared to be an explosion, only to find Eri. After that, this Electro guy tried to kill her, and judging by his quirk, he might have been the one that destroyed that car. Izuku looked back at Eri. That means she's in danger. I've got to get her out of here, and the best way to do that. He stared at the girl, seeing the bandages still on her body. He knew what he was about to suggest would be dangerous for her, but he then glanced down at his hands, remembering his fight with Tombstone and the fight while the sports festival was happening. I basically web-swinged with one arm after those fights. I should be able to do it again. The teen looked back at Eri before glancing over to the still webbed-up Electro, especially if villains like that none are after her. Eri blinked at the teen, wondering why he was mumbling to himself. She couldn't fully hear his words due to his mask, only for the vigilante to put a hand on her shoulder. The girl slightly flinched at this as Izuku said, Okay, Eri, I need to ask you a question. She didn't respond, instead just staring up at him, causing the teen to kneel down and add, Eri ... or other bad men like that one I just fought after you. The girl did a slow nod at this, no words coming out of her mouth. Izuku slowly whispered out, I see. You ... you aren't gonna leave me, are you? She then asked. Izuku felt his heart break in two at that, the teen quickly shaking his head. No, I'm here to help you. He patted her shoulder at this. Now, I need to ask you something else. I want to quickly get you out of here, but I need you to trust me. Will you trust me? Eri continued to stare at him, seeing the masked teen just kneel there, unmoving. His voice sounded so kind, and his hand was warm. It felt right, and before she knew it, she nodded back. Good. Izuku then slung his arm around the girl, making her let out an eep before Izuku said, I'm going to carry you and web-swing you out of here, okay. Web-swing? What's that? It's Izuku felt his mind stop at that. The question made him quickly realize he didn't exactly have a way to explain his methods. Maybe that's something I should write down in my hero notes. Shaking his head for a second, he replied, It's how I get around. Don't worry, I make sure to take it slow so it won't scare you. Eri blinked at him, only to nod again, okay. A minute of adjusting later, Izuku had her cradled in his left arm before walking to the edge of the rooftop. She was about to ask him what he was doing, only to see him fire a webline from his wrist before hopping off the roof. Gasping at this, she soon felt the wind smack her face as he began to swing down an alleyway. Her eyes went wide at this, making her whisper, "Wow, it's cool, isn't it?" Izuku chuckled as he fired another webline. "Now, let's get you." Danger. Boom. Yaw. Izuku yelped as he felt something hit his back, the noise the blow made sounding like a mini explosion. The teen instantly lost grip on the webline, the attack making him flinch and tense up, closing one of his eyes. Despite this, he quickly curled himself up, trying to guard Eri as much as he could as his back hit concrete a second later. His body rolled down the alleyway, keeping Eri in his arms as he came to a stop. Oh. He moaned before opening his one closed eye, soon staring down at the girl in his arms. "You okay?" She stared up at him with a big frown on her face. Yes. Good. Izuku grunted as he uncurled before glancing back to where the attack had come from. And as he did this, his eyes went wide under his mask as he saw a certain man walking up to the vigilante. "No. It can't be the spider," a man said as he continued to get closer. Seeing this, Izuku quickly put Eri behind himself, his form slightly shaking as the man lifted the katana in his right hand, a black and white aura pouring out of the blade. The man was wearing a slick fully white suit, along with a black Oni mask. "Mr. Lie," Izuku whispered as the villain known as Mr. Negative stopped just a few feet away. Despite wearing a mask, Izuku knew it was him. He didn't need a sixth sense to know, he knew just by looking at the man. And as he saw the man continue to point his blade at the teen, Izuku felt his body tense up, his mind racing as he tried to figure out how Lie was here right now. "So we meet again, Spider," Lie replied in the language Izuku couldn't understand before pointing his katana at Izuku, only to switch to Japanese as he added, "It seems we are fated to fight once again." He pulled back the blade, switching to a stance Izuku could only describe as deadly. "And this time, I will cut you and that girl down." And as these words left the man's mouth, Izuku felt himself able to move again, quickly crouching down. His body blocked the little girl behind him, the teen taking a fighting stance as he took a deep breath and thought, "Mr. Lie is after Eri. Why? What in the world is going on?" Meanwhile, "You think Izuku's okay?" Himiko asked as she opened a cabinet in the kitchen, soon pulling out a small box. "I know he left a while ago, but you know, he'll be well, I hope he'll be fine." Inko replied as Himiko walked up to her with the box. "Thank you," Inko added as she took the box, opening it to take out a tea bag before putting down beside a pot of water she was about to heat up. A few minutes later, the woman was fixing some tea before walking into her living room. "So Himiko, how has the therapy been?" she asked as Himiko situated herself on a couch. A lot," Himiko slowly replied. Ever since the two had gone to the police station and Himiko confessed everything on what had happened to her, Naomasa and Murdoch had helped set up Himiko with both probation and a therapist. That and a court date with her parents, something that still disturbed her, and Inko had been trying to help her get ready for that horrible confrontation. As such, she had also been set up for the schoolwork she had missed, which she could do online, and was now taking a break after doing it all day. "I know it's rough, but it will help," Inko added as she walked into the room and sat down beside Himiko, patting her shoulder. "Nothing worth doing is ever easy." "Yeah," Himiko sighed as she slumped into the seat. "I just wish it was a little easier." She turned to Inko. I still don't know what I want to do with myself." Inko showed her a small smile. "That's okay. You don't need to rush everything." "But," Inko shook her head, making Himiko's words dry up. "Himiko, don't worry about it. Me and Izuku will help you every step of the way, and nothing is going to." Ding dong. Inko's words came to a stop as both glanced over at the front door. "Who could that be at this hour?" Inko asked as she stood up. A second later, she opened the door with Himiko right behind her, only to find herself staring at a tall, scruffy-looking man that was wearing a distinct, dead-like glare and a long, winding scarf. The sight made her blink before seeing the man to the left of him, a detective she recognized. "Detective Naomasa." "Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. May we come in?" Naomasa replied. Inko glanced back up at the tall man, still seeing that glare on his face. I don't mind, but who is this?" "Allow me to answer that," exclaimed a voice. Inko almost flinching at the sudden declaration, only for a stoat-like creature to appear in the man's scarf, greeting. "Am I a mouse, or a dog, or a bear? None of those matter because I am the principal of UA, Nezu." He shined a big grin as he continued to speak. "And I must say, it is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Midoriya." Inko and Himiko shared a glance at this, only for Nezu to add, "But let's skip the pleasantries. Tell me, is your son Izuku home?" Inko Midoriya had been dealing with a lot recently. Her son had been bitten by a spider that gave him powers, which due to a series of unfortunate events, ultimately made him become a vigilante. This was followed by several almost heart attacks from the woman, all due to her fear of losing her son as he went out and fought crime. And then he brought home Himiko Toga, a girl that was basically being tortured by her parents, which she had agreed to help. It was a lot of stuff that most would just give up on. But it wasn't in Izuku Midoriya's nature to give up, though she had to admit there were times she really wished she would. Granted, she would admit she had almost gave up on her son at one point, fearing his love of heroes combined with his quirklessness would lead her son down a path of despair. But she would never give up on her son, especially at the sight before her. Outside of her house, at the front door, was Detective Naomasa. That alone was something that could spell trouble. Not only that, alongside the detective was a scruffy man with a giant scarf that looked like he belonged in a homeless shelter, and the principal of UA, Nezu, a being who wasn't human, looked like a stoat, and was hiding in the homeless man's scarf. And despite how strange the sight before her was, it was Nezu's question that really pushed her. After all, he had just asked one simple question. Tell me, is your son Izuku Midoriya home? Her son was not at home. He was out being a vigilante, and considering the detective was here and they were asking about Izuku and not Himiko, that meant one of two things in the woman's mind. Either Izuku did something really bad or they knew he was Spider-Man. The latter was probably the right answer considering her luck. That wasn't good. A few seconds passed at this, only for Inko to reply, well, no, he's not here right now. She turned to Naomasa, knowing that he could probably answer why this was happening. Detective, what's going on? Is Izuku in trouble? And who is this with you? Naomasa opened his mouth at this, only for Nezu to exclaim, allow me to explain that. I'll answer the last question first, as the man I'm currently writing is Shouta Aizawa. The homeless-looking man growled at that, only for Nezu to chuckle as he added, he is an underground hero, and part of a case the detective is doing. Speaking of that, if you don't mind, could we come in? I know we came unannounced, but we had to do it this way. Inko glanced back at the detective, seeing a blank stare on his face. Biting her lip at this, she gestured for them to come inside. And as they began to walk in, she said, well, I apologize for the mess. I didn't know we would have company, so the house isn't in the best shape right now. That is perfectly fine. Nezu cackled as he hopped off of Aizawa before waddling into the living room. I personally find coming in unannounced to be far more fun than something planned in advance. And as he walked into the room, he found a certain sitting on a couch staring at him. Hello there, Himiko Toga. I'm pleased to make your acquaintance as well. Himiko shrunk back at this, her eyes going between Nezu and Inko, the mother doing a small shrug in response. Seeing this, Himiko put away a knife she had been twirling around with her left hand. And as she put that away, she saw Shouta Aizawa walk in, the man giving her a low glare that made her want to shrink further into the couch. That is, till she saw Detective Naomasa also appear, which almost made her smile. She liked the detective, as he was probably the nicest cop she had ever met. However, that smile quickly vanished as Inko walked over to her before turning to Nezu and asking, so why are you all here tonight? Why, that's simple. Nezu chuckled as he raised one paw up into the air before pointing at Inko. We're here to talk about your son, Izuku Midoriya. Nezu's grin began to grow as he said these next words. Or should I call him Spider-Man? To think we would encounter each other again so quickly. Lai remarked as he continued to point his blade at Izuku. The teen reflexively flashed a palm over Eri, trying to show her to step back as he got himself into a fighting stance. That is, till Lai added, and to be honest, I would prefer to fight you again one-on-one. However, that cannot happen tonight. What do you mean? Izuku asked, fearing he might already know the answer. Lai pointed his blade down at the girl behind the vigilante. Unfortunately, I am in a hurry. Hand over the girl and I will let you live another day. Seriously? Izuku thought as he glanced down at Eri for a second. Why is everyone after her? He then felt a tug from her, the big frown on her face growing as Izuku narrowed his eyes at the sight. He looked back at Lai as electricity began to spark around both his hands. Not a chance. I see. Lai pulled the arm holding the blade back, taking a certain stance. Then you will die here. The villain swiped his blade diagonally at this, a black and white wave firing out of the katana. Seeing this, Izuku instantly grabbed Eri and rolled to the side, dodging the attack. But as he did this, Lai charged at the two, thrusting his blade straight for Izuku's head. The vigilante tilted his head at this, the sword just missing his cheek before coming to a stop right in front of the teen. Izuku quickly ducked at this just as Lai swiped the blade, trying to slice the teen's head in half. And as he did this, Izuku pointed his wrist at the villain and fired a glob of webbing, instantly hitting Lai's mask. Yaw! Lai yelped as his vision was now covered in webbing. He quickly put a glowing black and white hand to the mask. A tiny surge of energy appeared around his fingers before he ripped the webbing off, growling at this as Izuku grabbed Eri with one arm. We're getting out of here, Izuku commented as he began to run. Eri gasping as she felt herself shake in Izuku's arm. You will go nowhere. Lai hissed as energy flared from his blade. Perish. Danger. Izuku glanced back at this, only to see another energy wave coming straight for the teen's head. He quickly ducked under it, dodging the attack before another blade wave came for the vigilante. Seeing it was about to strike the arm that was carrying Eri, Izuku spun around, the energy wave hitting the teen's back. Boom. Oh! Izuku yelped as he felt pain strike his whole body. Eri gasped as she saw the teen trying to help her flinch, only for Izuku's head to shift left and right. The vigilante saw that the alleyway they were in was a dead end, complete with another dumpster. Seeing this, Izuku whispered to the girl, "I'm sorry, Eri, but I have to fight him." "Fight ... him," she muttered back, only to see Izuku do a small nod. "Yeah, can you hide behind that for a second?" He pointed to a dumpster, the girl glancing over at the object. She then looked back up at him with a big frown, only for Izuku to say, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. I've beaten him before." "Oh, okay," Eri replied as she felt Izuku let her go. A second later, Izuku stood up and stared at Lai, the man pointing his blade at the vigilante. "Ready to die, Spider?" "No," Izuku responded while balling up his hands into fists, electricity surging around them. "If you want to fight me again, I'll fight you again, Lai. I have told you before, I am not Lai, I am Mr. Negative." Izuku shook his head. "No, you're Lai." The teen took a fighting stance. "Let's do this." Meanwhile, you could have heard a pin drop in the Midoriya's house at this moment. Inko Midoriya didn't know what to say, do or how to respond. The very idea seemed almost foreign in a way. And it was all because Nezu had said her son was the vigilante known as Spider-Man. Inko wasn't sure how long she stood there, not responding. However, she was saved when a certain kettle in her kitchen suddenly rang out. Hearing this, Inko took a deep breath before saying, please give me one moment. The tea I was preparing is ready." With that, she walked past the homeless-looking man and detective before entering the kitchen, her expression unchanging. The sight made Nezu chuckle while Aizawa rolled his eyes, wanting to facepalm and groan at what had just happened. At the same time, Naomasa showed a look of slight confusion, surprised that Inko had froze up like that. He knew he didn't know much about her, but he had never seen her so expressionless. As for Inko, she began to do the final touches of the tea before pouring them into a few cups, and as she did this, her mind went over everything that had just happened. They know. I mean, when they showed up like this, I suspected they knew, but ... what do I do? Are they going to arrest Izuku? And as that last thought went through her head, her mind shifted back to that day. The day Izuku told her everything. Every moment at school where he was bullied for being quirkless. Every story about the scars that littered his body. How Bakugo told her son to kill himself. And then she remembered what she had told Izuku. "Izuku, I won't run away anymore. I'm going to help you every step of the way. I know you failed the UA exam, and that's okay. We'll get through this, okay? No more. I'm here for you. I'll cheer for you, help you. Whatever you need. You ... you can be a hero. I don't know how, but we'll figure it out, okay?" Those words went through her head, repeating several times as she robotically prepared the tea. And when she finished it, she stared down at the liquid, which was now in a small pitcher. "Izuku," she whispered, only for the image of her smiling son in his Spider-Man suit to appear in her head. The thought made her smile as well before her expression switched to a determined glare. "I'll protect you, Izuku, even if I have to take the fall for you." She grabbed the pitcher and spun around. "You can do this, Inko. You can. No, you will do this." She began to walk back into the living room as she said, "Sorry about that. Would anyone like some tea?" "Yes," Nezu instantly replied. Aizawa rolling his eyes at this, knowing that his boss would always say yes to tea. Inko, in turn, put the pitcher down on a nearby table and went back into the kitchen and brought out some cups. She poured a drink for the stoat and gestured to the Aizawa and Naomasa, only to get 2 shakes of the head. "Thank you," Nezu added as he took a sip. Delicious. I'm glad you like it." Inko replied as she sat down on her couch and began to stare at the trio. "Okay, Inko ... what will you do now? Do I say something, or?" "Mrs. Midoriya," Nezu spoke up, taking Inko out of her thought as she watched the stoat stare at her. His expression showed nothing but happiness, no usual cockiness or mystery behind his face. Instead, he just sat there, sipping tea as he said, "I understand I said something out of the blue, and I apologize if I shocked you. However, I'm an individual that when it comes to the most important things, I believe getting everything out in the open is the best option. As such, I would like to say once again, I know your son is Spider-Man." Those words made the room silent again, only for the sound of Nezu sipping some tea to ring out. He chuckled at the silence, as if it was a joke before saying, "That being said, I understand if you don't believe me, or you are willing to lie to protect your son. As such, that won't be necessary." Inko interrupted, making Nezu tilt his head in response. She took a deep breath before taking a sip of tea and said, "I'm no fool. You wouldn't have come here otherwise unless you have some proof." Nezu's grin grew at this, "Indeed. And if you wish, I can give you the proof I have that your son is the vigilante I speak of." Inko's eyes stared at the stoat before going to Naomasa, the detective just giving her a worried frown. She went back to Nezu, sighing as she asked, "All right, let's say you're right. What do you want? Are you going to hurt my son? If you are, not at all. In fact, I want the exact opposite. I want to help your son. Nezu interrupted while shaking his head before taking another gulp of tea. You see, Mrs. Midoriya, I have been investigating your son for some time. Granted, I didn't know it was him, but I will say ... he's something else. Something truly remarkable, one that. Is that why Yue rejected him? Inko cut in, making Nezu's smile falter for just a second. That ... was not my decision. I did not mean to have my institution hurt your son. And I mean him no harm now. Nezu replied before staring down at the teacup. I am sorry that happened, but it was something that at the time was out of my control. And I can tell you why. He glanced back up at the woman. If you tell me how this all first started. And as those words left Nezu's mouth, Inko stared directly at the stoat. The two held a deep, long staring contest at this. The other three in the room all watching the two. Aizawa's eyes squinted at the sight, a small growl trying to escape his breath. Naomasa was biting his lip at the interaction, unable to think just what sort of outcome would happen. As for Himiko, her eyes stayed on Inko, a big worried frown on her face. That is, till Inko did a small nod and said, all right. She leaned back at this, slowly squeezing into the couch. I see I won't get out of this without an explanation. She took a deep breath. That's fine. Nezu shined a grin at this, his tail wagging as he replied, I'm glad you understand. He took another sip of tea. Do not worry, Mrs. Midoriya. I don't mean your son any harm. As I said, he's a wonderful prospect that I wish to understand. However, you need the whole story. Inko finished for him. She took a sip of tea as well before adding, I understand. She closed her eyes at this, but before we start, I want you to understand one thing. No matter what I say, no matter how crazy or stupid it sounds. She opened her eyes, showing the stoat a look of both fierce determination and motherly protection. I won't let you do anything to that boy without going through me. I know. Nezu instantly responded, you're a good mother. I can tell. He sat down the teacup at this. Now, please begin. I will not interrupt you. He glanced back at the hero and detective, and neither will they. Inko glanced down at the cup in her hands, letting out a tiny chuckle. Well ... it's a long story, I can tell you that. She looked back up at the three. To start, my son always wanted to be a hero. In fact, he's trying to be one right now. Danger. Izuku's spider sense screamed as he sidestepped, just barely missing a certain katana being thrust at him. This was followed by a horizontal swipe, the vigilante's enhanced reflexes kicking in as he leaned back, the blade just going over his chest. Izuku felt his hands touch concrete at this before thrusting a right foot upward, trying to kick Lai in the face, only for the villain to backpedal, dodging the blow. Getting his spacing ready a second later, Mr. Negative spun the blade in his hand before thrusting it again. Izuku standing back up just as he did this. Spider sense going off at this. Izuku fired a webline to his right and pulled, yanking his body just a foot away from the katana. I will destroy you this time. Lai commented as he spun before thrusting the blade at Izuku, the teen's spider sense screaming at him as he reflexively moved his body. The katana barely missed the vigilante's chest as Izuku sidestepped at the last split second. You will pay for destroying my operations. You do realize I can't understand what you're saying right now, right? Izuku quipped back as danced around Lai's blade, avoiding it just centimeters away every time. And you've gotten a bit slower. Blasted insect. Lai roared before thrusting his katana again. This time straight for Izuku's face, letting his spider sense take over his every movement. Izuku ducked under the blade before responding with a punch to Lai's face. Seeing this, the villain leaned back, only for the edges of the teen's knuckles to smack the mask on his face. Lai felt the face covering now yank his head slightly, only for the mask to go flying off his head. Stumbling back next, the villain let out a low growl as Izuku saw Lai's true face. Lai had looked better. There was stubble on his chin, showing signs of growing hair. His photonegative face couldn't hide the bags under his eyes, a bit of exhaustion barely appearing on his expression. But as Izuku saw this, Lai raised his hand at the vigilante and roared, Die. Danger. Izuku's eyes went wide before reflexively firing two weblines upward. He began to yank on them, only it was too late. A giant of black and white energy fired out of the palm, instantly hitting the vigilante. Yaw. Izuku yelped as he felt the blow knock him flying into the nearby alleyway. He slumped down next, his right closing as he felt his butt hit the pavement. His other eye still open, he saw Lai stumble, letting out several wheezes before standing back up. And now, I will kill you, Lai exclaimed before thrusting his blade right at Izuku's head. The teen's eyes going wide, he quickly tried to move his head to the side. And as the katana began to path into the vigilante's skull, Izuku's right eye slightly opened as he dodged the blade in a hair's length from his head. But as this happened, the blade struck the wall behind Izuku, only to suddenly unleash a burst of energy. Danger. Izuku's spider sense tried to warn him, but it was far too late. The energy from the blade caused the wall to explode, a hunk of concrete coming out a split second later as it smacked Izuku in the face. Izuku screamed as the rubble hit him, making him close his right eye just as the right lens on his mask shattered to pieces from the rock. The team then felt his body get knocked back, skidding across both the wall and ground. A second later, the vigilante's body was now laying out across the pavement. The sight was a pitiful one, but Lai merely pulled his katana out of the destroyed wall before saying, "This is the end, Spider." Eri watched as Lai spun the blade in one hand, her eyes fully wide as her whole body shook. She had been watching the fight the whole time, unable to keep her eyes off the one that was trying to help her. And as she did this, she saw Spider-Man laying there on the ground, only to see his fingers twitch. Blinking at the sight, she saw Lai walk over and hold his blade over the vigilante's head. The villain now standing to the right of the downed teen. "May you find peace in the next life," Lai said before thrusting the blade down. "And now, Izuku is out there," Inko finished as she stared at the window in her living room. She had just finished telling them just about everything she knew about Izuku becoming Spider-Man. She had told them about the spider bite, Izuku failing the exams, how he lashed out afterward, and how he decided to carve his own path in response. There was plenty she left out, mainly everything about Lai and Bakugo, as she felt both were things Izuku should talk about instead of her. She also knew she couldn't lie thanks to Naomasa, and she had a feeling that even if he wasn't there, Nezu would figure out her lies. Despite this, it felt hard telling them everything. It was like adding a burden instead of getting rid of one. As for Nezu, Aizawa, and Naomasa, the trio were all showing different expressions. Nezu's face didn't have a hint of emotion on it, as if he was in some kind of meditative trance. Naomasa had nothing but conflict on his expression, the man looking like he didn't know what to think. And as Aizawa, he was wearing a long glare as he stared at Inko, his body motionless as he did so. The sight made Inko feel uncomfortable, only for everyone in the room to hear a chuckle from a certain stoat. "I must say," Nezu commented before taking a small sip, "your son is truly fascinating. To think he did all that." He put the cup down on a nearby table. "That is quite the journey your son has gone on. And to think, when we meet him, he could possibly tell us more. So ... you believe me?" Inko asked, Nezu giggling at her Cassian. "Of course I do. If I didn't have Naomasa here, I would believe you." He took the cup again. "I'm quite good at reading people, and I know you're not lying. In fact, you're quite sincere." "Oh," Inko barely replied. No more words came out of her mouth after that. If she was honest, she was expecting Nezu to start asking a list of questions, or tell she was lying and give some kind of proof. However, that didn't seem to be the case with the principal, who, despite the woman now staring at the stoat, still couldn't read a bit of his face. That is, till someone else spoke up. "You can't be serious," chimed in a low, grumbling voice. The room turned to Aizawa, the man now glaring at Inko. "What do you mean, Aizawa?" Nezu replied, a small smirk on his face as he added, "Did you not hear the story Mrs. Midoriya just told us?" "I did," Aizawa growled, "and it sounds beyond ridiculous. Not illogical." "That too," the teacher hissed. "And why would that be?" Nezu cackled, only to see Aizawa's glare turn to the principal. The glare was not normal. It was one filled with anger, something the underground hero rarely showed. "Oh, did I strike a nerve? You can't seriously believe everything she just said." Aizawa grumbled before turning to Naomasa. "Please tell me she's lying." "She has to be." The detective turned to the hero, a large frown on his face before he said, "No, there wasn't a single lie in her story." "Oh, come on," Aizawa almost yelled before glaring back at Inko. "You have to be lying." Inko, who had just been staring blankly at the conversation, now switched her face to one of fierceness as she replied, "No, I don't lie, and I made sure to teach my son to not lie either." "No, you have to be lying," Aizawa instantly responded before pointing at the woman. "No one in this entire world just does everything you just said. Your son just happened to get a quirk a day before the exams, and then with no experience with this quirk whatsoever, just somehow goes out and beats 2 gangs of villains and the hero killer." Aizawa ... "We discussed this." Nezu glared back at the man. "Remember everything we investigated? We saw plenty of evidence that Spider-Man had no idea how to use his quirk at the start." Aizawa growled back at that, only for his expression to change. A big smirk appeared on Aizawa's face, one that Nezu knew quite well. It was the expression he used when he was using his logical ruses on his students. It was something Aizawa enjoyed doing the most out of his entire teaching job. Besides sleeping, that is. "Aizawa," Nezu very quietly said, his voice sounding like frigid ice. "What are you planning? You know me too well." Aizawa almost chuckled before turning to Inko. "So, everything you just said is the truth, right?" "Yes," Inko replied as she glared back at the man. "Why?" "Simple. I have my own questions about your son," Aizawa replied before reaching into his scarf and pulling out a folder. "A lot of them, actually." "What is that?" Nezu instantly asked. "I didn't see it in your scarf earlier." Aizawa's grin grew at this. "I'm better at hiding things than you think." Aizawa, Nezu repeated, only to see the teacher's glare return. Don't stop me, Aizawa growled before leaning down to Nezu's level. Remember, this involves my class. And why should that matter? We already made an agreement about that. Nezu replied while crossing his arms, a fierce glare appearing next. I know, but I also have to do my job. Aizawa responded, his expression not faltering for a second from Nezu's tone. What, you think I didn't know? I know all about my own class, rat. I know that several of my students are fans of Spider-Man, something that will influence them due to him being a vigilante. And I train heroes, not reckless snots. Aizawa glanced back at Inko, especially if you want to give preferential treatment to a disruption-loving brat. Aizawa, Nezu started to growl. Eraserhead's glare turned into one that could only be described as a pure death glare. You didn't seriously think I just sat around and did nothing the past 2 days, did you? Ever since you told me that this kid could be Spider-Man, you should have known that I would doubt everything you said after that. And don't give me that look. The biggest reason you hired me is because I will question everything. Aizawa growled at Nezu before placing the folder down on the room's table. His eyes went back to Inko. I've looked into your son and ... let's just say I don't believe anything you've said. In fact, thanks to what I've looked up, I'm more than convinced you've been lying to us. She hasn't lied to us. Naomasa chimed in, only to receive a glare from Aizawa. My quirk didn't activate once. She's lying. Aizawa instantly barked back. Naomasa opened his mouth, only for Aizawa to add, I have proof, Naomasa. And I don't need to rely on your quirk for this. Inko glared back at him before glancing down at the folder. What's that? Your son's records from Aldera Middle School. Inko almost flinched at those words, only for Aizawa to add, turns out, he's quite the delinquent. What? Inko hissed before yelling, my son is not a delinquent. Sorry to say, but these middle school records say otherwise. Aizawa responded as he opened the folder. And if you want to convince us that your son actually wants to be a hero, I suggest you explain why a school sees your son as nothing more than a menace. Danger. Izuku's spider sense screeched at him at this, the teen's eyes flashing open at this. Reflexively moving his head, Lai's blade struck concrete a second later, only for Izuku's brain to go into overdrive. Can let that blade do that blast thing again, he instantly thought, only for his reflexes to kick in again. And within that split second, the teen fired 2 web lines and yanked, this time dodging the energy that flew out of the blade. What? Lai yelped as he stumbled back, only to turn and see Spider-Man standing. The vigilante fired another line of webbing a second later, the threads latching onto the villain's blade. And with a single yank, the katana went flying out of the man's hand and over the teen, soon hitting the concrete several feet away. No more blades, Izuku commented as he glared at the villain, Lai now seeing a narrow dark green eye in the right side of the vigilante's mask. I see. Once again, you escaped death. Lai growled as black and white energy began to swirl around his hands. Perhaps I can't win this normally. Still don't know what you're saying, nor do I care. Izuku replied as he fired 2 more things of webbing, this time at Lai's hands. Seeing this, the villain felt himself being pulled toward the vigilante, only for Izuku to thrust a punch straight for Lai's face. Energy surging in his palms, he let out a small burst that destroyed the webbing before ducking under the punch. This was followed by Lai slamming a punch of his own into Izuku's gut, the teen yelping for a second before clenching up. Izuku responded with 2 more punches, Lai backpedaling to dodge both. Electricity began to surge around the vigilante's arms, Lai seeing this and thrusting a jab back, spider sense yelling at him. Izuku sidestepped the punch before trying to uppercut the villain his right foot, the blow almost nicking Lai as he sidestepped as well. And as this happened, Lai thrust both of his hands at the vigilante, this time grabbing Izuku's shoulders. My turn, Lai said in Japanese, Izuku going wide-eyed for a second as he could now understand the man. I can't win this physically, so we'll play it by my rules. What are you? Izuku tried to say, only for Lai's palms to explode in black and white energy. The teen let out a yelp before seeing the energy suddenly consume himself and Lai. And as this happened, Eri watched from the corner of the alleyway, amazed and terrified by the fight she had just witnessed. That is, till now. As now, the 2 that had just been fighting suddenly stopped. Now, they were standing there, Mr. Negative's hands on Spider-Man's shoulders as both stood still in that alleyway. The sight made her want to question what was going on ... but nothing escaped her mouth. Inko was silent after hearing her son be called a menace. She honestly didn't know how to respond. Her eyes drifted to Nezu, only to see the stoat was glaring at Aizawa. However, the man was not backing down as he glared back at the stoat. We're dealing with a criminal here, Nezu. Aizawa hissed as began to flip through the folder's pages. According to these records, Izuku Midoriya is notorious for getting into fights and causing disruption. There are over 200 recorded accounts of him disrupting class and picking fights with others. That's a lie. Inko shrieked, all of that is a lie. Aizawa glanced back at her. Why would a school lie about that? Why would they go out of their way to record that many incidents? Well, now hold on there, Aizawa. Do you not remember the psychological profile I created for Spider-Man? Nezu chimed in. Surely you know that Izuku Midoriya fits this. In fact, the footage of the support exam show nothing of this so-called delinquent you speak of. No, it did. Aizawa instantly snapped back. What you saw was a teen being nervous for a test they're not ready for. These records show Izuku Midoriya wastes his time being a pest. That would easily make him not ready for our tests. And did you not listen to the story Mrs. Midoriya just told us? Nezu countered. Her son received a quirk right before the exam, and we have video proof. You saw his quirk react and zap the device he was creating. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at this, his mind quickly scrambling for a retort. He then glanced back at the folder. If that's the case, why are there these reports? Why as his words came to a stop at this as he saw the folder was missing. Looking around, he soon saw it was in Ko's hands, the woman glaring at the papers like it had offended her. And as the hero opened his mouth, his own words came to a stop as Inko said only one word. Katsuki. What? Aizawa barely replied. Katsuki, Inko repeated before glancing up at the man. The delinquent these records are talking about is Katsuki Bakugo. What in the name of Izuku whispered out as he stared ahead. Before him was a world colored only in black and white, as if it was made out of photonegatives. It was showing a city Izuku was very familiar with, Musutafu. However, it was distorted and destroyed. Buildings in the air, streets torn up, cars turned over. The sight was as if it out of an apocalyptic painting of Musutafu colored in photonegative. What is this? Izuku asked as his eyes went back and forth. The negative, called out a voice, making Izuku dart his head around. Why, I told you, I'm Mr. Negative, replied the voice, Izuku spinning around to see the villain appear. He was in the air, only to slowly descend down as a deep black aura appeared around his body. The villain's feet soon touched the ground, Izuku backpedaling at this. And as he landed, the black aura around him got larger, Izuku now seeing the aura begin to get taller. I don't like the looks of this, Izuku thought as he stared at the aura over Lai. What is that thing? Taking a deep breath after that thought, he spoke up. Where have you taken me? What is the negative? It is the true form of my quirk. That made Izuku blink, feeling himself stiffen up for a second. Mr. Lai's quirk. You seem confused. The villain chuckled as the teen just stared at him. I understand why. Let me make it simpler for you. He pointed at the vigilante. The negative is what Martin Lai and what I am. It is two sides of the same coin. It is my quirk. The ability to grab hold of others' minds and unleash their true inner selves. Grab minds, Izuku whispered, only to go wide-eyed as he remembered something. It was the memory when he first saw Lai take the transformation into Mr. Lai. He had put his hand on another and started controlling the person. That fact made his mouth move before he could think about what he was about to say as he asked, Wait, are we in my mind? Lai cackled at that. You learn quick, but you're not quite there. Lai pointed at the teen again. You see, despite how much I try, I couldn't take over your mind. That means you have a strong mind, or something with your quirk is preventing me. Probably that electric part. And since that doesn't work, he then pointed to his head. I instead inserted you into my mind. Your mind. Izuku gasped before his eyes glanced around again, seeing the still floating buildings and ruin-like version of Musutafu. This is how Mr. Lai sees the world. He glanced back at Lai, only to see the grin now appearing on Mr. Negative's face. The sight made him think back to their last fight, seeing the deadly look on the man's face, only to see the same thing again. Seeing this, Izuku rapidly blinked before another memory went through his head. It was time when he first met Lai, the calm smile on the man's face. It made Izuku's eyes narrow, making him growl and shake his head. No, Mr. Lai isn't like this. Whatever this is, it must be Mr. Lai's quirk. Izuku quickly switched into a fighting stance, making the villain chuckle as he saw Izuku bend down into a crouched position. Oh, already ready to fight again? Yeah, I am, Izuku replied. I don't know what this is, but I know one thing, this isn't Mr. Lai's mind. He would never see Musutafu like this. Mr. Negative shined a giant grin at this. Sorry to say, but this is exactly how Martin Lai sees the world. He then snapped his fingers, only for the dark aura around him to surge. It plumed around the man, making Izuku almost flinch as he saw the aura grow bigger and bigger, soon becoming a towering flame behind the villain. And in that moment, the flames began to swirl, morphing and changing shape into some new. A minute later, the aura had fully changed. No longer was it just a flame around the villain's body, but instead a giant black humanoid figure with a white and black Oni mask over where the figure's face was supposed to be. The sight made the teen shake, as if a monster had just formed out of Lai's back. That is, till the villain pointed up at the being behind him, his grin growing as he exclaimed, Behold, the true form of my quirk, the negative, my inner demon. True form, Izuku muttered as he stared up the now giant masked monster behind Lai. The sight reminded him of his last fight with Lai when the man's katana's aura covered over the villain. It showed Izuku an image of a demon's mask, one that made Izuku flinch, as he had seen it several times in his nightmares recently. and that sight made him think only one thing. Mr. Lie. This thing is inside you. Is this why you're a villain? He felt himself freeze up. Can I actually beat that thing? After Inko had said Katsuki Bakugo's name, Nezu interrupted Aizawa and asked Inko to explain what she meant. What followed was a 10-minute or so explanation about the teen. She went on how Izuku and Katsuki had known each other from almost birth and how it had led up till now. It was different from when she was talking about her son. There was a deep, virile sense of hatred in her words, one that was dripping with anger. And once she finished, the expressions in the room were quite different compared to the ending of the last story from the woman. Naomasa had a look of disgust. Nezu was showing a large frown, but kept his emotions in check. But then there was Aizawa, who only showed a small frown. There was no anger on his face, but rather an almost bored look on his face. A second later, Aizawa took a deep breath and turned to Naomasa, and he lies. The detective turned to him with that still look of disgust on his face before shaking his head. Aizawa rolled his eyes at this, Inko seeing this and yelling, "Why would I lie about that?" The teacher glared back at her, only to hear a cough from Nezu. He glanced down at the stoat, seeing the stare on the principal's face. It was one that said, "You're on your last line here." Taking a deep breath at this, he responded, "Listen, I've been around Bakugo for over a month now, and it's obvious he's just a punk that's probably been told he has a villain quirk all his life. Not only that, he actually tries in my class." "You're his teacher," Inko exclaimed, Aizawa doing a small nod back. And you don't believe what I just told you, considering that you're insulting one of my students?" "Yes, I don't believe you," Aizawa replied, Inko instantly switching to a death glare at the man, only to see him give one of his own. Regularly. His death glare would make most cower, as it stimulated an almost killing intent to it, but he saw Inko was not backing down. The sight made him angry, made him want to yell at her, but the hero kept his cool. Instead, he added, "Listen here, Bakugo, unlike most of my students, wants to be a hero and actually has the drive for it. You have no idea how rare that is. Not only that, why would someone you just described want to be a hero?" Inko's face twisted at this, standing up next as her eyes stared straight into the much taller, scruffy hero's eyes. You have no idea what that boy has done to my son. Did you not watch the sports festival and saw how he acted?" Aizawa let out a scoff. He was just being a punk. That happens all the time with students. Inko couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You can't be serious. You're telling me you teach students like that? Ones that will tell others to kill themselves?" Aizawa rolled his eyes again. "Once again, he's just a punk. I will admit his attitude is a problem, but that's something that can fixed within 3 years at UA. Inko felt her blood pressure rising at this, only for another to speak up. "Aizawa," Nezu chimed in, the teacher's eyes slightly turning to the stoat. "Last warning. Don't." "Tch, how arrogant," interrupted a new voice. All eyes turned to the noise, only to see a now one Himiko Toga staring up at them from the end of the couch. And while the glares of Inko and Aizawa were those of pain and anger, Himiko's stare was dead-eyed, as if she had years upon years of experience over everyone in the room. That is, till she glanced away, rolling her eyes. "You see, this is why I don't like heroes. You only care about what you want to care about," Himiko hissed out, Aizawa's angry glare now fully focusing on her. "You're just like all the other heroes. You only care about a few, and the rest don't matter." She looked back at him, seeing the glare, only to show him the still same dead-eyed stare. "I bet you don't even know how to save people and beat villains like Izuku does." Thum. A giant swirling black hand slammed the ground before Izuku, the teen backflipping away from the attack. This was followed by the giant demon's other hand swinging straight for the vigilante, only for Izuku to fire a pair of weblines. He yanked himself upward at this, dodging the giant hand before firing another webline. "Well, at least I already have experience fighting giant enemies," Izuku thought to himself as he fired another bit of webbing, swinging away from another swipe of the giant's hands. And as he did this, he kept his eyes on the giant. "Mr. Lie. To think something like this is inside you. This must be something with his quirk." "Die!" Lie roared as he thrust both of the giant's hands at the vigilante, soon trying to clap the teen in his hands. Seeing this, Izuku fired a webline and pulled down, yanking himself away from the attack. "Okay, Izuku, you need to think. I can't just keep dodging. How do I fight this?" Izuku mentally asked as he landed, only for his spider sense to ring out. Leaping forward, a shockwave hitting his back as Lie slammed both hands into the ground. "Oof, danger." Izuku quickly scrambled back to stand back up, firing another webline upward. The webbing struck a building and he pulled, yanking himself into the air again as Lie dragged the giant hands across the ground. And as he did this, Izuku stared at the giant, his eyes darting around. "Think, Izuku. This isn't some giant illusion like Fishbowl Guy. This is real. If that's the case, let's start with some venom punches," he thought as he curled one of his hands, ready to summon some electricity, only for nothing to come out, not even a tiny spark. "Oh no." Why is that not working right now? He thought before he glanced back at the giant, now seeing Lai floating inside. Okay, guess I'll start by trying to get him out of that thing. With that in mind, he began to fire several web lines at Lai, only for the webbing to hit the giant's body ... and slip off with ease. The sight made Lai glance down at the webbing before glaring back up at Izuku. What was that supposed to do? It was supposed to do something, Izuku weakly said as he landed on a rooftop. He glanced around at the distorted world he was currently in. Everything seems at least touchable in here. Maybe I can just throw something big at that giant negative monster thing. He looked back down at the giant, its hands now raising up to strike the building Izuku was on. Seeing this, Izuku leapt off the rooftop, firing another web line before getting himself into a swing. And where do you think you're going? This is my mind, Lai roared as he thrust a hand at the teen, only for Izuku to fire another web line and yanked it, dodging the incoming giant fist. The teen then shot out another bit of webbing, pulling himself around as the other fist from the giant came swinging, the vigilante barely flipping over it. You know, maybe we could just talk this out, Izuku yelped as he kept swinging. We don't have to fight. Heck, we don't have to do any of this mind-jacking stuff. Quiet, Lai roared as he continued to try and grab the web-swinging teen. And as this happened, Izuku swung over a destroyed street, only to see a broken street lamp. Let's try that, he thought as he landed and fired a bundle of webbing on the debris. Pulling a second later, the teen yanked the broken pole and swung it around like a hammer throw before flinging it at the giant. Seeing this, Lai raised the giant's hands, blocking the debris, only for Izuku to see that the blow pushed the monster slightly back. That just might work, Izuku mentally said as he glanced around, this time seeing a chunk of floating concrete nearby. There we go. Danger, die, Lai exclaimed as he thrust a fist at the vigilante, this one slamming into the teen. Yaw, Izuku screamed as he was sent flying back. His body skidded down the street before rolling a few times. He quickly scrambled to his feet at this, his spider sense screaming as another fist came down for the vigilante. Firing a web line, he yanked himself just an inch away from the fist, only for the shockwave from it hitting the ground smacking the teen's back. Urgh, he grunted before losing grip on the webbing. Izuku doing a small roll before getting back on his feet. Gotta move, Izuku thought as he fired two more web lines, yanking himself upward as Lai threw a third punch at the teen. Seeing this, Izuku pulled with all his might, this time flying over the fist. And as he did this, he then fired two more bits of webbing on the floating debris from before. The teen did a small flip at this as he pulled on the debris, making it flip with him before flinging it at the giant's face. Thoom. The ball of concrete instantly hit the giant's mask, making Lai let out a roar as the giant began to stumble back. Yes, Izuku thought as he fired another web line before swinging over to another rooftop. Landing there, he stared up at the giant, only to see that a big crack had appeared on the demon's mask. You will pay for that, Lai screeched as he thrust the giant's arms at Izuku again. Seeing this, the teen leapt off the rooftop before web-swinging again, quickly dodging both giant arms with ease. And as he did this, he saw another floating bit of debris and grabbed it in his webbing. Swinging it in midair, he flung it at the giant, only for Lai to block it by crossing the giant's arms. You will not harm me again, the villain roared as he swung his right arm at the teen next. Izuku yanking himself away just as this happened. And you're not going to catch me, Izuku barked back before firing another web line at a piece of floating debris before slinging it at the giant. Lai thrust his left arm up at this, blocking the rubble just as Izuku swung himself upward. And as he did this, Izuku landed on another rooftop, only for his spider sense to ring out. Wham! The giant's right hand's palm slammed into Izuku, pushing him into the rooftop. Yugh! Izuku screamed as he felt the hand pin him down. And as this happened, Lai let out a cackle. Seems I caught you. Black and white energy consumed the hand next, the vigilante almost vanishing under the flames. And now ... you will die. Aizawa had always prided himself of being someone that rarely shows his emotions, and today had really pushed him to start really showing them. It especially didn't help when he came face to face with Himiko Toga's words, one that for some reason irritated him. A lot, that is, till his mouth took over for his brain as he said, "What did you just say?" Himiko rolled her eyes at this. You heard me. Izuku is a better hero than you'll ever be. She then turned to Inko. Don't listen to him. He's a fake hero like all the rest. He'll only save anyone he wants to save and abandon the rest. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at this, only to hear Nezu let out a small chuckle. He glared down at his boss for a second before glancing back at the girl. I am a hero, and I do a hero's job. Unlike those idiot heroes on the television, I actually go out and beat the villains and save civilians every night. TCH. Yeah, right. Himiko rolled her eyes again, only to dead stare at the man. If that's the truth, why did a vigilante have to save me? The underground hero growled at this, only to take a deep breath. Listen here, kid, I read your file, and I get it. Your parents were sick people, but heroes don't fix families. That's why you should have gone to the police or a hero and reported them. I did, Himiko replied in a deadpan tone, and both police and heroes wouldn't listen to me ... just like you're not listening to her. She then pointed at Inko, only to see Aizawa's glare intensify. What's the matter? Surprised I'm calling you out for being just like the rest of those fake heroes? Is that why you keep looking down on me and her? And as those words hit Aizawa's ears, a memory went through his head. It was what that elderly retired hero had said to him at Feast. Stop sneering. You're just like me before I became a hero. I'm betting you couldn't care less about others until something bad happened to you or someone you cared about. And now you're a hero because of that bad thing that happened to you. And now, you act like a jerk with his head held up high and mighty, sneering at them as you think you're always right because you've seen the worst humanity has to offer. Am I wrong? Aizawa could feel his teeth starting to grind in his mouth at this. Why am I thinking about that right now? And as he stood there, not responding, Himiko turned her attention to another individual and spoke up. Hey, Nezu, right? The stoat turned to her and nodded. She then pointed at Aizawa. Why'd you bring him? Nezu tilted his head for a second. What do you mean? Like ... you're here to recruit Izuku, right? Nezu nodded again. Then why'd you bring him? Well, despite how he acts, Aizawa is an employee of UA and will be Izuku's teacher if the young man decides to join UA. But he's an idiot. Silence instantly hit the room at those 4 words. Naomasa went wide-eyed, Inko slightly flinched, and Nezu began to laugh. As for Aizawa, his glare returned as he let out a growl. What did you just say? What? That scarf you're wearing cover your ears. You're an idiot. After all, why would you believe a school over people who care about Izuku unless you're a moron? Himiko added, Nezu cackling even more. I must say, Miss Toga, I like you. Nezu laughed, Himiko almost smiling at this. Aizawa opened his mouth at this, only for Nezu to raise a paw at the man. Don't Aizawa. There's no point in arguing with her, and she has made a good point. Miss Toga is a prime example that schools and institutions at times can't be trusted. Nezu, that's enough. Nezu glared up at the man before back at Inko and bowing. I am sorry for all the outbursts. As you can see, even UA is not above having issues with skeptical teachers and misleading information. I see that. Inko slowly replied as she did a small glance up at Aizawa before back at Nezu. I'm sorry to say, but this has convinced me more and more that I shouldn't trust you and that my son shouldn't go to your school, especially if Katsuki Bakugo is there. Aizawa opened his mouth, only for Nezu to interrupt. I understand. The stoat then presented a paw to her. If that's the case, why don't you explain all your concerns and we'll try to fix them? Inko blinked at the stoat, only to slowly say, to be honest, I don't know if I should. She let out a long sigh. My son ... he's out there right now, risking his life, and I don't know what to do. The woman turned to the window in the living room, and yet, all I can do is wait on him and hope he's all right. Izuku screamed as a giant black smoky hand kept him pinned to the rooftop. It began to squeeze him after this, pushing him down as Izuku let out a moan. Lie ... don't do this. I am not lie. I am Mr. Negative. The villain roared as he levitated over Izuku, the giant Inkai black demon around him letting out a screech while its right arm kept pushing Izuku into the ground. I am the demon. I will never be beaten. Mr. Lie, Izuku muttered out as he tried to move. Please ... stop ... and as he whispered this out, Izuku felt himself starting to black out, his mind muddling as he felt something tingling in his hands. Electricity began to spark around his hands at this, only for Izuku to reflexively grab the giant hand. A second later, a surge of electricity burst through the hand, instantly cutting through the giant's arm. What? Lie yelped, only thrust his other hand at the vigilante. The palm instantly collied with the teen, smashing into the rooftop ... only to push Izuku through the concrete and into the building. Oh, Izuku screamed as he hit the floor under the roof, his body rolling back and out of the giant hand's grip. The teen stumbled around on the floor next, letting out small muttering as he rolled around on the floor. Ugh ... that ... hurt, Izuku whispered out before starting to stand up. Can't believe I'd feel this much pain in someone's mind. Spider, Lie roared as thrust his hand at the building, making it rock. Izuku began to feel the floor shake at this, the teen falling over, his face smacking the carpet for a second. Urgh, gotta move, Izuku muttered as he tried to get up again. His arms flailing a bit, he stood back up and began to walk over to a wall in the building. He let out several breaths as he mentally told himself, okay Izuku ... you can do this. Just ... find a way to beat the giant demon monster and save Lie before he kills you. He glanced down at his hands, seeing tiny sparks flowing around them. And where have you been? I needed you like ... 10 minutes ago. Shaking his head, he let out a sigh before glancing back up at the now broken rooftop, seeing a giant hand landing on it. All right, he looked down at his hand and saw electricity flow through them. Let's do this. And as the giant's hand lifted back up, Izuku saw that the monster Lie had created was now missing a whole arm. His electricity blast had worked. That alone made Izuku smirk under his mask before firing 2 web lines, pulling on them a second later. And with a final tug, he slingshotted himself out of the building. "What?" Lai yelled as he saw the vigilante fly out of the building. The teen then fired another bit of webbing, this one attaching to another building before swinging into a downward arc. Seeing this, he thrust his good arm at the teen, only to miss as Izuku swung back up. Izuku then fired 2 web lines at the giant's head, both flying past the giant's mask and hitting a building behind the monster. With another yank, the vigilante flew into the mask, Lai going wide-eyed as he saw electricity spark all over the teen. Venom, smash! Izuku roared as he slammed his body into the mask, electricity instantly covering the face guard. The lightning shot through the giant, zapping the man inside controlling the beast. "Yggghh!" Lai screamed, the giant instantly dissipating a second later. Izuku felt himself continue to fly from the slingshot he just did, soon firing a web line to yank himself back into a web swing. And as he did this, he saw Lai land on the street below, the teen doing a small flip before landing in front of the man. "Had enough?" Izuku asked as he got into a fighting pose. You. Lai muttered as he stood up, his white suit now showing several burn marks. "You know I can't understand you when you die." Lai roared as he charged at the teen, black and white energy pouring out of his fists. He thrust a punch right at the vigilante's head first, Izuku ducking under it before countering with his own punch. But as he did this, Lai caught the jab, Izuku going wide-eyed before Lai swung his other fist, the teen then catching that one. The two began to push against each other as they held each other's fists, both unmoving on that street inside Lai's mind. And as this happened, Izuku grunted out, "Stop it, Lai. Just stop it." He began to push the villain back at this. "I know you're better than this. You're not some monster or a villain." "Shut up," Lai barked back. "You don't know me. You don't know a thing about me." "I do," Izuku yelled before slamming his head forward, the two's foreheads touching as he added, "The Mr. Lai I know would never be a villain. He's a kind man who made Feast a place to help others. And I told you, that is not who I am. I am Mr. Negative." Lai countered as a black and white aura began to appear around his whole form. "I am a villain. That is who I am. And that includes you killing a child. A little girl." Izuku screamed, pushing Lai back again. The push alone made the aura around the villain flicker. "That's not who you are, Lai." "Shut up," Lai repeated. "You don't know me. You're just some kid that keeps interfering with everything I do. You don't know what I've been through, what my quirk is and what it does to me. What the one I hate most did to me, turning me into this freak." Izuku felt Lai push him back at this, the teen now hearing this new information. And despite it entering the teen's ears, his brain told him one thing: don't stop. Keep going. Taking a deep breath at this, Izuku felt his hands clench up for a second. He glanced down and saw Lai's hands were now being consumed in black and white energy, the sight making the teen's eyes narrow before he summoned a surge of lightning in his own hands. A second later, he looked up at Lai's face and said, "You're right. I don't know everything about you." Electricity began to crackle around the teen at this, "But I know you're better than this." And with that, both individuals fired off their respective powers. Lai's energy and Izuku's electricity instantly collided, an explosion following a second later. Boom. "Oh!" They both yelped in unison, both skidding across the street in opposite directions. Izuku felt himself rolling again, the teen grunting in pain before coming to a stop. The duo began to get up a minute later, both weakly standing on 2 legs as they glanced over at each other. You don't know me. You blasted vigilante," Lai stuttered out, only to see the vigilante before him start to move. "I do know you," Izuku continued as he kept moving, slowly standing up straight as he did. "The Mr. Lai I know would never try to hurt a child. He's someone who only wants to help others." You. Lai muttered before taking a fighting stance, black and white energy starting to form in his fist. And as Izuku saw this, the teen's mind went to one thing: he won't listen. And if he won't listen to Spider-Man. With a single breath, Izuku put his hand on his face and yanked his mask off. A long pregnant pause had consumed the room as Inko stared at the window. And with a sigh, Inko spoke up again. "I can't stop him. I can't stop him going out there and trying to be a hero." She closed her eyes as she held back the tears, her face almost contorting as she tried to hide her pain. And the most ironic part of it is he's happy. He's so happy. I've never seen him this happy in a long time. Tears began to flow out now, the woman letting out a long sigh, "And all it does is remind me of my failure. I failed him for over a decade and I'm still coming to terms with that." She put a hand to her face, wiping her eyes. "I'm so pathetic. I should have been there for him more, to help him with the bullies and the teachers but I wasn't. I let them beat and bruise him for over 10 years. And as those words left her mouth, her glare returned as she stared up at Aizawa. "That's why I don't trust you. I don't need any evidence or proof or anything to tell me that you're nothing but a bully. I can tell just by looking at you that you're the same as all those other teachers. She slowly pointed at the man. I don't like heroes. My son adores them and she glanced away again as tears pushed their way through her eyes. And I hate how much he loves them. I just want him to be safe ... but I know that'll never happen. He was born to be a hero. The four others just watched her silence at this, not responding except for Aizawa, his left eye twitching as he glared at the woman. He hid both his hands in his pockets, his fingers twitching as he felt an anger boiling in him. But despite this, he let the woman continue as Inko took a deep breath and said, "Anne, I know it's all he wants. He loves every second of going out there and being Spider-Man. To go out there and fight the bad guys and save lives ... He loves it so much." She let out a low chuckle, and I'm so proud of him for that. She slightly shook her head next, taking a small breath before her eyes went back to Nezu. The stoat stared at her with his beady eyes, a grin on his face as she finished her rant by saying, "He's already a hero to me. So much better than just any hero out there." She closed her eyes for a moment, clenching them before staring at Nezu again. "So if you can make him a hero, please do." Nezu's grin grew at this, only for her to add, "But I'll warn you, you won't convince him easily." She glared back up at Aizawa, spitting venom as she growled at him. "My son thinks he's worthless because of people like you and Bakugo. So worthless he thinks he'll never accomplish anything. So worthless that he thinks about killing himself ... all because they kept telling him to." And as she said that, though none of them could notice it, Nezu's expressionless eyes that seemed to be staring at Inko were actually focusing on the corner of his eyes. In that corner was Aizawa, the man hiding a face contorted in rage under his capture scarf, one Nezu had not seen in some time. He observed the man's body language, showing anger rising, and he subtly yet firmly spoke up, "Aizawa, I suggest you calm down." "Nezu, be quiet," Nezu interrupted, making Aizawa growl. "You failed to get what you want. I warned you, and you still acted like a child throwing a tantrum." Aizawa's eyes went bloodshot at this. "Now you listen here, rat." Shut your mouth, Aizawa," Nezu yelled, the tone making even Aizawa flinch. He had never heard the stoat yell. He had never seen him even show that amount of emotion. And as this happened, Aizawa now noticed everyone was glaring at him except for Nezu, the man looking away a second later. A slightly cough happened at this, making Inko glance back at Nezu as he spoke up. "My apologies about that, Mrs. Midoriya. As you can see yet again, not all are ... on board with my ideas about your son." "I can see that," Inko replied while crossing her arms, "which begs the question, why should I trust my son with him?" Her glare went back to Aizawa, "Especially when you seem to prefer a violent crazed so-called punk over my son." Aizawa growled at this, only for Nezu to let out a laugh. Inko glanced back at the stoat, Nezu continuing to chuckle before saying, "You bring up a good point, and I will gladly make adjustments over that as well." Inko opened her mouth at this, but Nezu flashed a paw before continuing, "Mrs. Midoriya, I want your son at UA. He has extraordinary potential. One that when we first found him and began to go over how he would fit into our school ... well, it's easy to say that he surpasses many at UA already." He snapped his paws at this. "However, it's obvious that that will not be enough. As such, I propose a deal. I want Izuku at UA, and in exchange, I'll punish Katsuki Bakugo." Inko's eyes went wide at this, only for Aizawa to speak up. "Nezu ... that's my student you're talking about. You have no right or proof." "Then I'll get some," Nezu instantly responded before glaring up at the man. "What Mrs. Midoriya has told us about him is something you can't just sweep under the rug at a school. And unlike you, I find Bakugo's potential lacking. If I have to dig up proof that he doesn't belong, I will." Aizawa opened his mouth, only for Nezu to flash his paw at him this time. "Don't bother. You've lost, and this is just the start of the consequences you'll be facing for your outburst." He then glanced back at Inko. "So ... how does that deal sound?" Inko glanced up at Aizawa, seeing the sneer on his face. She didn't like the expression, but she knew exactly what Nezu was getting at with Aizawa. After all, she had plenty experience with dealing with people that she didn't want to as a nurse. Schools were no different. As such, she took a deep breath and asked, "Let's say I say yes. 1. You'll have to convince my son, which as I said, won't be easy. 2. You told me that my son has a bounty. How does that work?" Nezu let out a chuckle at that. "That's the fun part." Silence reigned inside Lai's mind as the man stared at Izuku. His eyes were fully wide as he saw the teen standing before him. He wasn't sure how long it had been, but it felt like years as he stared at the young man. And as this happened, Lai's mouth slowly began to move as he whispered, "Izuku, is ... is that you?" "Yeah," Izuku replied while doing a small nod. "It's me. But ... but you're..." "I know," Izuku responded as he began to walk up to Lai, the teen noticing that the energy that was trying to spark in the villain's hands was now gone. And as he strided up to the man, the teen said, "And before you ask, I actually don't understand it either. All that matters is that I'm here. But ... but how?" Lai muttered out, "You ... you're Spider-Man." I am, Izuku answered as he came to a stop just a few feet from the man. The teen's mind went over what to say next, only for his mouth to move anyways as he added, I know this. Doesn't make much sense. Me being Spider-Man, that is. The teen's head shifted back and forth for a second before he reached out and patted Lai's shoulder with his hand. But it's real. I'm here. Izuku ... you ... you're the one I've been fighting all this time. Lai asked, his tone making it sound like the past month was nothing but a dream. I am, and I'm sorry, Izuku replied. I found a mask in your office by accident and... The teen showed the biggest frown he could give the man. I knew I had to stop you. Lai stared at the teen, now seeing his face in a way that made him think it was the first time seeing it. The teen's face was filled with remorse, worry, and despair. But it wasn't for Izuku. Lai knew that much. It was what Izuku was feeling for Lai. The sight made the man's eyes widen even more, gasping for air a second later. But despite this, Izuku kept his hand on the man's shoulder and said, Mr. Lai, I know I don't understand your quirk or what it's doing to you, but I do know you. You're better than this. You're Mr. Lai, creator of Feast. Lai continued to stare at the teen, the last gears in his brain moving. And when they finally shifted, he let out one last gasp before saying, You're wrong. Izuku shook his head. Don't. He tightened his grip on Lai's shoulder. You're not your quirk, Mr. Lai. You're also not a demon. You're not a negative. And you're definitely not some giant masked monster that wants to kill a little girl. He loosened his grip at this. You're Mr. Lai. And as those words entered the man's head, Izuku felt his spider sense ring out. Flinching at this, he stared down at the Lai's hands, now seeing them be consumed in black and white energy. No, wait, Izuku tried to yell, only to be devoured by an explosion of black and white. Boom, blaff. Izuku yelped as his body went flying back, his whole form slamming into the nearby alley wall before slumping over. The same thing happened to Lai, the man flying in the opposite direction, only to hit an alley wall as well before kissing concrete. Yuri flinched at the noise as saw the two fall over, her whole body tensing up at the sight. She didn't know how long she had watched the two just stand there, Lai's hands on Spider-Man's shoulders as black and white energy swirled around them. It was like watching two statues, both just standing there as some unseen battle happened between the duo. And just as quickly as the stalemate seemed to happen, an explosion of black and white energy devoured the two before sending them flying into the alley's walls. And now, the little girl was just sitting there, staring at the duo as her eyes darted back and forth. Her whole form was shivering, unable to tell what she had to do, unable to tell what she could do. That is, till a new sound echoed into that dead-end alleyway. The sound of footsteps. To think you couldn't even handle a task as simple as this, rang out a voice, making Yuri glance up and see another person walk into the alleyway. They were wearing a full cloak over their body, only their shoes and face visible. It was a costume Yuri knew well, as Chisaki's men would wear outfits identical to it. The individual was a woman with a simple, yet somewhat pretty face alongside long blonde hair shaped into a ponytail. A grim half-frown was their expression, which complemented the small gray revolver in their hand. They took out a single bullet from their cloak and put it in the gun's barrel, sighing as they cocked the gun. And after I recruited you and everything. Such a waste. The woman then pointed the gun at Martin Lai, Yuri now seeing the person's eyes. They were dull, almost cold and lifeless, yet they had a sense of lethality in them. That is, till the woman moved her hand and pointed the gun at Yuri. The little girl froze at this, her eyes wide as tears tried to form as she saw the woman glare down at her. Sorry kid, but I'm not taking you alive. This job has been messy as is, having to disguise myself as some useless has-been gangster that serves a nutjob. Honestly, I'm sick of it. And with that, the woman's finger rested itself on the gun's trigger. You see, I want your son to help take down a certain villain, Nezu explained as took one final sip of tea. A villain, indeed. It's one that, Nezu's words came to a stop for a second before saying, is difficult to arrest for those not outside of the law. In particular, it's one that the Hero Commission has wanted to get rid of for some time, but can't. And ... you think my Izuku can do that? Inko slowly asked, only to see Nezu do a quick nod. I do. In fact, I believe only he can do it. Nezu chuckled before his expression turned back into a straight stare. Though I want to wait and tell him all the details when he gets back. Though we must hurry. Why is that? Nezu opened his mouth to respond, only for Aizawa to interrupt. Your son is already interrupting too many things. That's why we need to hurry. They all glared back up at the man, Inko's glare especially turning deadly as she replied, what do you mean by that? Aizawa crossed his arms at this, unflinching at the woman's glare as he responded, simple. If a vigilante is allowed to run free with no consequences, death always follows. Bang! The sound of a bullet leaving a gun rang out in that dark alleyway. It was like a clap of thunder, a singular sound of pure power as it began to strike its target. That target was the little girl known as Yuri. She was sitting on the ground, her whole form shivering like a leaf as she stared up at the new sight before her. In front of her was a man standing over her with arms stretched out. It was Martin Lai, his whole body shaking as blood began to drip out of his mouth. In his chest was a hole, blood flowing out of it. The bullet had struck the man's heart, splitting it in half. And a second later, Martin Lai fell to his knees before his whole body kissed the concrete. And just as the Hero Commission president and Shouta Aizawa predicted, death had come into the life of the vigilante known as Spider-Man. For on that day, the one called Martin Lai died. A few minutes before Martin Lai's death, a long, tired sigh escaped the individual's breath as they wandered around a maze of alleyways. The last hour or so of their life had been nothing less than pure nonsense in their mind, a cascade of crazed, violent events. "Where are you?" they thought as they took another turn. "I know you're here somewhere." The individual was a woman in a black cloak, her long blonde hair curled into a ponytail. Her face showed an expression crossed between annoyance and anger, a growl soon leaving her mouth as she took another turn. Her hand reached into her pant pocket that was covered by the black cloak, soon taking out a small bullet and spinning it with her fingers. "This job has been such a pain," she muttered to herself before putting the bullet back into her pocket. "Rose better pay me extra for this." With that, she turned another corner, only to see nothing. The sight made her hiss, as if it had offended her. Ever since the past hour had started, it had been one thing after another for the woman. "Where are you, little girl? You better have not gotten away." She then put her other hand down on her side, feeling her other pant pocket. The woman felt something inside, the teeny tiny rustle of paper. "At least I accomplished that," she thought as she walked down another alleyway. Her memories of the past hour now swimming through her head. In particular, the memories of dealing with a certain individual went through her brain as she mentally said, "And here's hoping I'll never have to see that nutjob gangster ever again." 1 hour ago, silence was all that could be heard inside the van Chisaki was currently riding. He had just woken up from an hour-long nap, soon staring straight ahead with cold dead eyes. A tinge of gray was under them, showing how little he had slept recently. He turned to Shin, the man currently driving, and in a slow, almost dead-like voice, asked, "How much longer?" "Another hour," Shin replied as he slightly tilted the wheel. "Traffic has been uncooperative." "Whatever," Chisaki growled as he turned to stare at the back of the van. There, he saw his subordinate Chronostates staring at her. The heavily bandaged girl curled in a ball in the side of the vehicle. She was shivering like a leaf, the sight making Chisaki want to gag as he saw tears go down her face. "Disgusting," he whispered before his eyes wandered to the equipment all around the two, the sight making him let out a snort before glancing back at the road ahead. "Problem?" "No," Chisaki hissed as he stared straight ahead. "Just looking at the filth back there disgusts me." Shin didn't respond to that. Instead, his masked face turned back and forth for a second, only to take a slightly sharp turn. 2 vans behind them followed this, Chisaki glancing over at the side mirrors to see the vehicles were still there. He put a hand to his eyes, rubbing them for a second before asking, "Anything else?" "No, I've confirmed we haven't been followed." "Good," Chisaki grumbled as he tried to lean back into his chair. "Last thing I need is that purple-masked filth trying to come after my operation." 10 minutes later. "How are we looking?" Rose asked as the black van he was in took a left turn. "They're not stopping. Looks like Chameleon is right on the money," his driver replied as his bowler hat slightly tipped as he made the van take another turn. "I figured she would be," Rose responded as he pulled out his phone. "She hasn't reported anything else, but since we know their path, we should be fine. Just stay slightly out of sight." "Understood." Rose leaned back at this, tapping his phone a few times as he saw a certain email appear on his device. And as he opened it, a voice behind him rang out, "That mean we're gonna fry these old school freaks soon? I'm itching for some action." "I know, Electro," Rose replied as he glanced back at the man with an electricity quirk. "Don't worry, we'll be fighting real soon." In fact, Rose looked back at his phone and opened the email, a hidden grin appearing under his mask before switching to the text option on his phone. There, he saw a certain message that made him want to shine the biggest smile possible. Instead, he put the phone back in his pocket and glanced up at the road, his eyes staring at a street sign on a nearby red light. Seeing this, he turned to the driver. "Change of plans. Take a right here." "But they're turning left." "I know, but we already know where they're going. And considering what I just got on my phone, we're gonna need to split up." He pointed to the road ahead. "The heroes are gonna try and intercept the Yakuza before us. We can't let that happen. We taking on heroes now. That wasn't part of the job." Electro chimed in. "I know. That's why I'll be handling that part," Rose responded as he turned to the rest in the van. "Here's what we're going to do." 20 minutes later. "Are we sure about this?" Rocklock asked as him and a full group of heroes right behind the man followed the one called Sir Nidai. They had been going down a maze of alleyways, the small team glancing back and forth for anything. Seeing this, Rocklock added, "We haven't seen nothing for the past hour." "That's the point," Sir replied as they continued to walk down an alleyway. He pushed up his glasses as he took another step. "This is where the Yakuza are going to hide from now on." The man glared back at Rocklock. "Keep up, would you?" Rocklock growled in response, only for Night Eye's intern Mirio Tagata, complete with his hero costume on, to walk up in front of the hero, soon striding up to Sir's side. Sir, perhaps I should. Not yet, Lemillion, Sir interrupted. I don't want you to look ahead just yet. You'll need all the help you can get when fighting these villains. Letting out a sigh, Mirio slowly said, yes, sir. And as they took another turn, Night Eye flashed his palm at the group. Everyone came to a stop, only for Crust and Ryukyu to flinch. Seeing this as he looked back at the team, Sir slowly asked, did you feel that? I did, Ryukyu replied, only to see Mr. Brave also now flinch. Fatgum glanced around instead along with Rocklock and Lemillion. We're not alone, Mr. Brave added as he reached for his hair, ready to make a weapon. The rest went into fighting poses, Night Eye silently gesturing to his intern. Seeing this, Mirio nodded before slipping into a nearby wall, his form soon vanishing. And as this happened, the group suddenly felt the ground around them rumble. Everyone kept their balance, Rocklock exclaiming, what the heck? A second later, a giant wall of green thorn-filled vines appeared in front of the team, the whole group freezing up before glancing back and seeing another wall of vines appear behind them. They were trapped in the alleyway, the group glancing between the newly formed walls. No, Night Eye whispered as he pushed up his glasses again. Not him. Should I fly out of here? Ryukyu quickly whispered to Night Eye, only for the hero to shake his head. Wait 1 second. If it's who I think it is, flying will just make the situation worse. Night Eye quietly replied, only for the wall of vines in front of them to move, making a small opening. And as the heroes stared at the vines, a certain man walked through them. He was wearing a white suit, a purple mask, and was fiddling with a purple rose in his right hand. The sight made the heroes tense up, all about to attack, only for Sir Night Eye to flash his palm at them again, telling them to stop. Rose, Night Eye slowly said, his tone sounding like he had just tasted poison. Sir Night Eye. Rose responded in what could only be considered the most casual tone possible. It has been quite a while, hasn't it? Not long enough, Sir growled before putting his other hand in his pocket and pulled out a density seal. What do you want? Simple, Rose replied before snapping his fingers, the purple rose in his hand vanishing. He then reached in his pocket and pulled out his phone, flashing the group an email on the small screen. By order of the HPSC, this operation you are doing is cancelled. At the same time, Lemillion phased through the nearby alleyway and popped out inside the building, only to find it completely empty. There was no lights or anything, the sight making him frown as he knew this meant he would be fumbling around in the dark. Guess I'll find another wall to go through. He walked forward for a second before taking a left, soon finding another wall to phase through. And as he came out into another alleyway, he saw he was alone. The intern turned to see a now giant wall of vines in the alleyway he was at before, the sight making him blink. What the heck? Why is there? Kaboom! An explosion rang out at this, making him turn to the noise. He glanced back at the vines, only to look back at the noise's direction. Sir would want me to go on ahead. He then ran into the wall ahead, slipping right through with ease. And as he did this, he ran through another building before coming to a stop. Reaching the wall on the other side of the building, he stuck his head out first, trying to see what was ahead, only to gasp. "Acha," laughed a voice, making him glance around. There, he saw an overturned van, which was on fire and some of its parts were missing. He phased through the wall and walked up to the vehicle, glancing it over and seeing nobody was inside. He then heard the laugh again, making him run for the noise, phasing into the next alleyway wall. A few seconds later, he was at the other side of another building before phasing his face through, only to see a new sight. In front of him was Electro, the villain, firing blast after blast at one of the Yakuza on the list Sir had shown him back at the presentation. It was Riki Akatsuki, a towering brute that was currently blasted by a surge of electricity. He let out a scream of pain at this, only for Electro to fire another stream of lightning, zapping the towering man into a nearby van. His form hit the roof, his whole body turning black from the burns as Electro finished his attack. Another fried Yakuza. Nice, Electro cackled before blasting a stream of electricity at his feet, boosting him upward and onto a nearby rooftop. That's not good, Lemillion commented as he phased out of the wall. He then ran up to the van that now carried Rikia on its roof, only to see two more Yakuza knocked out. They were charred as well, but still recognizable enough for the hero in training. The two were Yu Hojo and Soramitsu Tabe, both completely burnt from electric attacks all over their bodies. Whoever that was must be insane, Lemillion commented before glancing up at the rooftop he had seen Electro flee to before phasing inside the building, the teen now looking for some stairs. I need to hurry. A few minutes ago, it had happened in an instant. One moment, Kaichisaki was in the van, the next second, an explosion rocked the vehicle. This was followed by the whole van falling over to its side, specifically the driver's side, as Chisaki saw his most trusted companion knocked out from the sudden blow. Letting out a roar, he kicked the door open and leapt out of the overturned van, hissing as he stumbled to his feet. Who dares? He roared, only to turn and see a bolt of lightning strike the decoy van right behind them. The vehicle flipped over at this, soon slamming into the concrete with a crunch. The sight made Chisaki go wide-eyed before glancing up, now seeing a laughing man that had electricity coming out of him. Rose ... This has to his fault, Chisaki hissed before turning back to the van he was in. Shin, I need you up here now. Ugh, the man inside moaned, only for a hand to appear on the open passenger's door's frame. Shin's masked face appeared next, the glass in one of the lenses now cracked. Coming, give me your gun. Chisaki growled as he glanced back at Electro. I'll erase that one's quirk first. Hang on, Shin moaned as he reached into his pant pocket, soon pulling out a small revolver. And as he did this, Chisaki turned to the other van, now seeing his minions crawl out of the vehicle. Mimic was stumbling out first while dragging out Deidoro, only for the back doors of the van to suddenly burst open. Rappa and Hekiji came out at this, Rappa letting out a yell of excitement. Finally, Rappa cheered. Let's get a fighting party started. Rappa, Hekiji sighed and shook his head. We need to. I'll give you a fight. The duo turned to a sudden voice, only to see a bulky man with a big burly mustache. Oh, and who might you be? Rappa chuckled as cricked his neck before taking a fighting stance. Now Rappa, we must, Hekiji tried to say, only for Rappa to push him back. Shut up, I want to fight, Rappa exclaimed before pointing at the burly man. Well, I'm Ox of the Enforcers, the man replied before activating his quirk. Within seconds, his arms and face were covering in dark fur along with two big bull horns appearing on the sides of his head. His nose became like an ox's snout, but his mustache remained. Nice, Rappa cackled before charging, the two instantly slamming into each other with a series of punches. The sight made Hekiji sigh and shake his head. Typical. He then raised his hand. Once again, I must save you from yourself, Rappa. As I've said time and again, we must act. His words were cut off by a sudden blur of a man, this one much shorter in stature compared to the everyone else. The man quickly delivered a series of blows to Hekiji, instantly knocking him around with ease. Blasted. They're all useless, Chisaki growled as he saw his men getting beaten. Blasted Rose. How did he know where I was? How did they know we would go down this path? Maybe because they paid me to tell them, replied a voice to Chisaki's side, making him turn back to the overturned van. There, he saw Shin Namoto pointing his gun at him. Chisaki went wide-eyed at the sight, his whole body freezing for a second. Shin, what are you? Bang! A bullet instantly hit Chisaki's chest, making him cry out. The blow knocked him back, the man stumbling as he tried to keep his balance. His back soon hit an alleyway wall, his whole body staggering as fell onto his butt. But despite this blow, he kept his eyes on Shin Namoto. He was one of the most loyal individuals Chisaki had ever met. He had trusted him with some of the most dangerous assignments, and Shin always did them with passion and pride. There was no way he would ever betray the Yakuza. And yet that had just happened. Boss, yelled another voice, both Chisaki and Shin turning to see Mimic charge at them. What was usually a tiny man in a small costume suddenly turned into a hulking figure as the costume was ripped away. But as this happened, Shin just turned to the charging figure and fired another bullet. Before Mimic could even react, the quirk erasing material hit his body, causing him to go flying back. And as this happened, Chisaki turned to Shin and charged at him, letting out a screech, BACKSTABBING scum. Turning to this, Shin pointed the gun at the man again and fired, only for Chisaki to sidestep. The bullet struck the wall behind him, Chisaki raising a fist and thrusting it into Shin's face. Within seconds the blow struck, knocking the mask off the man's face. And as this happened, Chisaki went wide-eyed again. For underneath that mask was not the glasses-wearing gentleman he knew to be his loyal minion, but instead a blonde woman, complete with a big old smirk on her face. Surprised, she laughed as she then swung her arm, smacking Chisaki in the face with the revolver. The blow knocked him back, making him stumble as the woman climbed out of the vehicle. What is this? Chisaki hissed as he stared the woman, only to see her smirk widen. The sight made a gear turn in his brain, only for him growl out, chameleon. Yup, she giggled as she fully got out of the turned-over vehicle. And if you're wondering about your buddy Shin ... well, let's just say his body is floating in a river somewhere. You ... Chisaki repeated as his eyes went bloodshot. And as this happened, the figure that was punching Hekiji landed on top of the overturned van, Chameleon turning to the figure. Hello Fancy Dan, where's Rose? He had to handle some heroes. Dan replied, where's the girl? Girl? Chisaki screeched, only to be ignored as Chameleon answered Dan's question. In the van you're standing on. She replied before frowning at the man. Wait ... why is Rose handling some heroes? Are they coming for us? Dan shook his head. He said they shouldn't be able to interfere. The woman let out a sigh of relief. Good. I really don't want to. Villains, yelled another voice, all three turning to see a blonde man in what could only be considered a hero costume land in the middle of the alleyway. I am the hero, Lemillion. Surrender now or face the consequences. Not interfering, huh? She remarked as Dan just shrugged in response. Whatever. She then sighed before turning and pointing her gun at Lemillion. Hey kid. Mirio responded while turning to her, only to see the gun aim straight at his face. Stay still, would ya? She said before firing. The bullet instantly hitting the intern's face ... only for it to go right through his head. The sight made both her and Dan go wide-eyed, only for her to fire 2 more times. After this, her revolver began making clicking noises, signifying it was empty. What the heck? Sorry, bullets don't affect me, Mirio proclaimed before charging at the two. But since you want to kill me, Phantom Menace. With blinding speed, the teen hero zipped up and began to punch both straight in the face. But as he got close, Dan ducked under the punch while the fist successfully smacked Chameleon in the face. She let out a yelp as the blow knocked her off her feet, and as Lemillion came to a stop, he spun around to see Fancy Dan leap at him with a kick to the face, only for the villain to go right through the young hero. What the Dan yelped before acrobatically landing. How did I can't be hurt that way. Lemillion responded before leaping at Dan, thrusting another punch, only for Dan to nimbly duck under the blow. And as this happened, Chisaki growled at the sight before turning to the overturned van again. This time, he saw that the back doors were already open, something he hadn't noticed before, only for a hand to appear and grip the frame. A second later, one of his minions stood up. Chronostades, Hauziri, Chisaki yelled as he saw the man get himself stable. She's gone, the man yelled back, making everyone turn to the Yakuza member. What? Chisaki screeched again, both groups all exchanging glances for a second. However, the first to react was Lemillion, who quickly cut into a sprint into a nearby wall, vanishing from sight. The rest continued to process the information as Chronostades began to speak up again. I'm sorry, she must have snuck away while I was knocked irk. He grunted, his eyes going wide at the sudden pain in his chest. A second later, he glanced down and saw that a katana coated in black and white energy was now piercing through his body, the sword having struck his stomach. Blood instantly came out of his mouth, only for the blade to be removed in one swift motion before the man kissed the ground. The sight made Chisaki go wide-eyed, only for him to yell, "Someone get all this trash away from me now." On it, boss hick. Deidoro laughed as he took another swig. His quirk flowed out at Dan, the man now tripping slightly as he felt himself start to stumble. The sight made the man laugh, only for Dan to yell, "Montana." Huh, Deidoro sputtered out, only for a lasso to suddenly appear over his head and snag his waist. Hey, he yelped as he was suddenly yanked away, causing him to drop his bottle of booze. The glass shattered at this, making him cry out, "No, you're not interfering for a second more, ya stinkin' drunk." Montana yelled as he pulled on the lasso with one hand. Deidoro glanced back at this, only to see that a man wearing a Stetson was the one with the rope. He then stared at the rope, now seeing that the rope was actually the man's right hand. Deidoro now assuming that Montana's quirk allowed him to turn his hand into a literal lasso. Hey, that ain't fair. I need to drink from my quirk, Deidoro yelped, only for Montana to respond by kicking him in the head. Oh, and as this happened, Chisaki pulled out a knife from his back pocket and swung it at Dan, the acrobatic villain hopping back at this. Seeing this, Chisaki began to cut into a sprint, Dan chasing after him before Chisaki spun around and threw the knife right at the villain's face. Seeing this, he quickly motioned his hands to catch the weapon, grasping the blade just inches away from his face. Letting out a small breath, he then threw the blade to the side, only to see Chisaki was gone. Growling at the sight, he spun around, only to see Montana and Ox were fighting Rappa while Mr. Negative finished Chornostades and Electro landed in the alleyway. You too, Dan yelled as he pointed at Electro and Mr. Negative. The girl has escaped. Find her. He then spun around again, only to see Chameleon was already gone. The sight made him growl before letting out a long sigh. What a mess. With that, he ran up to where his teammates were still fighting. And as this happened, Chameleon's head popped out from a nearby alleyway. A big smile shined on her face as she strided down a different alleyway than Electro and Mr. Negative had gone down. Now little girl, where are you? The present. Huh, she remarked as she stared down at the now bleeding dead body of Martin Lai. The man was face first into the concrete below her feet, unresponsive as she stared at the man. He really did waste my time. She let out a long sigh before pulling out another bullet out from her pocket. Let's try this again. Mr. Li screamed as a sudden voice, making her glance back at the alleyway, only to see the vigilante known as Spider-Man now standing. His exposed eye was fully wide, shock showing on his face. The sight made the woman let out a snort, only for the Izuku to turn to her before yelling, "You!" Thwip! A single strand of webbing hit her gun before the weapon was yanked away. She gasped at the sudden removal of her firearm, only to feel the teen charge into her, slamming her into a nearby wall. Grunting at the blow, she glanced down and saw tears now appearing in the teen's exposed eye. Why? He growled as he gripped her collar, his crying eye now sharpening into a glare as he repeated in a louder tone, why? The sight made her want to laugh. He was asking her why she killed Martin Lai. He was a useless man that wasted her time. That alone made her want to cackle as what was obviously a teenager gripping her looked like he cared about some random villain. Instead, she just smiled at him and said, "Why should I tell you anything?" And as those words left her mouth while staring into those eyes, those innocent eyes the boy now holding her up had, a nasty thought entered her head. She activated her quirk on the spot, her face now morphing and changing. Her ponytail instantly shrank and went back up to her head before morphing and changing into a cowlick-like haircut. The woman's eyes shifted into what looked like old-timey cartoony eyes that were colored. Her face now morphing into a simpler face. It was the face of Lemillion, the so-called hero she had just met that had almost ruined everything. The sight made the vigilante tense up, making her see an opportunity and kick him away. Stumbling back for a second, the teen soon recovered as she finished her transformation as he asked, "What the ... who are you? Call me." The woman now said in a male voice to complete her transformation before reaching into her jacket and pulling out a gun, the chameleon, a shape-shifting quirk. Izuku gasped, only to see the villain point the gun at him. "That's right. So, any last words before I kill you too?" Chameleon chuckled before pointing their other hand at Eri. "Maybe a few for freak girl over there before I..." Thwack. Ack. The villain yelped as Izuku suddenly thrust his leg upward, his foot hitting the gun and knocking it flying out of the shapeshifter's hand. Chameleon began to stumble back next, only to see electricity surge around the teen's arms. "You're gonna pay for what you've done tonight," Izuku hissed as the lightning crackled around him. The villain stared at the teen for a second before their eyes turned to Eri, the girl still shaking behind the dumpster from before. Another sigh escaping their mouth after this, the villain said, "I don't get paid enough for this." And as those words entered Izuku's ears, Chameleon reached into the back of the cloak they were wearing and pulled out another item. "I'll kill you later." Hearing this, Izuku thrust a punch at the shapeshifter, only for the villain to take one more step back before throwing down a flash grenade. A burst of light came next, causing Izuku to let out a yelp, flinching and closing his eyes. And as this happened, the sound of footsteps rang out as he kept his eyes closed. He pointed his wrists ahead and began firing a volley of webbing, the villain backpedaling at the sudden burst of sticky liquid, barely dodging a stream of webbing at this. The shapeshifter growled before spinning and cutting into a sprint. "Figures this would happen to me," she whispered to herself as she took a left and bolted down another alleyway. Her face switched back to normal, her hair shifting from the cowlick to a long ponytail. And as she took another turn, she removed the black cloak, removing just a basic outfit under the covering. "I better get paid extra for this." When Izuku's ears heard the sound of his web shooters running out of fluid, he tried to open his eyes, only to see they were still blurry. Closing his eyes again, he took a deep breath, waiting for his spider sense to ring out ... only to feel nothing. There was no danger. He released his fingers off the web shooters and began to rub his eyes, rapidly blinking as a minute passed before he could start to see again. The teen shook his head next, his eyes blinking a few more times before his vision fully returned. And as it did, he saw he was staring at an alleyway filled with webbing and nothing else. No villains or anything. Seeing this, he glanced back and saw Eri was still hiding behind the dumpster ... and Martin Lai was still laying down on the ground. A slowly growing puddle of blood was forming around the man, showing it was still pouring out of his torn-apart heart. The sight made him go wide-eyed again, his memory of seeing the man getting shot now appearing through his head as the moon's light shined down on the alleyway. And as the adrenaline from attacking Chameleon left the teen, tears instantly began to appear in his eyes as he stared at the now-deceased man. He fell to his knees, Eri watching the teen as she saw him cry, the vigilante pulling off his mask as tears began to fall off his face. "Mr. Lai," Izuku whimpered as he slowly put his hand on the man and tried to flip him over. A second later, Martin Lai's back was on the concrete as Izuku looked him over, life having completely vanished from the man. The blood from the gunshot was slowing down and flowing, but there was still a trickle as Izuku stared at Lai's face. It was a look of desperation, as if he was trying to fight his evil instincts as he had taken that bullet for... Memories instantly flowed in Izuku's head at this, remembering his first time meeting Martin Lai. The teen was trying to figure out what charity meant in terms of heroics, only to meet a man who did it in spades. Lai had shown Izuku how even not being a hero could still let someone help others, something that seemed almost foreign to the hero-loving teen. And then his words of encouragement went through the teen's mind. "If you want to be a hero, Izuku, then go be a hero. You're a good kid with a good heart, Izuku. Don't ever lose that." Izuku put his hand on the man's chest, tears flowing even more now. His nose began to sniff, the teen letting out a series of whimpers as he whispered, "Mr. Lai, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." And as he said these words, Eri continued to stare at the vigilante before slowly walking out from behind the dumpster. Her lips were trembling as words began to form in her mouth. The girl soon just a few steps away as she asked, why are you crying? Hearing this, Izuku sniffed before glancing up at her. Cuz I'm sad. He slowly said to her, why are you sad? Eri looked down at Lai. Wasn't he trying to hurt you? He was, Izuku instantly admitted, only to sniff again. But I was trying to save him, and I failed. Save him? The girl tilted her head at this. Yeah, Izuku responded as he glanced up at her again. He saw the confusion on her face, his brain now telling him that the girl didn't know Mr. Lai except for when he attacked them just now. His mind trying to register this fact, he looked back down at Lai's body and slowly began to explain. You see, I knew Mr. Lai before this and he was a good person. He made a place called Feast, which helps people in need. He did. Izuku nodded back, yes, and he always encouraged me when I would meet him there. He was always nice and kind, and always trying to help me. Izuku felt more tears go down his face, but then I found out he was a villain. He was a good man, but he was doing bad things. Eri tilted her head again. Why? Why was he doing bad things? I don't know. Izuku shrugged. I think it's part of his quirk, but I don't really know why. Quirk? What's that? Izuku's heart darted up to her, only for his brain to tell him once again how young she looked. Blinking for a second, he thought up a response. His his power. Eri still showed him a look of confusion. Izuku adding, that black and white energy thing he was doing earlier when I was fighting him. Oh, do you mean a curse? Izuku blinked at her again, only to say, a curse. He shook his head. No, a quirk isn't a curse. Is that what you think your quirk is? Eri didn't respond to that. Instead, she slightly flinched before glancing away, making Izuku frown. Has someone told her that her quirk is bad? He mentally said before another thought went through his mind. Right, there's still villains after her. I still never met that guy that was yelling her name earlier. He glanced down at Lai, his frown growing. But that means I'll have to leave Mr. Lai here. What do I do? He looked up at Eri before back down at Lai again. He would want me to save Eri. Guess I'll call the police to pick up his body. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stared at Lai one last time, this time at the man's face. His eyes were still open, Izuku slowly putting his hand over them and closing the pupils. He then put his hands together in a praying motion, closing his eyes next while whispering, I'm sorry, Mr. Lai. Please forgive me for not being able to save you. He opened his eyes again at this, now seeing Eri as she continued to show him a big frown. The sight made his heart clench, but he knew he couldn't solve that right now. She was still in danger, which meant he had to get her out of here. Putting his mask back on, the teen stood up and presented the girl his hand. Eri stared at the hand before looking up at the teen, seeing a soft expression in the teen's exposed eye. Come on, let's get you out of here before another villain comes to get you. The little girl flinched at the statement, slowly squeaking out, Why you think someone else is coming? Izuku nodded back. I don't know, but I want to get you to safety. He crouched down and continued to present his hand. Please, let me help you. And as he said that, the girl stared at his hand before slowly taking it. Meanwhile, Chisaki's worst reality had been realized. The Yakuza he had created were finished. Chronostates was knocked out beside the overturned van, blood leaking out of his stomach. Deidara was spayed out on the concrete, the man completely unconscious and holding onto broken bottle. Rikia was charred and laying on top of one of the decoy vans, his body burnt from constant blasts of electricity. Mimic, who had temporarily lost his quirk just like Chisaki, was laid out as well. Yu and Sorimitsu laid beside Rikia, both bodies also charred from electricity. Finally, Hekiji was laying face first into the concrete while Rappa continued to exchanging blows with Ox, only for Montana to throw a rope around the man's neck and pulled, Rappa wildly swinging his arms around as Ox kept hitting him. The sight disgusted him. Once again, the world had ruined his plans. This quirk-filled garbage world was still going despite him trying everything he could to get rid of those horrible, evil quirks. And that meant only one thing. He had to find the solution. The filthy little girl that could solve everything. Eri, Chisaki sputtered out as he dragged himself down an alleyway, tapping a wall as he tried to activate his quirk to no avail. Filthy, worthless quirk. I have. He began to stumble again before placing his hand back on the wall. I must cleanse this world. I must find Eri. The sound of a web cartridge going into a web shooter rang out in the dark alleyway as he fiddled with his wrist. Seeing it was snug, he turned to the girl he had been trying to help all night before lifting her up with one arm. She let out a gasp at this, only for Izuku to pull her close to his chest and walk over to a nearby wall. Just hang on, Eri. Once we're up here, I can get you to safety. Izuku whispered as he slowly crawled up the wall, the teen feeling Eri clutch her tiny arms around his waist. Okay, she muttered, her voice barely even a whisper as she increased her grip. And as they go to the roof, Izuku decided to just keep holding on to Eri this time. He had a feeling she didn't want to let go, and he totally understood that. The teen's eyes darted around, not seeing anything under the moon's light. Looks like we're clear. He turned to the rooftop and alleyway over, remembering what had happened there earlier. Only to barely see under the moon's light a pile of scorched webs. Or not. Looks like Sparky woke up and escaped. He darted his head around at this, his eyes narrowing as he glanced down at the rooftop he was on, only to see nothing. The sight made him bite his lip. No scorch marks up here. He turned back to the other roof. Did he run away? Is everything okay? Yuri chimed in, making Izuku glance down at her. Everything's cool. I was just... His eyes glanced around again, trying to be careful. His vision went back to the little girl as he added, sorry for the wait. Let's get you out of here and... Danger. Huh? Izuku muttered out, only to blink. And within that split second, he listened to his spider sense, causing him to spin his body while slightly tilting to the side. But as he did this, his eyes opened to see a dark red fist coming straight for his face. Spider sense still screaming at him. He continued to lean back before thrusting his free hand where the fist was coming from. However, as he charged his hand at the sudden attacker, his hand went through the dark red fist like it wasn't there. The sight made Izuku stumble back, barely dodging the attack. And as he did this, Izuku went wide-eyed as he saw the fist's owner. It was a man in a white and blue costume with golden numbers 1,000,000 on the chest, complete with a flowing dark red cape and dark red gloves. He was wearing a golden-like visor and had a certain golden slick cowlick haircut along with beady simple-looking eyes. The sight made Izuku let out the biggest growl, his one revealed eye narrowing as he hissed, "Chameleon." The man came to a stop at that, slight surprise on his face due to Izuku dodging his attack. "Oh," he asked with a slight frown. "You've heard of me, have you? Good." The man pointed his finger at the vigilante next. "You will not escape, vigilante. Unhand that child this instant so I, Lemillion, can arrest you." As those words entered Izuku's head, he felt his teeth begin to grind. You scum," he yelled, making Lemillion slightly flinch as the vigilante began to hold on to her even tighter. "You have the nerve to imitate a hero after what you've done tonight." "What I've done," Lemillion replied while tilting his head before pointing at Izuku again. "Listen, I'm just here to save that girl from the Yakuza. All I've done tonight is fight villains and..." "You're the villain," Izuku interrupted as he pointed his wrist at Lemillion, webbing instantly coming out. But as the webbing was about to hit the man's chest, it went right through him instead. "What the? Sorry, I can't be hurt." Lemillion chuckled as he shined a big grin. "Now, surrender before I..." "Shut up." Izuku fired another volley of webbing at Lemillion, all of it going right through his body. Seeing this, Lemillion shook his head. "Seems I'll have to do this the hard way." And with that statement, he charged at Izuku with a quick jab to the teen's head, spider sense ringing out. The teen sidestepped the blow, only for Lemillion to switch directions and try to uppercut the teen. Izuku's reflexes kicked in at this, raising his free arm to stop the attack, only for Lemillion's fist to go right through the arm. But as it did this, Izuku's spider sense continued to scream at him, the teen's body trying to backpedal to avoid the attack. And as his spider sense tried to prioritize the vigilante's safety, the fist that had went through Izuku became solid to hit the teen straight in the chin. "Oof," he spat out as the blow knocked the vigilante off his feet, making him fall back while he lost his grip on Yuri. "Ah!" The little girl yelped as she hit the roof, rolling for a second before coming to a stop. The sound of her screaming made Izuku go wide-eyed as he felt his back smack the roof, the teen quickly scrambling to get up. "Oh shoot." Lemillion flinched as he saw what he had just done before beginning to run up to the girl. "Sorry about that." Don't you dare touch her." Izuku roared as he was instantly back on his feet and charged at Lemillion. "I won't let you kill her, you murderer." "Murderer," Lemillion barely said as he heard those words, only to see the vigilante about to punch him in his face. Activating his quirk, the fist went through his body, dodging the blow. And as this happened, Yuri rubbed the side of her head before trying to stand back up just as Lemillion thrust another fist back at Izuku. The girl glanced up to see Izuku dodge the attack while backpedaling. He then hopped back, the teen standing right in front of her as Lemillion charged at Izuku. And as Lemillion thrust another punch at Izuku, the teen's spider sense rang out, reflexes kicking, and as he ducked under the punch before swinging one of his own. The fist didn't land again, this one going through Lemillion's chest before the Lemillion tried to counter with his own. "I've got you now," he roared as his punch went straight for Izuku's chest, only for the vigilante's spider sense to chime in again. Flexing his body, Izuku twisted himself just slightly, barely dodging the blow. Pow! Only for the punch to smack Yuri in the face. The little girl didn't even let out a squeak as the blow hit her. Instead, both went wide-eyed as they saw what happened, Lemillion gasping as he said, "No, I didn't mean to." Pow! A smashing uppercut slammed into Lemillion's jaw, knocking him halfway across the rooftop a split second later. And as the man began to roll on the concrete floor, Izuku leaned down and stared at Yuri. The girl was out cold, the blow having instantly given her what Izuku surmised was probably a concussion. He also saw a big bruise now trying to appear on her face under the moon's light. The sight made him see red. Electricity began to spark on his body, soon consuming his arms as he stared at Eri. He glanced back to see Lemillion starting to stand up. Seeing this, he looked back at the now knocked-out girl. "I'm sorry, Eri. I gotta fight one more villain before I can save you." With that, he stood up as electricity crackled around his arms. The sight made him look like a tiny beacon in that moonlit night as Lemillion stood up as well, and with a determined glare that even Lemillion could see thanks to the Vigilante's one exposed eye. He saw Izuku take a fighting stance. "Guess I got no choice. Sir did warn me about you," Lemillion muttered to himself before taking a similar stance. Izuku took one long breath at this, remembering all that had happened. The day had been one fight after another. Zapped, exploded, almost cut down by a blade. And even fighting inside a person's mind. It was so much, and it wasn't over. For as that breath left his mouth, the two charged at each other. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.